Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Open Chest Anime Podcast. I am your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight with his tremendously long neck is FDD&M.
Some call me a necrophile, as well as our other host, Reese.
Okay. Also, Random 11 is with us.
Hello, everyone.
And Lance.
What's up?
And last but certainly not least, Green Line.
Hello, hello. How is everyone?
So, I would just like to state that this podcast was supposed to be on Friday, but my wife got a new puppy on Thursday.
And we all know how much you love dogs.
Life has been a disaster. So without wasting tons of time, since you know how I don't want to do these 2 weeks worth of articles podcast, and we are going to do one of those. Let's just get right into it. So if you would like to support us, there are many such ways. Through the Patreon. The Anime Collector Patreon, you should just yeet. And also on the website, there's all these ways. Now, I just want to acknowledge real quick that last podcast, I had sort of talked to you guys about how difficult it's been to keep the show going. And I probably got a little too autistic on it, but it really paid off because we got some new donors, and I really appreciate that. But something I didn't expect is that our patrons actually came together and produced a testimonial, which floored me that they would go out of their way to do that. So I'm going to share it with you now.
Good evening, America, and all the other lesser nations. It's your boy Donnie, former president of the United States, and really the best president, quite frankly. I'm here tonight to tell you not to be like China and instead donate to the OCA Podcast. But don't just take it from me, the greatest and most loved president of all time. Listen to these other satisfied customers.
I think of the host of the OCA Podcast as my 5.5 additional children. And like a good American father, I support them by donating to their OnlyFans.
If only I had started donating earlier, Uncle Ben might still be alive.
I've never met my real dad, but that's okay. Because after donating all my savings, the host agreed to be my new dads.
I punched the change out of his coin purse who donate to the podcast.
No, not my coins!
Yes, your coins. It's time to donate to the Patreon.
All right, the OCA Podcast needs my money more than my sister Serenity.
Donate today.
Oh, no.
Beautiful.
Oh, no.
So thank you, number one donor, President Donald Trump, and Ash Ketchum. I see that you guys did your due diligence to change the names.
I told you.
I was waiting for you to do yours first.
I was literally, I'm over on the other tab trying to figure out where the thing is to change the visibility on this video. Okay, all right, done. It's public now.
Oh,
right,
Stan
cool.
saw it. Stan saw it.
Issue found. Your video's visibility and monetization may be restricted. What?
There's something in
Really?
that short
What does that mean?
I've only said fuck like what, twice?
What?
YouTube does not like that.
They do not like that video at all.
Dude, it was the Android 13 stepping on Goku's nuts.
It's gotta be, right?
I think it was the Donald Trump one, to be honest.
Nah, man, we all know that's perfectly fine on YouTube.
No, YouTube doesn't like Donald Trump for reasons.
Well, let's not trigger his name in the text to speech. Or
I
speech to
can't
text.
believe this. Okay. Yeah, so I have
Great start.
The other reason that the show is so late is obviously because I put that thing together, that masterpiece you just witnessed, and it took a long time.
That was beautiful.
Thank you. I agree. But I also at the last second turned it into a TikTok and whatnot, and so I could upload it as a short and everything. And for some reason, I can put in the actual URL to the to the video now. For some reason, YouTube said, "No, that is not advertiser friendly." And I was like, "Why?" It's literally one of the only videos on the entire channel with 0 profanity in it. Anyway, so it's weird. They told me I could I submitted the appeal process, right, for the hold on, wait. Oh, wait, that's the button. Got it. Okay, change is saved. That's really weird. Okay, anyway, whatever. It's done. So the thing is that they told me, so there's the short that just went live, if you guys want to show it to other people. But there's also the version you just watched, right? That's actually 16:9. YouTube did have a problem with that video. Anyway. All right, so jumping right in, because otherwise we're going to be here all night. Let me jump in the screen share here. So, oh, that's the Patreon. I was like, wait a minute, why does that look weird? That's not the website. Okay. All right, first things first. Ronan Jai, I'm glad you are here.
Yeah, thanks for being here, guys.
We are starting with this topic. So, a voice actor named Morgan Lee, who we had kind of talked briefly about before, but not actually, like we just sort of hinted at this individual. So you asked me to share this, Ronan. They had said, is the 1000 Year Blood War dub also dropping today? And do we finally get to learn who is replacing the sex pest for my angry lucky boy? And then the fun thing about the replies to this are that I don't mention the character or actor by name, and yet they come like thirsty little animals desperate for a drink from the sweet teat of controversy. Stay mad, hoes. He's never gonna fuck you.
But he had an established voice actor before. It's like there's only one person it could have been that you're implying.
Well, not to mention that she made the Kyle McCarley thing about Vic, so she's kind of on people's radars. But I would like to point out for you, Ronan, 2 things. Number 1, you might not be familiar with this. This individual is what's known as a troll. And you getting upset about this is what they want. Ignore them.
Build another
Number
bridge.
2,
Get over it.
regarding Vic voicing Ikkaku in 1000 Year Blood War, Yellow Flash did a stream that brought Vic on that, as I've heard, is very cringe. But
oh no,
I would just like to state that, or I guess Random 11, you can.
Doesn't Vic and cringe go together?
You're muted. Oh, you're not muted now. Okay. Do you want to just you want to do the honor, since I'm literally just recalling what you told me?
Yeah. Basically, Vic was on the show. If anyone wants to watch it, it was very cringe. They didn't know how to actually talk to him. It was very apparent. Anyway, most of the show was complaining about the court case still, and the aftermath of him not being able to work. But after all of that, and after he was, they took some super chats questions. But then after he left, someone super chatted about the role for Bleach, Ikkaku, and Flash said that before the stream he knew that people had asked that question, so he asked it personally before the stream, and he was told by Vic that Viz has not contacted him about the role. So far,
so to put it succinctly, according to Vic, Viz has not asked him to reprise the role as of October 22nd, 2022. So chances are that he's been replaced. And again, he was replaced as Rohan in the Netflix OVAs released of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. So it's not like this was something that was unheard of.
Yeah, we're not shocked
It's not like we weren't
this
expecting it. I would just say again to everybody that my advice to you is to look forward to what Vic does next instead of getting hung up on what his legacy was. Right? I think Vic is going to continue to do great things. And so we should be looking forward to the new things he's going to do instead of like just basically don't expect the old stuff to continue to include him, right? Just love it for what it was when he was there, and look forward to the new things that he's in the process of doing. Now, thanks to JT Unlimited, I have some disgusting news to share with you. Ecchi Expo, which I will scroll down quickly on, special guests Jamie Marchi and Monica Rial, among many others. So apparently, I just find this funny. I just kind of take this as a confirmation that had they not been sued by Vic and claimed, the sexual harassment and all that shit, I don't think Funimation would have gotten rid of interspecies reviewers, right? Like the moment that the appeals come back and they're not in Vic's favor, they're like, all right, time to cash in on that con circuit, for the Ecchi Expo, exclusive 18+ convention. So there you go. That was something I could have gone my whole life without knowing, but fortunately our audience is there to keep me posted on what these hoe bags are up to. Anyway, let's jump into the major topic of the. Actually, let's do comments real quick. I'm gonna skip over. So yes, what was that? That was the greatest ad you've ever seen. I almost, a part of me. So in case it wasn't clear, I used AI to generate nearly that entire thing. From the voices to Tucker Carlson talking and everything. And it was a lot of fun, and it's surprisingly difficult to get them to sound like they're actually saying the words that you type in. Getting Android 13. Though. What's up? It was impressive.
That was impressive, though, yeah.
Getting Android 13 to say coins was probably the hardest thing I've done all year, right?
My trucker
it was the most difficult thing. So a part of me wanted to end it with "I'm Donald Trump and I approve this message," but I thought at that point I might actually get sued. So just to be clear, because I don't think I was super clear, I have uploaded that ad as a TikTok, an Instagram reel, and a YouTube short. But then also just as a regular YouTube video, so that the 16:9 version, which I think is the more appealing way to watch it, is going to be available for people. But I haven't made a thumbnail for it, so I haven't published it. So what I was saying is that one, the 16:9 one, as a standalone video, did not get copyright or monetization flagged. It didn't get limited to no ads. So I appealed. This is what's weird. I appealed on the short, the vertical format one on YouTube. I appealed, and then I was checking to see if it had, been cleared, and I saw that I was still able to appeal. I was like, oh shoot, I must have not followed through the whole process. I must have skipped a button to confirm I wanted to appeal, right? So I appealed it again, right, thinking that I hadn't done it properly the first time. And then I checked my email, the very next thing I did on my phone, and I saw an email from hours earlier that my appeal had been rejected. But it's strange because normally when they manually confirm that it's not advertiser friendly, they remove your ability to appeal. So I somehow appealed twice, once originally and then once after they had already said, no, you can't have it. So I hope I don't get in trouble for that, because that's going to suck. But we'll see. I mean, I thought it was fantastic. And unless, the stuff about China was somehow inferred to be negative in some way, I don't see why YouTube would think it shouldn't be monetized. I mean, the fact that TikTok didn't ban it, and TikTok is owned by China, is very telling YouTube's true motives. Anyway, so Luigi Mel 64 says, actually, we're gonna cover that. We will cover that. Yellow Flash streams have a lot of comments. No way the comments will be read. I mean, our streams don't have that many comments, and we don't even read them all. I don't know what this is. I fully agree, but I'm glad to know we're in agreement, buddy. It's probably about the Vic, where I said about going forward with Vic. Monica Real and Jamie Marchi are actual rape fucks. Oh, These are the words of Luigi the Metal 64, by the way, YouTube. That no anime fan nor Japanese fan will ever accept for shitting on Japan's most important medium. It is their most important medium. Yeah, I agree. If Monica and Jamie get close to me, I will scream to call the cops. Okay. They are only safe since nobody comes to see them. Oh, that sounds like a threat, but I don't think that's how you meant it. Anyway, let's get into this without further ado. So, there has been a major kerfuffle occurring, and we could have by now covered it over 3 separate podcasts, but that ain't how things went. Let's see.
I wonder why. I mean, I think it worked out for the best that we didn't cover it in 3 podcasts, but
honestly, I find it funny that my opinion of the whole situation did not change at all from the very beginning until how it's at now.
That's kind of why I wish we had have covered it earlier, just so like we could have been on the record.
Right. The fuck like, you, I was right. Yeah.
Yeah. This is the case. Everyone know, and then we were right.
Yeah. So I would just like to say real quick that there are an awful lot of links and tabs I just opened. But here's the thing. I had to do it this way because among everything else, Hellena Taylor is incompetent at Twitter and cannot make a thread properly. So it's not as bad as it looks. But let's jump in. So predating the controversy, this came out on October 4th. Now we're going to be looking in a minute at her videos and stuff. These are from October 15th. Okay. But on October 4th, this article is written, Platinum Games confirms Jennifer Hale is the new voice actress for Bayonetta in Bayonetta 3. I wrote it 15 minutes late. You should rewind because I literally covered everything you'd want to be here for. All right, let me pull up the Bayonetta.
How did this happen? He sent this 2 minutes before we went live.
I guess 2 minutes before we went live, he decided to get a workout done.
I mean, a quick starting session. Never mind.
All right, so okay, so on October 4th, this article is written about a Game Informer interview with director Yusuke Miyata, who explained that the change for Bayonetta's voice actor came about due to various overlapping circumstances that made it difficult for Hellena Taylor to reprise her role. We held new auditions to cast the new voice of Bayonetta and offered the role to Jennifer Hale, whom we felt was a good match for the character. I understand the concerns some fans have about the voice change at this point in the series, but Jennifer's performance was way beyond what we could have imagined. I'm confident that her portrayal of Bayonetta will exceed our fans' expectations. Now, there's also this bit, and I feel like it's important to bring this up before we get into the nitty-gritty on this. Game Informer did also ask about which Bayonetta we're playing as in the third entry, and if there's any connection to Cereza. However, Miyata could neither confirm nor deny whether this is a grown-up version of Cereza, adding that given the use of multiverse in this title, she could be Bayonetta from an alternate dimension who happens to look just like Cereza. Okay, so when I first read that, I was like, all right, that clear as mud, So I looked a little bit into this game so I could present to you an understanding here. So on the left, that's Bayonetta from the first game. In the middle, with the short hair, that's Bayonetta from Bayonetta 2. And on the right is Bayonetta from Bayonetta 3.
I have a question real quick.
Okay.
Are you sure you can show these?
We're already at questions. Cool.
Yes. Are you sure we can show these, considering she's technically naked in all of them?
Yeah,
Nothing
because
shown,
her hair
so,
is
yes.
amply covering anything. And
All right.
just as long as YouTube can't distinguish which hairs are the pubes, I think we're okay.
That's all I needed to know. Let's continue.
So for anybody who's completely lost, the one thing I did know about the game before this is that her clothing is her hair. Like her hair is super long and it forms around her, similar to in Read or Die, how the characters make their clothes out of paper, right? That they manipulate with their mind. And the more powerful her attack is, the more of the hair leaves her body and is used in the attack. So she's like more scantily clad.
It's her short-haired version where it all comes from the lower part of her body. That is the one that really gets to me. But I just needed to bring this
Stunning
up.
and brave. All right. Anyway, so in the first game, there was this character named Cereza, who they refer to as Cerezita in the game. Bayonetta and this guy named Luca. I don't even know if I could pull off explaining this. They pull her out of like a time portal because in the game they are currently having trouble with this little girl's grown-up form. So they pull her from the past and basically raise her as their kid for like a portion of her life in order to change her future. Okay? But here's the thing. That little girl is also young Bayonetta. Okay? Are you with me?
So she'd literally be the same anyway.
Time
travel.
travel.
The thing is that already, apparently, in the first game, there's two separate Bayonettas. The one that you play as and the one that you kind of are going against, and then you steal young her from the past in order to... It's incredibly overly complicated and convoluted. Now, this is Bayonetta in the third game. Okay? Do you see the resemblance in the hair?
Yes.
Yeah.
And the big old glasses. Okay. So, that's what they're talking about there on whether or not this Bayonetta is a grown-up form of Cereza or Cerezita. Okay? Now, on top of that, this is why this is important about changing the cast, right? Because as we're going to sort of talk about here, it's a little murky on what offers were given. And I mean, we're going to clear it all up, but it's like the way it was presented, it's a bit murky on what was being offered and you know, why Jennifer Hale replaced her and everything. It's like, because in the trailer for the third game, where you play as the character here on the left, you actually watch a different Bayonetta die. So it's like, it's extremely convoluted and complicated. So I'm going to try to break it down for you. So
give this wig a crew cut for us.
Let me start by sharing this with audio. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Well, no, let's do it with audio because I was going to just upload the videos, but then I can't. Well, no, I can. Let's just do it that way. Here's what we'll do. We'll do it as a video file so that I can scrub through it. And it is in my downloads folder. And it is titled that. Okay. We'll do this. All right. That's weird. Wait a minute. How do we do this? There we go. Okay. So this is the first tweet that she put out. And it said... Nope, not screen 3. There we go. I'll show you real quick. Okay. Friends, worldlings, Bayonetters.
Wow.
That is either deliberate fan name or...
I feel like for her, she thinks, oh, these are the nuts.
They're going nuts for
they're
Bayonetta.
Nuts for Bayonetta. It's like, yeah, that's what they are.
yeah, that's what they are. Not the people who fap to Bayonetta, which, no shame. I mean, I like Bayonetta as much as the next guy, but...
Or maybe she's trying to
hideous in the games. I'm surprised at how bad the modeling looks.
Maybe Bayonetta is taking a swing at the people complaining about her or whatever.
No, because they weren't complaining about her until after she made these videos.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Right.
So all right, so we're gonna watch the first video now.
Hello, my name's Hellena Taylor.
Can you guys hear that?
I am the voice of
Bayonetta.
Bayonetta.
I can hear it.
And I would like to explain to you why I didn't voice Bayonetta 3. Bayonetta franchise made an approximated $450 million. That's not including merchandise.
So first of all,
they don't make the money before the game.
Well, hold on. Let's just acknowledge real quick that is the very first thing she felt was important to.
That is
to
opening
start
argument.
Off. Like that is literally the crux of her entire argument coming up was, well, let me lay the groundwork here. Bayonetta made almost $500 million, right?
As an actor, I trained for a total of 7.5 years. 3 years at the London Academy of Music and Dramatic Art, LAMDA, with voice coach Barbara Barkery, and 4.5 years with the legendary Larry Moss in Los Angeles.
By the way, Larry Moss is the voice of Sherlock Hound, if you're interested.
And what did they think this was worth? What did they offer to pay me? The final offer.
The final offer.
To do the whole game. As a buyout, was
flat rate.
$4,000 US.
How
$4,000 US.
Okay.
For the whole game.
Yeah.
Those are her words.
Yeah, her words make it sound like, their final offer.
Yeah. This is an insult to me, she says.
The amount of time.
And the amount of time she invested.
To work on my talent and everything that I have given to this game and to the fans. I am asking the fans to boycott this game and instead
She is literally saying, again, she started with 450 million. And then I studied for like 10 years to be an actress, and they only offered me $4,000. And that was insulting to me. I'm asking you to boycott on my behalf because that was so insulting, right? Like, it's just the way that she lays this out is the worst possible way to do it.
It really doesn't matter how much you've trained for it and everything.
Yeah, especially in
sounds
voice
like she has an entitlement problem.
Of course.
spend the money.
What's today?
25th? The 25th.
No, what day of the week?
Tuesday.
Oh, a day that ends in Y. Okay, so I'm not surprised a voice actor is in the news with an entitlement problem.
You would have spent on this game donating it to charity.
So she asks you, instead of buying Bayonetta 3, to take the money you would have spent, donate it to charity.
Well, I'm not going to get a game out of that. No.
I didn't want the world. I didn't ask for too much.
She didn't ask for too much.
We'll get to that.
Decent, dignified living wage.
Okay.
Living wage.
Right. Right. Where have we heard all this before? So she said, I didn't ask for too much. I just wanted a dignified living wage. I was just asking for a decent, dignified living wage.
What they did was legal, but it was immoral.
Oh really? Yeah.
Offering you
money to do a job
is immoral. Okay. So that's and it's just going to get way worse from here. All right, but that's where we start. All right. Now the next tweet, she does part 2, part 3, and then you'd think that's it. No, but guess what? There is a part 4. It's just that she replied to part 2.
Oh, that's really weird.
Yeah.
What?
So great job. Let me upload. Oops, I stopped the wrong thing.
It's a recurring theme with her. She doesn't seem to know how to deal with threads.
Oh, apparently I can just add all of the videos in here right now. That's cool.
Rare.
I don't even have to.
Oh, okay.
I'm probably going to get lost if I do this though. Okay.
Those of you who follow me
Video
on
2.
Twitter know that I'm more of a lover than a fighter, and sometimes think I'm not very much like Bayonetta at all. But I guess I am a little bit more like Bayonetta than I thought. I understand that boycotting this game is a personal choice, and there are those that won't, and that's fine. But if you're someone who cares about people, who cares about...
All right, let me rewind that.
If you're someone who cares about
The gall of this woman.
But if you're someone who...
She says,
I understand that boycotting this game is a personal choice, and
I understand that boycotting this game is a personal choice, but if you're someone who cares, like
about people,
that is
guilting you into
that
it.
is some of the most bullshit.
But if you're someone who cares about people, who cares about the world around you, who cares about who gets hurt with these financial decisions, then
You're the one who turned down the money.
This game. I decided to do it to stand up in solidarity with people all over the world who do not get paid properly for their talents.
Have you guys noticed how many honesty blinks she's had?
Yeah.
No, she's doing this because she's standing in solidarity with the
You
other
missed-
people that
you
are
missed
equally
everything
not
she
getting
said.
paid.
She was explaining to you how much this means because it's in solidarity with other people who aren't properly paid for their talents, and you just don't care about people if you don't boycott the game. You missed that part, I guess. So Lance, I got to ask you real quick before we continue here. Is what I'm showing you the first thing you've heard about this, just out of curiosity?
For me, actually, yes, it is.
Oh, cool. That's good. I was just interested.
So we got a raw.
We're gonna be able to go through the videos and kind of get your feelings on this.
Okay.
That's cream off the top and leave us the rotten crumbs. Paid properly for their talents. Fat cats cream off the top and leave us the rotten crumbs. In England right now, there are nurses going to food banks to feed their children. This is not right. This is not acceptable. It impacts mental
Hold
health.
up.
What the fuck does the medical?
There are nurses that
What does
are
that have
underpaid.
to do with voice
Hold up.
acting?
This sounds so funny to me. There are nurses that are underpaid. So
you mean the
pay me
nurses that
instead.
got fired for not taking the vax?
Did you know that there are starving children in Africa? Why can't I get paid more?
But
there are starving children in Africa, don't you know?
She's talking about like, oh my god, the nurses, they're underpaid, going homeless or whatever. So pay me a voice actor instead for my service, because I'm like helping people survive.
Yeah. So where's the charity? Hold on. Where's the charity for underprivileged nurses that make $90K a year and still can't afford to pay to feed their children? Where's that charity that she wants me to donate to?
Because of it, I suffered from depression and anxiety. I worried that I was going to be on the streets.
God
It scared
damn.
me so much that once I was suicidal.
Jesus Christ, she does not need to try to get any more acting jobs.
Well, let's
Holy shit.
Oh shit, I turned off the screen share again.
Oh. Maybe she should try and be a nurse.
This is a good time to acknowledge that she has not done any acting since.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up after the video.
So
ended. That was one of the things.
She feared being on the streets and stuff. Now look, IMDb is the Internet Movie Database.
Yeah,
it
but
is
it's
not
moved on
theater.
to like games and stuff. But,
yeah. But I'm just saying it doesn't include theater work.
It doesn't include theater.
Now, pardon. I did Google if there was anything that did do theater work, and I found apparently it's not very organized, and there's like 5 or 6 different places that are trying to their best to kind of compile all the theater stuff. I looked up Hellena Taylor in all of them. I only found her in one, and there were only 2 roles in there from one play she did in Long
Man,
Beach.
those must have paid her like $17 billion each. Like,
yeah, we'll get to
that. So for me, that was one of the things that did stick out, because I did buy it for a little bit. I was like, well, that's unfortunate. She could be paid a little bit more money than $4,000 for the whole thing. But that was one of the things that I was like, wait a minute. Like I'm afraid to be living on the streets. They can take me for all I'm worth because I have nothing. And it's like, wait, what have you been doing for the past, like, how long has it been? 8-10 years? Like, what?
I'd like to point
living
out,
wage.
I'd like to point out that her Twitter, her profile says actor, director, writer, filmmaker, and barge owner. Now, I just have to assume that this is the barge she owns, the one that the evergreen barge that got lodged in that canal, and that's why she was afraid that she would end up on the street and was suicidal over it. Because honestly, I just don't understand what she's been up to. She says actor, director, writer, filmmaker, but you have done fuck
OnlyFans.
Yeah, like I don't understand.
No, I would also
get that.
I'd also like to point out real
my
quick.
mic might be too hot. I'm sorry.
I'd also like to point out real quick that she lists here equity, SAG-AFTRA, U.S. work visa, and EU papers. So real quick, just so it's clear. Now, there's the whole talk about equity. There's this whole talk about equity where, equity is equality of outcome versus equality, which is more about the equality of opportunity, right? Yeah. That's not what this is, okay? Mm-hmm. Equity is the short form of, I think it's American Actors Equity Association. It's the union for theater actors. So it's short. They shorten it to either Actors Equity or just Equity. So because it's paired with SAG-AFTRA, that's got to be what that is, right? That I'm part of this union and this union, right? So anyway, jumping back to her second video here.
Disclosure agreement.
So she says, pull this back.
I am not afraid of the non-disclosure agreement. I can't even afford to run a car. What are they going to do? Take my clothes?
This is the part that I was like,
mic drop.
Hang on a minute. Like, wait, Hellena, you're that poor? Like, what have you been doing for the past 10 years that Bayonetta has Bayonetta?
It's almost like you haven't been doing any work.
Yeah, like what on earth? Because that's the one thing, guys. I'll be real. Like, I'm the one person on the podcast who bought it, at least for a few minutes. I was like, 4,000. That does seem a bit low. That's unfortunate. She could have been paid a little bit more, but then she was like, I'm afraid to be out on the streets, and it's like, the fuck? But why though? Like,
okay, again, human psychology plays into the fact of if she was actually concerned about needing money, she would have taken this job.
Yeah,
we're gonna get into it.
You are so lucky that that we did not do the 3 podcasts. This could have covered her because we'd have reamed you so hard, Greenlight.
we're gonna get into it, but
we're gonna get into Greenlight. I don't know.
No, just a couple of things that I'm going to say here, but okay. I just want to point out a couple of things. One, she's in a union. The game was union work, so there's a minimum. Like, she's complaining about a living wage. There's a minimum. It's not like they've not negotiated some minimum rate. That
let's be clear here, though. That isn't public-facing knowledge at this point that the game is union, because there is a big push from Nintendo specifically to not use union talent for the voice acting. So
okay, fair enough.
That's actually something that was in a murky area at that time where it was believable that she was only offered this amount and everything because. There's a bunch of articles that were going around about how Nintendo is shirking union actors for cheaper work, right?
Okay, but also SAG-AFTRA workers generally only work on SAG-AFTRA contracts. So but you can make the inference that it was
for reprising a role. It could go either way. So the point is that at this point in the story, depending on where your heart is telling you if she's being honest or not, you're going to lean towards, well, maybe it wasn't a union contract, or, well, it should have been union. I don't know why she, you know what I mean? It's like, it's depending on how it goes. So let's hear this. What she has to say here. Close out this video.
Good luck to them. Bayonetta always stands up for those with less power and stands up for what is right, and in doing this, you stand with her.
yikes.
I love
It's
that
like-
even more. It's like, okay, so like let's say Mario's like, this is not right.
Okay,
Stand
are you
with Mario?
Are you familiar with do you know what NLP is?
No.
No.
So there's this thing called neural linguistic programming. It is like people who are exceptionally good at it will go on YouTube and they'll do things. They will literally convince a woman to get naked on the street just by talking to them, right? And it has something to do. It's almost like a hypnosis where the speech pattern that you're using will influence people to a degree where they are basically like clay in your hand. And some of the guys who are like supremely good at it, they've studied them and found that they're simultaneously doing like 4 vocal patterns at the same time that are hitting these like triggers in our brains that cause us to, it's basically a superpower like freaking Code Geass with the tell somebody to do something they have to do it sort of thing.
It's manipulation.
Right? Yeah, it's
a manipulation tactic.
And it's something that all politicians are trained in, right? Especially, have you ever heard the saying from Maya Angelou that people won't remember what you said or what you did, but they will remember how you made them feel?
Yeah.
Right. So politicians are trained in neuro linguistic programming in order to speak for long periods of time about absolutely nothing, but convey a feeling and get you to want to vote for them. And I feel like she has been like, she talked about, I trained at Lambda and with Larry Moss and Barbara, whoever her name is. And I did all this training. I feel like since 2014, she's been trying to learn neuro-linguistic programming. And this is her like, all right, here comes, get ready to get hypnotized, internet, right? And the way that she phrases all these things seems so deliberate, and yet her execution is so poor. So anyway,
well, there's also a you guys would be more victim to this than some people, but there's also a way that a person can hold their body while they say stuff like this that would also eject. And I'm guessing that the look on her face is not one very genuine, considering that it doesn't make any damn sense that she's acting so poor, and yet, hey, see, let's just say you were, about to be on the street and you needed money, and someone offered you $4,000 fucking dollars.
Yeah,
to do maybe a couple of weeks work. Would you turn it down?
Yeah, no, I would not.
Okay,
right. I mean, so there are situations where it would make sense to turn something like that down. In a situation, but for example, in a situation where let's say that I was offered $4,000 for a month's worth of work, but in that month, my expenses are going to exceed $4,000. So signing on to that job will actually make me worse off, right?
Fair.
That's a situation where that could occur.
That is a very good situation. But
and we're going to talk about how long her work would have been. And all that's something that's come out.
All right.
So I want to hear this last part, what she said again real quick to refresh my memory.
Bayonetta always stands up for those with less power and stands up for what is right. And in doing this, you stand with her.
So, yeah. So this fictional character that the Bayonetters beat off to, you stand with her by boycotting the game.
Right, I know that's what I'm saying. It's like I hate this weird manipulation tactic of it's like, oh, well, SpongeBob is repping the pride flag now or whatever, so he's an ally, right? Like it's so dumb. Don't weaponize our characters. Like didn't Mob Psycho do something like that? Like
Dude,
Carly is.
Oh, this next one is like it goes off the rails here.
Okay, I'm braced.
For those of you who are interested, I'd like to go into a little more detail about the back and forth. The first thing was I was required to audition again, because sometimes voices change with...
Hold on, I want to double check that I got the right one. Yeah, it's the right one. Okay.
Time. So I auditioned.
So sometimes voices change over time, right, is what she said. So she was asked to audition again.
For the role, and
she auditioned again.
Passed with flying colours.
Passive flying colors.
They then sent me an insulting offer. So I thought, you know what?
Okay, so I want to touch right now. Lance, did you hear what she said? She auditioned for the role again.
Okay.
She passed with flying colors. They then sent me an insulting offer. Based on what you've heard so far, what would you conclude the offer they sent her was?
Based on what I've heard, it would be the 4,000 would be the
Logically
conclusion.
speaking,
That
could be the only thing we are meant to infer from what she has said.
The only thing they've given us.
Right? Now let's continue and hear what she has to say.
I'm going to write to Hideki Kamiya. I'm going to write to
Do
him
it.
and ask him for what I'm worth. So I got a friend.
Well, zero now.
Has been in business in Japan to write in Japanese to him. I know he read it because I got a reply. I got a reply saying that he values greatly my contribution to the game and that the fans really want me to voice it over, and the memory of first meeting me as Bayonetta is a memory I hold dear. So I thought, great, thank God. That was when they offered me $4,000 US. Do you know, Platinum had the cheek to say that I was busy, that they couldn't make it work with Miss Taylor's schedule.
Actually, that is not what they said. I would like to remind you. No, not that. Fuck, I already closed it. What they said in the interview with Game Informer that is quoted here. Various overlapping circumstances made it difficult for Hellena Taylor to reprise her role. That mentions absolutely nothing about a schedule. That is the nice way of saying, yeah, she is being a bitch. So
I wonder, like, I don't know. Obviously, in Japan, the culture would be different, but like, how would they see her going around the process and like directly contacting Hideki Kamiya? Yeah.
They probably wouldn't.
To try and get a raise.
I appreciate it.
Like, it's such a, like, I can't deal with this myself, so I'm going to go above your head.
As things unfold, we find out what her message actually said to him and why they basically said, see ya, right? So we'll get to that in a minute.
Something disgusting to point out that this keeps happening. The voices of these characters, they are not the characters. These are fictional creatures, fictional things of your imagination. The fact that she would go so far to fuck with anyone who would have enough of a mental disability to think that standing with this bullshit of any capacity, whether or not it's good or bad, is standing with a fictional goddamn character.
I'm glad that you've said all of those things because I can't wait to hear what you think of what she says next.
I'm all ears, my friend. I didn't hear that.
They couldn't make it work with Miss Taylor's schedule. Well, I had nothing but time.
Yeah, you haven't worked since 2014.
They now have a new girl voicing her over. And I love
a new hoe on the street.
So listen to this, Lance.
Love actors, I wish her all the joy in the world. I wish her all the jobs, but she has no right to say she is the voice of Bayonetta. I created that voice.
Whoa!
How do you feel, Lance?
Okay, first of all, if we're going to go to who's the original Japanese voice of Bayonetta? First,
yeah, well, she's
she doesn't exist. She doesn't exist in her world.
And this to me, I don't know why I'm getting minor Sean Schimmel flashbacks.
Somebody's actually behind the camera. I'm noticing now that I see it's not actually on a tripod.
Hold up. So the funnier part is that she's talking about like she has no right to claim blah, blah, or I wish her all the best and all that. It's like, well, you know what? Your replacement is actually working on other voices. If anything, she kind of deserves it more because
I like
in the loop.
Yeah, I like the whole I wish her all the well, but fuck her. And
so real quick,
exactly like hold on, just real quick. it's exactly like the first video where she's like, you can do what you want, but if you don't boycott this, you're bad. Like, it's the exact same, you know, like, oh yeah, I'm good. I'm a team player, but fuck everyone else. Like, oh man,
So
it's just,
I've rewound it. I want you, especially Lance and the audience, I want you guys to hear in its entirety what she says about Jennifer Hale reprising the role.
thought, great, thank God. That was when they offered me $4,000 US. Do you know, Platinum had the cheek to say that I was busy, that they couldn't make it work with Miss Taylor's schedule. Well, I had nothing but time.
Because you're unemployed.
They now have a new girl voicing her over. And I love actors. I wish her all the joy in the world. I wish her all the jobs, but she has no right to say she is the voice of Bayonetta. I created that voice. She has no right to sign merchandise as Bayonetta.
Whoa.
Any
Wow.
So
okay, she
devil's
effectively-
advocate. Go ahead. I'll let you
Okay.
first.
Effectively, what she's doing here is trying to make a connection between her and the character. I would like to point out that Tiffany Vollmer was Bulma long before Monica Rial.
Yeah.
And if this is the bullshit that she wants to go with, now I'm
I
going
guess
to.
Monica can't sign things for Bulma.
I want to be
So-
very clear. I don't know how this all plays out because I'm actually being introduced to this for the first time. It's kind of crazy, but I don't know what the song will turn out to. But by what she's doing here, this is fucking stupid because she apparently wants you to believe that she is this character and that she's
Okay.
the only person who deserves this.
So devil's advocate.
Go.
What she said was, I created that voice. Okay. Now,
So she
she's-
wanted her to
hold
try
on, hold on.
different style voice.
No, just to be clear. Devil's advocate here. The character of Bayonetta does not have Hellena Taylor's normal speaking voice. She created a personality for Bayonetta, is what she's saying. And so Jennifer
definitely.
Hale
Mm-hmm.
is not giving a new voice to Bayonetta.
But
She is
using the old one.
mimicking the old voice. Okay, so that's the argument that she's making. She's saying, I created that voice. Like the way I described it to you guys before we started the stream was it's kind of like, think about Chuck Huber and the voice that he did for Emperor Pilaf in Dragon Ball.
Uh-huh.
That character doesn't sound like an English spoken version of the Japanese character's voice. Like Chuck Huber just got in the booth and came up with something, right? This happens all the time in Western
Musicians and performers do that all the time.
Yeah. So you create the character, you come up with the voice either on the spot or you practice it or whatever. So the point is that it's not like when Monica Rial literally just does her voice for half of her roles, or Chris
She does her
Sabat
own piccoloing.
Yeah, when Chris Sabat invents the piccolo voice and then uses it for 99.99% of everything he's ever done, right? It's not like that. This is different from that perspective of she is saying, I created that voice, therefore the person who's the imposter, that'd be like, for example, if like for instance, recently the band Journey wanted to keep touring and doing concerts, but the main lead singer Steve Perry didn't want to continue doing that. So they found a guy on YouTube, like I think he's like Guatemalan, or I don't remember where he's from, Ecuador or something like that, who creepily sounds exactly like Steve Perry, right? So imagine that Steve Perry would say, that's great, I don't care, you can sing the songs and stuff, but you can't sign the CDs where it's me singing, right? If somebody brought a CD to the concert and
I
got
see where
all
you're
the
coming
original
from.
band members to sign it, that's kind of what she's saying here. Now, that's not really how this works, you know, and it is extremely petty and stupid in this particular case because people aren't usually like they're
What
not
about all the studio? Okay, let me ask you this much. You know what a studio musician is, right?
Most of the time, people are going to be bringing in a poster or something like that to have Jennifer Hale sign of
Generally not a
Bayonetta.
Blu-ray or something.
It would be weird, and Jennifer Hale would probably tell them if they brought, hey, would you sign my collection of Bayonetta? And it's Bayonetta 1, 2, and 3. She said, well, I'll sign this one because I actually voiced her in this one. I didn't voice her in these ones, you know? So, but to be clear, that's not how it came across the way she said it.
That's
right?
definitely not how it sounds.
It very much came across as, it's mine? You can't have it? Oh my God, I'll kill you, bitch. You know, like.
Think about this way, though. Jennifer Hale, that's the replacement, right?
Yeah.
Jennifer Hale, like, what situation, like, she's in a weird situation. She could either not do her voice, but then everyone's going to notice and be like, that sounds awful. Or she could just try and mimic it to try and stay consistent for the fans' sake. Which I think is the better
I was
option.
trying to make the point of, again, I understand where you're coming from, but in making a voice or in any kind of audio recording, it's never just the actor, it's never just the performer. There's also the sound engineer. There's also the people that set up everything. There is, you know, when it comes to music, a lot of times there's just unnamed musicians who play. Are we supposed to get so petty down to the point of, you get this job, you're performing, but because, you know, I did it before you, let's say you ran a company, you're all of a sudden not allowed to continue forward. I'm playing every side of this in my head the way I can look at it. And when it comes down to it, all the cards don't lay on the table.
I think your example got more confusing as it went.
Yep.
Okay.
So, sorry, I'm just noticing the TikTok has 0 views.
Oh yeah.
It'll never get
the
copyrighted.
Instagram reel has 17 now, so there's that. Anyway, so
which one's connected to your OnlyFans?
All of them.
Oh God.
So anyway, I lost my train of thought. Let's play this last bit because she goes on to say slightly more about it.
Right.
But I think every one of us, we received what she said the way that the whole world did, which is, you know, you can't have her. She's mine. I created her, you know, kind of thing. So
she's my waifu.
Let's hear this again.
Joy in the world. I wish her all the jobs, but she has no right to say she is the voice of Bayonetta. I created that voice. She has no right to sign merchandise as Bayonetta.
Now I think
even for 3, which she's not even in.
Does not. She's
so
playing.
Hold on, let's hear. Sorry, I shouldn't have paused it here. Let's hear the rest of it here.
Yeah,
just
go
to
for
get
it.
this video done.
Any more than I have the right to sign as Eva Green, even though I was her parrot on the video game The Golden Compass. That portrayal is hers and hers alone.
What?
So she says, like, Jennifer Hale doesn't have the right to sign as Bayonetta. I created that character. She doesn't have the right any more than I do for Eva Green, which is either the name of the voice actor or the character that she parroted the original voice of when they replaced the voice actor for the video game The Golden Compass, right?
Okay.
And then she says that is her portrayal.
Oh, I thought she said betrayal.
Right.
Oh.
Some people heard this as that is her betrayal. She owns that or whatever, referring to Jennifer Hale. So let's hear that again real quick.
That portrayal is hers and hers alone.
Yeah, that portrayal.
Yeah.
She's referring to Eva Green or whoever.
She pronounces it really horribly.
Well, she is British.
It's okay, she is British. That's just gonna say that's it.
They'll probably try and do a spin-off with Jan.
They'll probably try and do a spin-off with Jan. Smug face.
Don't buy that either.
Don't buy that either. End of video. So
is she gonna say don't buy Golden Compass because I replaced other chick? Like
well, in this situation,
wasn't the voice of Joker in Smash like one of the announcer guys for the game? Did he do this as well? And because they didn't get the original,
people get replaced all the time.
No shit.
All the time.
I thought they got Xander Mobus or whatever his name for Did they not get him?
I heard. I'm not 100%
Okay,
sure, but I heard.
so real
okay.
quick for everybody who's listening, they're talking about Joker from Persona. I just realized.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah,
Joker.
took
Mark
me a
Hamill,
minute. I
Joker
was like,
from-
Mark Hamill? What?
I was like, whoa, they couldn't get Mark
Persona.
Hamill
Yeah,
for
it took me a few
Smash Bros.
seconds. I was
Yeah,
like, oh, okay, yeah.
Joker
Anyway,
from
so-
Smash. I thought that was descriptive
Yeah,
enough.
referring to the Persona character. All of a sudden, I was
Yes.
thinking, damn, DC's leaking into Smash Bros.
Yeah,
Anyway,
what? Yeah,
so
yeah, if only they were adding more characters.
all right, so let me bring up the last video here. Again, this is the one that she couldn't get into the correct order on the thread, so it's kind of hidden. Also, I just want to real quickly show you video 1, video 2, video 3, video 4. It actually didn't look so bad, but when you actually see them cut together, her whole, like, her hair just completely changes each time because she's like, I don't know, cried off screen or like watch the footage and go, yeah, that's a good manipulation. Yes, let's upload that right now. I have more to say. Okay. Yeah, like it looks really funny if you watch the whole stream of consciousness she's doing all cut together. Anyway.
Kamiya, the presidents of Nintendo, and all other fat cats around the world.
Fat cats.
I would like to quote to you from the greatest moral teacher who ever lived, Jesus Christ, from his parable of Lazarus and the rich man.
Yeah, I didn't hear any of this bullshit.
Hold on. Oh, it's down here. Okay.
I'm listening with bated breath.
Yeah. I was looking. Random 11 made that as the perfect reaction gif to when somebody does this.
Lazarus was a poor beggar with sores all over his body, and he lived outside the house of a rich man who
Listen very carefully. Lived outside of a rich man.
banqueted and feasted every day and wore purple.
Oh, damn. Poor choice in wardrobe for this.
Wait, what?
She's wearing purple.
Oh shit! All right. So the rich man is wearing purple. So is she his bitch?
Lazarus even hoped for even a scrap off the rich man's table, which he never gave.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Only the dogs pitied him and licked his sores. Lazarus died, and the angels took him straight up to heaven, to the bosom of Abraham. Meanwhile...
Wrong. Lazarus did not go to heaven. Stupid bitch.
Oh!
This is Jesus's parable, and Jesus has not died on the cross for Lazarus' sins yet. Therefore, he is not welcome in heaven. Only Elijah was brought straight to heaven. And maybe
I think we need to get Bibled again.
Yeah, get Bible.
Holy shit, AC.
That's a what do you call it? Uno reverse card on you there.
I took 11 years of Bible, and I'm amazed you know that.
Yeah, and I'm definitely not petty enough to have looked that up and double checked.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I knew.
I'm sitting here. It only takes you like a second thought. It only takes you a second thought. You're like, wait a minute, like.
I knew specifically Lazarus didn't go to heaven because she specifically mentions this is the parable of Jesus. And if it's the parable of Jesus, then he is telling people this parable before he died on the cross. And therefore, nobody went to heaven. However, the Bible does say that Elijah was taken up on a flaming chariot to heaven. He's the one to do so. Hello, tiny child. Can you get out of here, please?
I need a stain.
No. Okay. You know where there aren't any spiders? Upstairs in your room.
Hey viewers, how are you doing?
So let me quote you this dear Bible quote to my dear child.
In the beginning,
no.
There are 66 books.
Pardon me for a minute.
And AC is getting schooled.
Oh, damn.
How's everyone doing?
Fine.
I'm peachy.
I did not hear any of this last bullshit because all I heard from the YouTube videos I watched were the couple clips.
Luigi the Metal 64, did you see our Patreon promotional video? There might be some Veronica Taylor in it.
And I think a lot of people missed this video because
there were some nuts
it
on
was
too.
it
All
was
right.
the reply to the second video as opposed
Yeah.
to the fourth
You
video
guys
in the
are all
chain.
talking about the Bible. I like this one. I like this one.
What does it say in the middle?
Japanizing being.
Oh my god!
That time I got reincarnated times.
Holy!
I'm just.
Wow.
I
just
posted that in
really-
the memes channel a couple days ago.
Oh, that's good.
I
Okay.
just really
Anyway,
took
That was
the
good.
time.
anyway. So yeah, I just
Can
to,
we please hear the end of this? Because
yeah, coming back to it,
before
I'll
we
just
rail
say to finish off my statement there. Of course, I knew about Lazarus. I had to double check which was the person who got the flaming chariot ride up. It was Elijah, which I should know because I named my son after him. Anyway,
Man went to hell and suffered torment, and in his
So the rich man went to
cried
hell.
out to Abraham, Abraham,
this is
please
Kamiya
save
in
me.
her story.
Take me up to heaven. To which Abraham said, you had your joy in life. Now this is set for eternity. So he said, please tell my brothers who are living like I was. Send them a messenger so they can repent. To
I
which
am that
Abraham
messenger,
said,
she says.
we sent you Moses and the prophets. Oh, but if you send Lazarus, if a man comes back from the dead, they will listen to him. To which Abraham replied, if you did not listen to Moses and the prophets, it's unlikely that you'll listen to a man who is risen from the dead. I would like to thank you, the fans who have followed me on Twitter, commented kindly and liked my work. Bless you. I wish you all the joy and luck in the world.
But if you buy this game,
Sweet Hone Girl 95 says this whole video response is the most work Taylor has ever made use of her degree.
Ouch. Yeah.
I want to say one thing. Is it? I hope I'm not the only one who sees the irony of quoting the Bible and crying about it, and in the same breath crying about not being able to voice a witch.
Right. Yeah. And fucking the triple
Who
goddess,
fights
like,
angels on a daily basis. Like,
yeah, it's fine.
I think I was expecting that to go something like, this rich guy in the Bible or whatever, he was an ass and all, but you know what he didn't do? He gave them a good he gave them a good offer of more than $4,000 for his
He
voice
never
work.
signed as Lazarus.
she could have been all to the effect of, the Bible says, do unto others as you'd have them do unto you. Now give me my job back.
So Stan says, well, first of all, yeah, Mirage Leonardo 84 says, I'm still buying the game regardless. And
Well, I
Stan
want to
says,
buy it to support Jennifer Hale, if anything.
honestly, yeah, it's like as I'm listening to her talk, I'm just like, I'm gonna buy it even harder now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna buy the collector's edition.
I'll buy 3 of them instead.
Honestly, I'll be real though. I watched the trailer and I'm like, I cannot believe anybody wants to play this game. It is like 1 part, so I'm a spider, so what? And 99 parts, a bunch of
Right.
drag queens. Like,
yeah.
okay. So yeah, and then
I've never been the biggest fan of the Bayonetta series. Anyway, so the fact this flew under my radar is not surprising.
so Stan said, "Isn't Jennifer Hale part of the union?" Bum, bum, bum. We'll get to that in 1 second. Let's actually let's talk about this $450 million.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I remove these videos from the?
Reese pointed
Well,
this out.
I was gonna
at the very beginning.
in case we wanted to like scrub through and play a portion again, but yeah, we could probably just remove them.
Reese pointed this out at the very beginning. You can't take a job. Okay, let's say you built a hospital. Your construction built a hospital. You can't 5 years down the lane go, well, that hospital is making hundreds of millions of dollars. I deserve part of it because I built the goddamn thing. I'm just like, you can't backtrack like that. You do your job, and that's where it stands.
Yeah. Just like voice actors complain, oh, we only made like $200 an hour or whatever for Jujutsu Kaisen, and it made how
Mhm.
many millions of dollars in the box office? No, you don't get that.
Also,
You
how
got
does
paid,
living?
you got paid for recording your voice. What it makes is not part of your contract.
You
Well,
got
yeah,
paid for
everyone
doing your
looks
damn
back in
job.
retrospect and it's like, well, they totally knew that Avatar is going to make more than $1 billion, so I should have gotten a big cut of that.
Holy
But,
shit! If they knew what Pokemon was going to do, they'd have acted differently back then.
So the thing, my
Okay.
impression of this was when they were talking about how someone replaced her. I'm like, so I guess 4,000 was enough for Jennifer Hale. Like, good for her.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Hellena Taylor has done almost nothing, right? She's done like maybe 4 games, right? Nothing crazy. Jennifer Hale's like the big wig in the industry. So people were looking at this and thinking, like, wait a minute. They offered you $4,000 and then Jennifer Hale took the role. I smell some bullshit, right? So let me showcase some things here. So this is videogamecharts.com. This showcases the total shipped inventory for a game series. So it seems like this is what she did. She searched for Bayonetta and she saw, okay, yeah, 3.09 million, 1.77 million, 1.732 million. Oh, yeah. And then there was the Nintendo Switch one that came out. That was 1.04 million. So here's what she did, though. Do you see how this says console? And this says PS3, Nintendo Switch, 360, PC. And this one says SER. That stands for series. And this says all. That's the total sales for Bayonetta 1 on all consoles. So this one, plus this one, plus this one, plus this one, right? And this one is the Bayonetta series as a whole total sales. So if you take Bayonetta 1 and Bayonetta 2 and you add these together, you get this number. Okay? So what she seems to have done is taken the total, then doubled it by adding these together, and then tripled it by adding these together to get a number 3 times higher than it actually sold. And then she seems to have multiplied that by $60 per game, which comes up to roughly $475 million. Okay? And the thing is that these games go on sale on Steam for $4.99. So they're definitely not selling $60 per game. Her number is a complete fabrication. This is exactly what happened with Amanda Wynn Lee when we covered the Gunsmith Cats Kickstarter controversy, where she looked at the Kickstarter after Animego reached out to her, and she's like, oh, look how much money they made past their goal. This is disgusting.
Holy crap.
Nobody should be able to make this much money and not give any to me.
So why didn't Ellen DeGeneres did this? Because apparently
I think you could have done the commentary there.
Apparently Jennifer Hale, I'm looking at her behind the voice actors page. She voices Dory in the fucking video game. I'm just looking through some of these like, wow, I didn't know she voiced these people. Creatures, things, whatever.
So we're going through the
wow, this is a long list. Holy shit.
Going through the chats real quick.
It makes absolutely it's funny that okay, how much do video game voice actresses usually make for a standard title?
So here's the thing. Video games are unionized, but they don't get residuals. And that is a major thing. So let's close this. Let's run through this real quick. So like 2 hours after she posted those videos, Hideki Kamiya said, sad and deplorable about the attitude of untruth. That's what all I can tell now. Good job. By the way, beware of my rules. So, care to set the record straight? Oh, wait. Hold on. No, I picked the one guy who didn't go, of course you blocked me, you pussy. So, Did you get blocked yet? Right. Anyway, so of course, I have not pulled up the good one to explain it, but basically everybody's getting blocked, and they're like, "Oh, that just makes you look worse." Beware of my rules. We cover this in podcast 46, by the way. This is his pinned tweet. Rules: check my log/profile before you tweet. No repeated questions. No advice. No tagging me in your conversation. No request or asking about games which are not mine/our IP. No Bayonetta 2. No MGR, whatever that is. Metal Gear Rising. Did they do that? No shit posts. My block button is bigger than ever. And this is his pinned tweet is a quote tweet of that. It says, really fed up with insects, which never read my post/header pick and just keep posting. That's why I'm telling you not to post me in languages other than Japanese. If you break the rules, that means you are a brainless insect and will be blocked immediately. Be careful. So if all of these people are like, oh, look at the disgusting. Hellena Taylor was right. Look, he blocked me. Oh, you got blocked too. Look at how guilty this guy is. It's like literally all of these people are tweeting at him in English, right? So anyway, this is an established thing. By the way. This is from July 2nd, 2019. And the rules are from March 9th, 2018. Go ahead.
I just want to point out that he is a bit of a dick because it's not like these rules show up anywhere unless you actually go to his page. So often people will be sharing a tweet and you'll comment on it.
Well, honestly, you probably with his kind of name. I mean, obviously not speaking. You'd have to go to make sure he's the right one.
Let Random 11 finish though, because he's going somewhere with this.
But I know what he's saying. But I'm saying like if you get a tweet at him, you have to know his handle and know it's the right one to use.
But Reese, can you just let me finish?
Yeah, just let him finish.
So what happens is people will be sharing his tweets, and then, which happened to me, someone quote tweeted his tweet, and then I replied to that tweet, not to him directly, but because of the way Twitter works, it still ats him or still pings him. So I got blocked. Even though I didn't message him directly, I didn't do shit about him. I didn't even realize I ever commented on anything he'd ever done. I just realized, I'm blocked.
Literally, what happened to you is what happened to me regarding Michael Toole blocking me.
Probably.
That you replied to a quote tweet. No, you replied to something that was no, it's a little different because what I think I did is I replied to a post that he retweeted, but I was actually replying to that post. But because of the way that I accessed it was that it was in my feed because he retweeted it, he got notified or whatever. And decided
then that's different.
It's a little different.
And actually, now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure I was replying to a reply of that tweet. I don't even think I was
just to show you. So this person here, no shut up though, replied to Hideki Kamiya. So when you reply. Oh, I can't do it because he's fucking. God damn it! Let me showcase on something else. If you, God damn it, that's not a reply. I need something else. Oh, cool. Let's reply to this one. So if I reply here, it says replying to. Oh, it's not. It doesn't have the. How did that happen to you then?
I think they might have.
So if you click on this, they probably mentioned him in the thing that they quote tweeted. Like if they quote tweeted this and then at him in the thing, like look at what Hideki Kamiya is doing, right? So if you click on this, you can uncheck who gets. Well, I guess I have to notify him because it's the direct one. But if there's more people in the thread, you can uncheck the other people. Yeah. Just a heads up there. Anyway,
so there, I had zero idea that he was even getting notified. I didn't know about his rule, but I wasn't anywhere close to his page to know about his rule, and I got blocked. So, he's a little bit of an idiot when it comes to having his dumb rule. But
so the way I see it, Hideki Kamiya manages his own Twitter. Most people in a position like him with 162.2K followers are going to have somebody else handling their notifications, so that we don't have a million notifications every single day coming in, kind of thing, right? So because he's actually managing it himself, he set up a bunch of rules to try to not overwhelm his inbox by just saying, look, if you're wasting my time, I'm getting rid of you because I've got games to make, right? Now, look, again, he is a dick about it, but it's kind of partly his charm, I think, in some ways. So, so
very bad mindset to
you're
have on
gonna
a
have
platform like
you're
that.
gonna have you know, he's a controversial figure, so you're gonna have an opinion about him, whether you think that like it's an endearing quality that he's kind of a dick, or if it's like a negative quality that he's kind of a dick, right? So
Or that it's an addictive quality.
Regardless, moving on from here, Stephen J. Bloom had this to say,
really?
Because again, Stephen J. Bloom works at Bang Zoom, right, with Mary Elizabeth McGlynn, his wife.
Maybe.
Has he done anything recently?
Well,
he basically only does Aniplex stuff.
The point is that he works in LA, right? He does union acting, right? So he's a huge proponent for unions. He's one of those types, right? So he says regarding this issue, well, good morning. The trolls have come out with all kinds of unfounded accusations regarding Bayonetta. So let's set some things straight. I literally just found out yesterday that Jennifer Hale will be voicing the role moving forward. I have always said that the roles are not ours, but I have never said you can't take over a legacy role. So first of all, I just want to acknowledge here, who is Stephen J. Bloom that what he says is like, this is the law of voice acting, you know, like I never said this.
It's
I have
that
always
modern-
said, you know.
It's that modern day bullshit of the projection. He's trying to project this into
So he's
being
basically
a
saying,
fact.
I'm not a hypocrite because, right? But he says, I have
He
always
goes
said,
to just quickly. He goes to conventions and often does like speeches about like someone will ask him like, oh, you know, I want to do that, or like, or what role would you like to do? And, oh, well, I can't do that role because I'm not like, you know, he talks about that kind of stuff at conventions sometimes. So I think that might be where he's coming from. And he also, I think he runs like a voice acting class of some kind. Yeah.
So he said, I have always said that the roles are not ours, but I have never said you can't take over a legacy role. I've done plenty. What I've also said is that if there is an audition for a role that someone else is currently voicing, do your due diligence. Ask why. Contact the person if you know them and talk to them if you can. Make sure that there is a good reason other than just corporate greed for the role being recast.
I want to make a comment on that.
So again, what he is saying, right, is that
No.
we're in a big union together, and we need to look out for each other. So when Hellena Taylor wants to get like 10 times what they offered to pay her, we need to support her and use our union pressure to make sure that she gets $1 million per hour on working on this, because they made $500 million by tripling the number of sales.
Something that sounds like he's trying to do is to tell you that if you're going to try out for this role that this other person has, check with them to make sure that they're
Get their
cool
consent.
with you. Yeah, yes, they're cool with you for trying to get this job that at the moment they do not have. So effectively, it's a circle of control, and that is bullshit.
Once again, this is how unions are. Unions are complete bullshit. It's a fucking cult, and it's always like this because it's the collective bargaining. They have no power. This is, if you take that role, well, you're just a filthy scab while we're out here striking for a living wage, you know, is effectively what it is. So
I don't think they know what a living wage is.
Other than just corporate greed for the role being recast. And I'll be honest with you, that living wage in LA keeps getting more expensive, doesn't it? You know, what I know for a fact is that Jennifer Hale is the most honorable among us. I don't know anything about this game or the internal circumstances, but I do know that Jennifer does more due diligence than any other actor I've ever known and has always had the backs of everyone in our industry and in her life. There is obviously a lot that happened behind the scenes that nobody can talk about. We all sign NDAs, non-disclosure agreements, to ensure the privacy of all concerned. I'm speaking out because Jennifer's privacy has been violated by people who've decided they have it all figured out. They don't. Back off of her. She's a great person, and she can sign whatever the fuck she wants. Oh, wait, that's not what he said. She's also a great actress, and she's earned this. I stand with her and always will.
So is he mad at what's her face, or is he mad at everyone that she's encouraging to, you know, boycott the game that Jennifer Hale is apparently the VA in?
Sorry, say that again. I was reading comment.
Okay, I was trying to make a point with a mildly sarcastic question. Is he mad at I've already glitched on her name here. Mad at the previous
Jennifer Hale?
Laura Taylor. Hellena Taylor, thank you.
Yeah.
The previous VA of Bayonetta, or is he mad at the fans that she is encouraging to boycott the game because, you know, Jennifer Hale is now the...
As expected, Sims who believe her went crazy and fucked shit up like a bull in a china shop around her.
Yeah, I think he's just mad at the people that are harassing.
I think basically he probably knows Jennifer Hale and has her in his contacts, like as a person he talks to on a weekly basis, and learned about this and heard, oh, I can't believe how you're being treated and everything, and felt the need to say something, and just came off as a kind of a pretentious prick about it. So real quick, Suki Dust said, Hellena really did lie about how worth of a check rate she'd be getting for voicing Bayonetta. My anger can be even more justified for what she has done to her fans. And for her dissing on Hale for replacing her is a bitchy move, not gonna lie. Totally agree. I thought Kamiya was that bad enough, but then Hellena had to lie, so that makes two of them rotten apples. Yeah, I mean, she by comparison, he sure seems like an angel. He should have just replied to her get Bibled message with "Thou shalt not lie." All right, so bounding into comics, I think I highlighted, so we didn't.
Thou shalt not cum.
Did I? Okay, good. So bounding into comics had this to say. I got to read the title for that transition to make sense. Former Bayonetta voice actress Hellena Taylor calls for Bayonetta 3 boycott following Platinum Games' allegedly insulting pay offer. So I feel like I'm missing a highlight because this website is garbage for heights. So this is basically after everything that we just watched with her videos and the get Bibled with her Lazarus speech. After she posted those messages, since then, nigh all discussion about Bayonetta 3 and Platinum Games has been about Taylor's claims, the threat of the boycott, and her voice actor pay in general. Some theorized Taylor was involved with a union and that Nintendo had a hand in the controversy as they allegedly reject union voice actors. An old tweet by voice actress Ali Hillis, the voice of Palutena in Kid Icarus, has since resurfaced, further supporting the theory. This is the tweet here. As fans asked whether Hillis would be reprising her role in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Ali Hillis replied, quote, I sure wish I was. I had to pass the role on because Nintendo took the game non-union. I'm gotta stand with my peeps. Palutena would be voiced by Brandy Kopp as she had in Super Smash Bros. 3DS Wii U. So then an individual on Reset Era named Rowa, that's how I'm going to pronounce it, is another individual who had been quoted in discussions. One user posted, quote, whole lot of things don't add up about the story, huh? Game has both Yuri Lowenthal and Jennifer Hale in it. Two voice acting titans that would have no reason to take a role that doesn't pay. To which Roa replied, quote, it actually does add up, surprisingly enough. Hellena Taylor says recording for Bayonetta 1 only took her 16 hours. So I've got this right here if you want to hear. Of course, it would probably help if I shared it with audio.
16 hours, huh?
So that's one thing I was going to say earlier, is that these games aren't long, like fucking, GTA 5 level games. These are short, 6-7 hour games.
When we talked about Kyle McCarley, and his like, oh, everybody, let's get on the union train and hashtag just a meeting and all that shit. We talked, I think Luigi the Metal 64
an hour.
Luigi the Metal 64 brought up in that conversation that Michael Hollick, the voice actor behind Nico Bellic in Grand Theft Auto, felt like he got shafted for only being paid $100,000 for that role. Now, that role, I learned during my research for this, took him 15 months to finish recording. Okay. Now, I still think
he also did the
$100,000
mocap for that as well.
Oh, did he? Okay. Well,
yeah.
So the point is that as we're going to hear here when I let's listen to this. I'm sharing it with audio now.
How long did it take for recording and between the first line and until the project was done?
I recorded for 4 days.
Oh wow! You did was that Bayonetta 1 and 2? Or was
half a day each, so four 4-hour sessions it took me.
Oh wow!
4 4-hour sessions. So something you might not know is that in voice acting, because your voice is the most important thing that you have as an asset for life, if you're a voice actor, they only let you, union work is only 4 hours, and then you got to hire me for another day, right? If we don't get it in 4 hours, then you got to pay me to come in tomorrow. And also because it's union, that's another minimum $1,000 payment, right? Is kind of how that works. So she's saying that, and the reason they only do 4 hours
on production.
The reason they only do 4 hours is because allegedly they need to rest their voice. I can only speak for 4 hours. They're not professionals like us who routinely stream for 8 hours straight.
Yeah.
So anyway, so yeah, that's the 16-hour increment there. This is a interview with her where she mentioned that. Okay. Now, so she says recording Bayonetta 1 only took her 16 hours, 4 sessions, 4 hours each. The union rate for 4 hours seems to be $975 and some change. So if Taylor expected the recording for Bayonetta to take another 16 hours, we'd end up right at $4,000. I'm not screen sharing. My mistake. Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sex Chat 69 is here. Woo! Definitely click on that link.
Oh, boy.
Wow. Oh yeah. Definitely. I don't know why the emoji the second time. All right. Let's go ahead and put you on timeout. You've been naughty.
Kitty accidentally banned them.
Oh, putting Sex Chat on notice.
Sex Chat 69. All right. Anyway, so they said, so if Taylor expected the recordings for Bayonetta 3 to take another 16 hours, we'd end up right at $4,000. She says the initial offer was lower, and that could indeed be explained by Bayonetta's role seemingly being less central this time around, since there are more playable characters. Roa further proposed, quote, I think what this might boil down to is simply that Bayonetta 3 is just one role out of many for people like Yuri and Hale. Getting paid the union rate, or a little more, is enough for them, since they don't need to make a fortune from each game they work on. Taylor, on the other hand, seems to have much harder time landing roles. She says in her video that she's got so little money that breaking the non-disclosure agreement is meaningless to her, since there is nothing they could possibly take from her. So for her, it's actually way more important that the few roles she does play pay really, really good. But Bayonetta is not that.
I think she forgot about the phrase of beggars can't be choosers. Like,
Right.
let's think of it this way. Like, I'm a struggling artist. I really need you guys to support me. I need to make bank on this painting I made. I can't think of like getting a 9 to 5 or something if I'm actually that desperate.
I can't wait. I can't wait till she comes back. She's gonna get so desperate that in like 2 months she's gonna come back on Twitter and be like,
voices.
Yeah, she's gonna come out and she's gonna be like, I've got the new Bayonetta voice NFT. You can own the original Bayonetta voice, right?
She's gonna start doing JOIs,
and then I'm gonna be like, so with this NFT, can I sign merchandise? Like,
does I own Bayonetta now?
Because you may have created this voice, but I'm buying the NFT. Anyway. So the supposed $4,000 figure has been compared to other lines of work, including voiceover editors and even YouTubers reading out sponsored reads for Raid Shadow Legends, allegedly earning more.
It goes back to the whole equivalency of outcome versus equivalency of opportunity. I don't understand where she feels like one role that she gets is supposed to take care of her for the rest of her known life.
Oh, we'll get to that.
Oh, this cherry pie keeps getting deeper?
Yeah, believe it or not, there's more milk to be had out of this lolcow.
God.
So I've got. Oh, this is the Axios. Hold on, I gotta open this one the right way.
I'm gonna need some antacid for all this fucking dairy.
Okay, I should have opened this one this way. And then the Bloomberg article is the one I need to open as there's a paywall on it, so I have to open it as this one. Okay. All right, I got it. Don't worry. Everybody calm your tits. We'll get
they're already leaking, don't worry.
Okay, here we go. So
as long as they're not pierced.
So Axios wrote this article: Bayonetta voice actor's boycott plea reignites gaming pay debate. Bayonetta's voice actor for the series' first 2 games called on fans to boycott the upcoming Bayonetta 3 this weekend, saying developers offered her an immoral rate to return to the role, then misled the public about why she didn't. The finances of video game voice acting differ greatly from work in the other entertainment media because they don't guarantee residuals, leaving some actors frustrated when the games they voice become massive hits. Gee, who could have seen that coming?
Dude, this is exactly like The Witcher. He sold the rights to The Witcher for $8,000, and then after it got really successful and made a ton of money, he's like, what the hell, man? Where's my money? It's like, dude, you agreed to $8,000. You could have taken the option.
Okay, the definition of immoral is contrary to established moral principles.
No takesy backsies.
What the fuck does she feel is immoral about them offering her $4,000 for a job that previously the same job had a similar job had already been paid $4,000?
It gets so much worse than what you know.
Oh, I'm bracing myself. I'm still just taking part.
So
let's do this.
So just to be clear,
my asshole is ready.
I think that a lot of voice actors. Remember, we sort of talked about when Vic was first sort of like ousted out of the industry, and the rest of the voice actors were acting like complete pricks. And particularly, there was the conversation about how much Sean Schemmel thinks he is like a A-list celebrity as Goku, right? Like there was that whole conversation people were having about how these voice actors hate the fact that they aren't respected as much as, for example, Tom Cruise or that sort of celebrity, right? So I think in this particular case, and in a lot of industries, voice actors, especially for video games, feel bitter because they don't make as much as movie stars, even though many games grossly outperform blockbuster movies, right? Almost immediately upon launch, Grand Theft Auto 4 raked up like $600 million in sales, right?
No, I think it was like $1 billion.
Well, I'm saying almost immediately after launch, it was like boom, 600 million right there.
No,
like,
I'm pretty sure they sold $1 billion within the first week.
Within the first week for
I'm
Grand Theft
pretty
Auto
sure.
4?
Oh no, for Grand Theft Auto 5.
Probably for 5. Yeah. So I'm referring to 4 because I read about it in this very article. About what's his name? Or maybe it's the Bloomberg one. Michael Hall, yeah, who voiced the lead character for 2008's Grand Theft Auto 4, told the New York Times that year that he was unhappy being paid $100,000 for 15 months worth of work on a game that immediately earned $600 million in its first 3 weeks of release. So, but again, to your credit, to your point, it's an even better point that you're making about how Grand Theft Auto 5 in like a day makes $1 billion, right? So, and how many movies, make that much money? So the idea is, well, I only got paid $100,000, but some actor in a live action blockbuster gets paid $1 million and residuals, right?
Okay.
So if the movie ends up being extremely successful, then that person off of one role ends up earning, like, it's just raking in the dough for every sequel, every time it is shown on TV, every time it becomes the movie you get to choose to watch on the airplane, right? That you get residuals coming in, and the more popular it gets, the more DVD sales, the more blah, 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 all that stuff continually filters back to you, right? And video game voice actors are feeling like they're getting shafted because I do the same thing and my property makes even more money. How come I'm not rolling in the dough, right? That's kind of how it seems like people feel.
Let's not deny the fact that 9 times out of 10 Hollywood actors are not worth the money they're making.
Well, see, this is the point. This is what I'm getting
at. But
that's
still, you're agreeing to do a job.
The reason that Hollywood actors are making this much money is because the unions are so old. The unions have been inching further and further down, giving these actors their wealth for much longer, because that industry existed long before video games, right? So so I think that the entire thing, this entire debate and the bitterness of people like Jennifer Hale comes from the fact that she's not getting royalties, and she thinks, because she's an idiot, that Bayonetta made $450 million. Now, first of all,
hold on, Taylor.
That's not a profit. That's gross income, and it's 3 times higher at minimum, because you've used $60, even though the games are selling for $4.99 during sales on Steam, right?
Yeah.
So it's completely bullshit. Like she's lost the plot, right? Now, continuing from here. So actually, let me. This is a thought. I'm supposed to be connecting these thoughts here. The finance of the video game voice acting differ greatly. Hold on. They differ greatly from work in other entertainment media because they don't guarantee residuals, leaving some actors frustrated when the games they voice become massive hits. This is the that article we just read. It said recording for Bayonetta 3 is required 3 to 4 sessions per game. Sources tell me SAG-AFTRA union minimum is $1,000 per session, no residuals. Voice actors struck in 2016 for a year and still didn't get residuals. Current union deal expires in 21 days. This person says, what is a voice acting session generally defined as?
4 hours, right?
And then they're asking, what is it generally defined as? Anything up to 8 hours in a studio, or is it more specific? Doing up to 3 voices in a 4-hour day. So remember when what's her name? Reba Burr is like, yes, $75 an hour sounds like a lot of money, but when you only work for 4 hours, that's nothing. And it's like, well, then maybe it's the union's fault,
Yeah. And with certain cases, I can definitely see where it's like that. You don't need that amount with certain voices, but with certain voices,
$75 an hour for 4 hours each. That's like what, $300. That's still $37 an hour per day.
Yeah. So
that's not bad for certain things.
That's a fucking incredible rate.
That's an incredible rate. Yeah. Anyway, so
for certain voices, I would like to point out, for certain voices, I imagine that would be killer for like on your throat doing like let's say
yeah.
the Bart Simpson voice for like
excessive whispering.
right.
Not to mention, and also on another spin on what Green Line's pointing out, it's also you got to understand that sometimes there's a voice that only gets one line, and what are they going to do? Pay them part of an hour?
They actually
They're
have
gonna
a
get whole-
minimum that they're
See,
trying
that's
to
the thing.
instate.
And
or
again,
whatever.
that's the $1,000 is the union minimum. Okay, most of these people are commanding 4, 5, or 6 times that minimum, right? So Bloomberg wrote this article. It was actually Jason Schreier, famed person who knew all the bad stuff happening at Blizzard and then got canceled over not saying anything until it was public. He said, a tense pay dispute overshadows Nintendo's upcoming Bayonetta 3. The tensions last crested during contract negotiations in 2016 when the union representing many voice actors, the Screen Actors Guild, and the American Federation of Television and Radio Artists orchestrated a strike that lasted nearly a year. One of the sticking points was residuals, meaning compensation for actors when sales of a game outperform expectations. Voice actors gave up that fight in exchange for receiving bonuses based on the number of sessions they work. So basically, and that seems like a terrible system for the what do you call it? The companies, because if you're going to pay somebody a bonus for the number of sessions they work, and a session is something that you have to pay them a minimum of $1,000 for, it sure seems to me like they're going to start flubbing those lines on purpose to drag them out to an extra session or two, you know?
Get to laughing, you know, pretend to choke on your water, that kind of thing.
In the case of Bayonetta 3, the developer appeared to be determined to rehire Hellena Taylor, the original voice, right? According to 2 people familiar with the negotiations, as well as documentation that was reviewed by Bloomberg, meaning that they reached out and somebody provided them with documentation, possibly emails or contracts or whatever. And I'm not going to share all of the other articles, but other outlets confirmed these things. They had their own sources giving them similar information. So this seems to be corroborated. Now, here's where their accounts differ. Platinum Games sought to hire Taylor for at least 5 sessions.
Oh,
that means
what's
4
that?
hours times at least 5, 20 hours worth of work, each paying
$1,000.
$3,000 to $4,000 for 4 hours in the studio.
Holy
so that's
shit.
a minimum of $15,000 for only 20 hours worth of work, one single week, minimum making $15,000. Or, and this again, because it's at least, you know, you could theoretically be also getting 20,000, because 4 times 5 is 20, right? 4,000 times 5 sessions, $20,000 for the at least 5 sessions. That would make the total for the game at least $15,000. In response, they said Taylor asked for a 6-figure sum. I guarantee you, Hellena Taylor sat there and read the New York Times article that Michael Hollick was interviewed in, where he said, yeah, I was only paid $100,000 and the game made $600 million in like 3 weeks, right? She's like, well, how much did Bayonetta, my literal only role, make? And then she looked it up, multiplied it by 3 because she's an idiot, and then multiplied that by $60 to get an absurd number. She's like, that seems about fair. 100,000 at least, you know.
Wow.
So anyway, so they said that Taylor asked for a 6-figure sum as well as residuals on the game.
Oh,
Platinum
wow. Yeah.
declined, and following lengthy negotiations, took auditions for a new actor. So,
Can you
doesn't
blame him?
that kind of sound like various overlapping circumstances made it difficult for Hellena Taylor to reprise her role? Yeah, the circumstance was she wanted 100,000 minimum, because it said 6-figure. It doesn't say specifically it's 100,000. It just says 6-figure.
and
That could
royalties.
be anything. That could be anything from 100,000 to $999,999, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Wow.
I would just like to
That's
point
incredible.
out on the idea of getting residuals. The supported languages. This is a Japanese game, obviously. So she's just doing the translation, the English localization. The supported languages are Japanese, English, French, German, Italian, Spanish, Korean, Russian, Chinese simplified, and Chinese traditional. Are they going to pay each one of those voice actors residuals?
So are
they all going to demand $100,000 for their translation?
Yeah, their budget's drying up pretty quick.
I'm pretty sure that what you just read were the languages for the subtitle options. Because you said Chinese
possibly.
Traditional, Chinese Simplified.
You did.
And in Chinese, there's Mandarin and Cantonese for the actual spoken language. So that you must be reading what the subtitle options are.
Well, I mean,
the actual voice acting.
It's the supported languages. So fair enough. It might not be that each
What
one
about
got
the
it.
person who did those subtitles? Who did the subtitling? Do they get residuals?
No.
Hell, right
Subtitles
now
don't make money.
Look, hold on. Technically, we're publicizing for this game. Do we get residuals? We're going to play the
because
retard card.
I didn't sign the contract that said I deserve a moral amount, which is a damn super chat, Kamiya. If you're watching, I swear to God.
Well, I mean, there's at least
1 yen super chat comes in. It's less than $1. Doesn't even.
There's at least the Japanese stuff, like for sure, right?
Yeah. So we have two dubs. I guarantee you, there's going to be at least 4.
I bet you Kamiya thought, well, here's how much we paid the Japanese voice actor. We're not going to give this bitch more than that. And she's like, yeah, well, I want 6 figures. And he's like, abort. Let's get somebody else in here.
Let's say
so
its
basically what he
budget
did was to try. Hold on, let me try to get this straight, because we were talking about the whole psychological impact of how people phrase and or the terminology and the inflection they put on their voice. Did she actually try to take what she took as them offering her per day, which would have been roughly $4,000, to use as a truthful speaking point to try to trick the audience with a verbal cue? Because yes, she was offered $4,000, but a day.
Okay.
No.
Hold on. It gets worse. It gets worse. Okay. So it says here, Platinum declined the residuals in the 6-figure sum following lengthy negotiations, and they took auditions for a new actor. Platinum later offered Taylor a cameo in the game. Again, let me just real quickly remind you, these are 3 different characters
versions
that
of
are
Bayonetta.
all Bayonetta. And the first 2, the one on the left and the middle, were voiced by Hellena Taylor.
Mhm.
So they thought, well, hey, let's at least keep our relationship with her somewhat good. We'll pay her for 1 session to record a few lines, probably as the character on the left who dies in the trailer.
Mhm.
Hey, well, let's at least bring you back for that role, right? Because the one on the right, the grown-up Cereza version, let's go a new direction with that. We'll peaceably, walk away from this, but we'll still get you in the game. You still get some work. You get $4,000 for easy, like 2 lines that we need. You'll be happy. We'll feel like, we had a good send-off for you. That's what seems like they did.
Let's at least kill you off if we're going to get rid of you, right? No.
It's going to be really amazing. I don't know the story of this game, but when it turns out that it is the case, or well, if it comes out the story that it is the case that she is the Cereza adult version, maybe someone finally figures this out, and due to her growing up in a totally different circumstance, her vocal pattern and everything changed, which would make sense. So it's like, yes, it would completely make sense in them getting a new VA.
I don't know. I still think they'd have the same identical voice if you're a clone. But anyway,
I don't, because depending on your raising, your raising and your different things can affect your vocal.
Lance, if I was cloned, I wouldn't have your voice. That's what I'm saying. Like,
no,
this is
because that would be my voice.
Person.
It's kind of like the whole Black Goku versus Standard Goku, and how Sean Schemmel voiced both those roles. But then when it came to Vegeta and Copy Vegeta, they got
Brian Drummond back. Yeah,
and it was kind of just like let's have a cool thing for the fans.
Yeah. Which
to recognize the old voice actor.
Let's give Chris Sabat that. All right.
That is true.
Let's give it to him there because as much as he
wasn't a
phones
dick.
in, as much as he phones in the fact that he does the Piccolo voice for 99% of his roles, at least when it came to that role. Now, granted, let's also acknowledge is Copy Vegeta even in the game, right? Like maybe see
Copy
Goku
Vegeta
Black,
is just when he gets taken over, when like there's this like evil being, whatever.
I know, but Goku Black legitimately would be a playable character in all the Dragon Ball games from now on, right?
Well,
it is
like,
you are giving up a bit more.
Hold on,
as the actor.
there's more context here though. Copy Vegeta was like a entity that made a literal like pudgy, almost like estranged colored version of Vegeta. Now this is a separate entity from Vegeta himself. Goku Black is Goku down to the motherfucking cellular level. So
nuh-uh.
Dude,
he literally with someone else.
Specials for the Dragon Balls to take Goku's goddamn body.
But at the end
fused
of it,
with someone else.
Yeah,
motherfucker, that's not Goku Black. That's Fused Zamasu.
Okay. I don't know.
Can we get back to Bayonetta already?
The point is that yes, this is a similar situation to that, right? And as we saw with Goku Black, it isn't uncommon for actors to get really possessive over their roles, right? Now, I want to address real quick. E. Castro says, what a ridiculous amount of money for so little time. That's easily more than half a year's wage for some people I know. Yes, and that's 1 week worth of work.
It's more,
imagine that. Imagine
that's more than a year's wage.
Yeah, well, just imagine, right? In 1 week, you make $15,000 to $20,000. You have 51 weeks left in the year to make whatever the hell you can make.
Somewhere else.
Yeah, and it's like for
a lot
some
of people in the US
like
barely
you said
make
there,
over 17K. Just to put that out there.
So she should have just asked not to get paid and asked for residuals. See, the thing about residuals, look,
that's the rest of her
you
life.
have to have a accounting department specifically devoted exclusively to tracking the sales and
that sounds like a pain
all
in the
it is a massive pain in the ass. Okay, if you can avoid doing it, you will, because as you continue to produce more and more things, that department has to get bigger and bigger and bigger.
And
okay?
it
is just not easy.
Of bullshit.
There's two things I want to say on that as well with residuals. One, didn't you say something about like how in the film industry with your dad or whatever, the union handles, like the companies pay the union and then the union pays out the residuals?
I don't think I said that. I don't know if that's true. I don't think it is.
Okay. Well, regardless of that, with oh fuck, now I forgot
what I did say is that my dad routinely, like, we would go to the bank on some days and my dad would have like 15 checks in his hand to deposit, and the
Nice.
value of some of the checks was literally paid to the order of my dad $0.01.
Oh, okay, yeah. So
like
because it's
literally, if
residual.
you deposit that check with mobile deposit, you are paying more in the mobile depositing fee than it's putting in your bank account. Like literally,
Doesn't
1
it cost
cent,
like
3 cents.
35 cents or something.
Like at a certain point, if you're actually in thousands of movies or things, because like for example, this is how fucking bullshit unions are. In SAG-AFTRA for LA studios, when you're on a film crew, even if you are a professional cinematographer or like cameras extremely well and exactly the shot you want to get as the director, you literally cannot touch the camera. You have to hire someone to run the camera and a different person to hit playback so that you can see the fucking thing you just shot. That is how bullshit unions are.
Wow.
Okay.
It is a means of forcing you to like it's the rules become so constrictive that people cannot even create anymore because it becomes all about a money-making machine for the union, and the union gets its money from the dues of the people that the union goes to fight on behalf of to get you paid to fucking stand there eating fucking free food from the crafts table and just coming over when the director says, I need to watch that back. So, I'll be right there, stuff in the face to push a fucking button.
I remember my point now. On your point of your dad only got like pennies, the residuals are based off of generally a gross surplus, right? So they again, I brought this up on a podcast a few weeks ago. It's called Hollywood accounting, where companies will take like a project and then put it in debt, depending like doing some accounting trick. Basically, to like, oh well, we're gonna pay this and with this account, and put the company in debt that's in charge of the.
So you're thinking of, for example, the Fantastic Four movie that they released in one theater and they bought all the tickets so that the public didn't actually see it, but they had the rights in the contract, and they literally will do stuff like that in order to lose money because then it becomes a tax write-off. In your
that almost sounds like money laundering.
In the Fantastic Four case, it was specifically because they needed to have that.
They needed to make a movie in order to hold on to the rights in that case.
Yeah,
that's just the one that people know. So that's the reason I used the example.
But there are cases where they'll do tricks to if just Google Hollywood accounting, and I'm sure there's a bunch of examples. Anyway, they do tricks to bring down the fact so that they on the paper they don't make money, and even though like the company is bringing in a shit ton of money, that's all getting spent on like execs and like there's a fee
getting
for
sent overseas to some weird project that costs them money and they lose.
Not so much that, but like because like yes, companies do that to bring down their own taxes, but I'm talking about like they'll pay like there's like an accounting fee or whatever, and there's this fee and that's getting paid to all these exec people, and that's getting all skimmed. And then when it's like, okay, well now we have excess money and now this is what the residuals are going to get. That's where it's like, oh well, it's pennies because now those residuals are split across all the actors, and it's only a couple dollars anyway.
But to be clear, the first year after a movie's made, the residuals are not a penny. Okay. Like you might be getting $600, for a movie you did, last year, and then a movie you did 15 years ago, you're getting 3 cents, right?
Well, it depends on if they're going to do this trick, right? So
but the reason why you're still making money on these older movies is because they came out on DVD and it was a popular movie, so people decided to buy it and replace their VHS, or it was sold to like the rights to it were licensed out for it to be shown on TV, right? And so because it was shown on TV, you get a portion of that licensing fee that was paid that counts as more profit on that intellectual property, generating more profit, right? So in those instances, sometimes a company like Universal, for example, they might give Netflix, 100 movies for a flat rate, right? Like Netflix says, hey, we need to populate our digital library for streaming. And so they go to these different companies and they give them large amounts of properties, and maybe some of them they give away for free or for like a really reduced rate, like $1 per movie, if you pay the $1 million for the movie that just left the theaters, kind of thing, right? And so that's one of the reasons why a check might be as little as 1 cent, right? But generally speaking, the older the movie is, the less it's going to be bringing in, because people have already seen it. They don't need to see it on TV again, where you cut out all the sex scenes, right? All of that kind of stuff is what factors into why the residuals dip in price consistently over time.
So logistics aside, I think we are all missing the big point, which is, come on, guys, that is not a living wage. 15 plus grand. Like you go to your minimum wage
work, like, geez,
you get your minimum wage check after like let's say a month, and that's like $1 grand or $2, and that's way more than this 15 grand you're getting for like a week.
Yeah.
Come on, give her a
like
living
literally
wage.
15 grand a week. You'd be bringing in 60K a month. You know,
Easy.
Yeah. So anyway,
I'd
said,
like
sorry, real quick. She
No,
should
no,
have
go
just
ahead,
asked
Commodore.
to not get paid and asked for residuals. That would have probably netted her more than even that wage. And as we explained why that wouldn't have been something they would have gone for. Oh, I didn't know about how involved such a thing was. It makes sense. They just want to pay out up front. Not only that, but they're paying out up front with the budget that they've allotted for it. Right.
Right.
And then when it comes to the sales, like they just have to break even for it to be considered a success. Everything on top of that is gravy, and it funds the next game.
Yeah.
Right.
They can only pay out what they have at the time.
Like they
before
look
the
at it like,
game
well,
is
I'm
even
not getting
released.
residuals. It's like, actually you are, because you get asked to come back for the next game.
Yeah, but not acting
You
like
get
an
to
asshole.
work more.
Yeah.
Anyway,
But during the comments, I want to make a comment though.
real quick. Stan says someone I knew would make that amount of money in just one day of signing. Right. Who could that be? Go ahead, Lance.
Okay. I just want to be clear on something. My comment on the Goku Black Vegeta thing earlier, I don't want people to call me out and say that I'm backtracking on something I said. I would actually have liked to have seen another voice for Goku Black. All I'm making the point of is that due to the
You're playing devil's
situation,
advocate.
it makes sense
Yeah.
to an extent that it was him. I don't want to fuss about it or anything, and I don't really want to drag on this because I know I'm bringing this back way back. But that's the only point I'm trying to make is that I'm not backtracking on what I said. I'm just saying it does make sense due to our biological standpoint.
Sure. And Pixar made like a similar they had an excuse as to why Tim Allen wasn't in the Buzz Lightyear movie. They were like, oh well, he plays the toy and this is the movie, and that the toy is based off of. So obviously it's a
Random
different voice.
11. I mean, I don't know if you bought any of these toys, but when you watched Toy Story and bought your Buzz Lightyear figure, did it have a different voice than the movie? Yeah.
I
Just
never
saying.
bought any toys.
Well,
I don't know about Buzz. I know specifically about Woody. Actually, his brother.
The point is
anyway
that when you want to like something and you want an excuse to be okay with the change that you are disappointed in, any fucking excuse the company throws your way, you can latch on to.
You'll accept.
And
yeah.
obviously that's what they did for that situation. And again, just to like put an end to this conversation, yes, acknowledging what Lance said, it was a devil's advocate position as to why it would make sense for Goku Black to have the same voice as Goku, whereas copy Vegeta would be different than Vegeta. Agreed, understood, but it still would have been a nice Easter egg. Anyway, moving on from there. So, real quick, following lengthy negotiations, hold on, I can't see it. Platinum declined, and following lengthy negotiations, took auditions for a new actor. They later offered Taylor a cameo in the game for the fee of one session, which she turned down. Taylor described this account as, quote, an absolute lie. This is in an email that they must have sent to Bloomberg. She described the account as an absolute lie and said Platinum was, quote, trying to save their ass and the game. She said that she stood by everything she said in the videos and, quote, I would like to put this whole bloody franchise behind me, quite frankly, and get on with my life in the theater. All right,
you succeeded.
I got to ask you, do you know how much a theater actor makes?
I feel like it's probably not much.
How much do theater actors make? The salary for a theater actor varies depending on how long a show has been running, which can be anywhere from a few weeks to a month to years. Like screen actors, theater actors have their own union, Actors Equity Association, this is the thing I was talking about earlier, which dictates the minimum salary its members must be paid. On Broadway, under the production contract, the minimum weekly salary for an actor is $2,323 a week.
Which is damn good money.
Yeah. And they have all these details here about how you can be paid $20 more for this, $464 more for this, blah, 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 right? And then Broadway, of course, that's you have to make a lot of money to live in New York to be on Broadway, blah blah blah, unless you're commuting in from like New Jersey or something. I don't know. Broadway provides the highest paid theater contracts in the U.S. There are lower paying contracts which depend on the size of the theater producing the show. For example, off-Broadway actors working for a theater with an annual budget of $4.25 million can be paid anywhere from $689 to $1,526 based on the number of seats in their theater. So an actor performing in a 400-seat theater is going to make more than an actor performing in a 99-seat theater. So,
and your personality as that actor will make people want to come back.
Now, look, again, I don't know if she's making the minimum because her IMDb does not have her acting credits as a theater actor, right?
Mm-hmm.
And her IMDb credits are
fucking. What the hell she thinks she's producing?
Fucking atrocious, right? So in her videos, Taylor mentioned Jennifer Hale, who took over the role of Bayonetta. She has no right to say she is the voice of Bayonetta, Taylor said. I created that voice. She has no right to sign merchandise as Bayonetta. Hale faced some vicious online harassment as a result. She wrote Monday on Twitter that she had signed a non-disclosure agreement and couldn't elaborate on the situation. Quote, I sincerely ask that everyone keep in mind that this game has been created by an entire team of hardworking, dedicated people, and I hope everyone will keep an eye open about what they've created. Now, I want to remind you again, the reason that you should be, ecstatic to fucking get paid at all on a video game, a movie, anything, any project you work on, is that the company itself is taking a risk by hiring you. And you get paid either way, so long as they aren't such a shitty company that they run out of money before you get paid.
Yeah, they
right?
literally have no concept of how to run a budget.
So whether or not the game does well, even if you show up and just, give the bare minimum effort and produce a shitty ass game, you still get paid based on the contract you signed and agreed to work at that rate. If the game does exceptionally well, then that's fucking good for you because you are more likely to get a better paying job the next place you go or the next game that you work on, because you can say, hey, look at this game I worked on that sold 100 million copies or whatever.
Okay, look, I've never been one for big corporation, but here's a fact people need to understand. If you're going to go like she is right here, wanting residuals kind of stuff, why doesn't she also take risk in, let's say this shit bombed and the company lost everything? Why doesn't she fill in the blanks with her own money? If you're going to
that's
say
the thing
is that
people like Hellena Taylor here get this, like, she sees the dollar signs in her head. She pictures that the company, again, these fat cats creaming off the top and leaving us with crumbs, right? She has this image in her head of how the industry is, right?
Mm-hmm.
And look, there are Bobby Kotick, I think, makes $69,000 a second or whatever. I mean, granted, people making absurd amount of money. The guys who run EA, I mean, they're making thousands upon thousands of dollars an hour. Okay. I'm not saying that there aren't people who probably don't have, the talent for how much they're getting paid in positions high up in.
There's several of them. We know. Continue.
But at the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, they're assuming all the risk, right? So when you pull a stunt about boycotting, that comes back on them, and they still had to pay their artists for everything that you did up to that point. And now because you're bitter, you're trying to tank a company that is employing a ton of people just because you thought that you were shafted because they could have afforded to pay you $100,000 or whatever your six-figure amount was, simply because you misunderstand economics and thought that they made $500 million in sales.
Another thing that she needs to be
multiplying
concerned
the
with
number by 3 before then multiplying it by $60 because you're an idiot.
Game. Another thing she needs to be concerned with is that There, shit. I had the term. They see one of you guys. You might know when you do something that actively starts harming the credibility and or the financial situation of let's say a corporation or a person or their ability to, what is it when someone says something about you that destroys your ability to get a job and or to make your money,
Tortious interference,
tortious interference, stuff like that. Look, what she's doing right now is literally trying her best to stand in the way of this game to make money so that it punishes all those who would
it is
dare
extremely
put her
petty.
aside. So what I'm just saying is, it's another thing she needs to understand. In the world we live in right now, she's playing a dangerous game herself, because let's say that did work. She doesn't realize that they could be, oh yeah, this bitch went out of her way. This would be their words now. Went out of her way to defame and just try to completely destroy what we did. And if they've got the stuff where they sent her an amount of money and all this kind of stuff, it would not be hard for them to prove to a judge.
And again,
hey,
we've talked about this before when it came to the Kyle McCarley stuff, right? About how even if Kyle McCarley is lying through his teeth, or when it came to the stuff happening in Canada with the teacher with the exploding milk porn tits, right? It's like, even if you know that this is all a ruse, like there is a barrier there that they cannot cross, right? They have, Crunchyroll, for example, in the case of Kyle McCarley, and again, screw Crunchyroll, screw Sony, screw Funimation. They're pieces of shit, right? But in that situation, they literally can't come out and say, well, actually, here's the, here's the contracts and stuff, what was offered. This is what was said behind closed doors, not in a video on YouTube and a thread on Twitter saying hashtag just a meeting and all that crap that Kyle McCarley tried to pull.
Yeah.
Right. So they literally, because of the non-disclosure agreements and stuff, they literally just can't. They can't.
Which some people don't believe is a thing in this world.
The only way that you can is what happened with the Bloomberg article, is where somebody comes out and breaks that on, can't use my name because I could lose my job for breaking this non-disclosure agreement, but this bitch is lying, and you give that side of the story, right? And now let's see what happened after Bloomberg article comes out. Hellena Taylor says, it has come to my attention that some people are calling me a liar and a gold digger. I feel the need to defend myself and my reputation in the industry. Again, I've opened all of them because she can't.
She's had what? She hasn't had a job for 8 years.
She hasn't had an acting job that was posted to IMDb since 2014. That doesn't mean she hasn't had a job. She claims she's a barge owner.
Oh, I apologize. I actively thought, but I fucked this. She hasn't had like a voice acting anything to our knowledge,
right,
in 8 years. Okay. My bad.
She says, as I posted on part 3 of my video thread, I explained that their first offer was too low. That offer was $10,000 total. That was a lie by omission.
She said 4K in there, and then they went up to what, 50? It was like what, 15,000?
Remember, this is a $450 million franchise, not counting merchandise. Dying on that hill right there. I then wrote in Japanese to Hideki Kamiya asking for what I was worth.
He probably responded, not much.
You are worth a block. I thought that as a creative, he would understand. He replied saying how much he valued my contribution to the game and how much the fans wanted me to voice the game. I was then offered an extra 50,000. That's a weird typo.
Huh.
That's got to be 5,000, right?
Yeah.
But she's got an extra 0 in there. So I declined to voice the game. I then heard nothing from them for 11 months. They then offered me a flat fee. I'm sorry. Wasn't your exact words that they offered you a flat rate buyout to voice the whole game? Isn't that how you phrased that previously?
Yep.
It kind of seems like you got caught lying. They then offered me a flat fee to voice some lines. No. You said the whole game for $4,000. Any other lies, such as $4,000 for 5 sessions, are total fabrications.
You know, the only 4K she got was caught in 4K.
But 3,000 for 5 sessions. That was accurate.
There were not extensive negotiations.
No, it was
I've
pretty
also
clear cut,
been-
wasn't it?
Yeah, I assume to them extensive negotiations is here is the number we're offering you. And he's like, no, 6 figures and residuals. And they're like, all right, this is going to take some time. Like maybe the negotiations are happening internally and not with you, where they're saying, can we offer her this? This seems really excessive, you know? And the higher ups are saying, nah, get rid of that bitch. This isn't even for the Japanese version of the game. Who gives a fuck, right? So there were not extensive negotiations. I've also been informed of ridiculous fictions, such as I asked for $250,000. I am a team player. I was just asking for a fair living wage in line with the value that I bring to this game.
Okay, if she wants a fair living wage, then she should make roughly $800 a week. I mean, not a week, a month. And be on food stamps, because that is called surviving. You don't know what living is. If you're making, you don't know what a living wage is, because to live
You're
means
beating
the
a dead
bare
horse,
minimum.
Lance.
Huh?
She says, well, he said,
I know, Reese.
Reese said you're beating a dead horse, but she says, I was paid a shockingly low total of £3,000 for the total. Again, good job for the first game. A little more for the
Wait,
second.
whoa. 3,000 pounds. Are we talking
Yeah.
pounds or US dollars?
Pounds.
Holy shit. Wait a
So
minute.
she says for the first game, she was paid £3,000. That's in today's dollars, like $5,000.
You realize when you're a voice actor, you're scrounging for work online. All the people that put voiceover crap online, they can probably get like, maybe $100 and stuff. Getting $5,000 for like, I guess your first voice acting gig.
Okay, hold
That's
on.
pretty
That's
good.
$5,000 today because of inflation. So hold on to be clear. £3,000 the year the original Bayonetta came out. And granted, she probably got paid this before the year it came out because the recording probably happened earlier, right? But for the year that Bayonetta came out, £3,000 is worth what is today 5,000 some odd US dollars. Just to be clear,
Okay.
I did the calculation on inflation and everything to find out. Okay, so again, she is still trying to tell you that I was paid, and notice she specifically uses pounds now in order to make this number
To lower the number.
lower even still. Like, oh, shockingly low total. A little more for the second. I wanted to
She's not even
voice.
doing a well job at semantics to try to make
And
any
then-
of this believable.
And then remember, I created that character. She has no right. Right. So just drumming up that same energy. She says, I have drummed up interest in this game ever since I started on Twitter in 2011. My, how many followers? My 27.8 thousand followers, who I don't know, maybe that was much lower before the controversy. You have me to thank for the, what was it, $100 million in sales that you got. Is at least 27,000 of those came from me. You know, like
Is okay. Look, Paul, I don't really use Twitter, so let me ask a really dumb question. 27,000 followers. Is anyone actually impressed, considering how easy it is for people just
considering
to
how many bots are on Twitter? No.
click. I'm just like 27,000 sounds like a very small.
It's impressive
27
for our numbers.
I mean,
Yeah, I'm still under 30.
So then,
Oh,
then
God.
she goes on to say, I could not talk about socials in the description of the video, by the way. In fact, I should probably check because I didn't. That's the one thing. Maybe I left the. Did we have a guest last podcast?
Oh yeah, and join our Discord to get
Oh,
all
Duo.
the
Yeah, I've got
exclusive-
Duo on our thing. You can also follow Duo, who is not joining us this podcast. Anyway, she says I could not talk about the game because of NDAs, but I happily answered fan letters, emails.
I
signed
take that back. I am
posters.
at exactly 30 followers right
All right. I'm glad that you could interrupt me to
I'm
correct
sorry.
yourself.
I'm so sorry.
I could not talk about the game because of disclosure agreements, but I happily answered fans' letters, emails, signed posters, recorded voice messages for weddings and birthdays. Yeah, that's what they used them for. I kept up interest in the game during the long periods of radio silence from Platinum. Was that in your contract? Did they ask you to do that? Were you even necessary to have done that? I don't think so. And you could have charged for all of those. The only time I was ever at a game conference, I think she means convention probably, I felt weird asking fans for money for a signature as they had already paid for the game. And I was grateful that they liked my work and the character. So I donated 100% of signing fees to charity. Nobody asked you to do that.
You dumb bitch.
The industry.
Also, I'd like to see the receipts and what
people
charities.
survive and get their hashtag living wage by selling their autographs. People are there and they are willing to buy them.
That's
Just because I felt weird. People giving me money? That's weird. I felt I needed to decline. It was insultingly low. I donated it all to charity. So then from there, she says, now there's been some confusion here. I will post the 14 charities so that you can donate to charity instead of buying this game from corrupt, greedy people. So she seems like, to me, she's simultaneously saying that I'm going to post the 14 charities. I read this at first as because again, she sucks at these threads. This is a reply to the I donated all of it to charity. To here, I will post the receipts, right? And then she also goes on to say, though, so that you can donate to the charities I selected. Wow. Instead of buying this game from corrupt, greedy people. There are people who are attempting to throw shade and discredit what I say. This industry is powerful. They have powerful journalists too. That I will agree with. There is a possibility. Now, first of all, she's clearly a liar because she came out and admitted to, oh yeah, I was offered 10,000. The rest of that's bullshit though. It's like, except for the part where you intentionally misled people and then threw a get Bibled it and all that bullshit, right? Now I love this. I want to address a comment here I started. Where was it?
Going to get a lot of mileage out of that, aren't
Smart Geek 97 says, it still makes me chuckle how someone was savage enough to post the Amazon link to the game after her second rant when she was called a liar. Yeah, so I don't see it immediately here, but somebody said, she's like, I will post the 14 charities so you can donate it. And somebody replied with a link to the Amazon pre-order and said, here's a charity I can donate to. And it was for the game, like basically buying the game. Anyway, so then from there, she said, they are trying to save their asset. Don't fall for it. Listen to me. Anyway. And then
don't fall for it, everyone.
So Jason Schreier said, former Bayonetta voice actor Hellena Taylor now confirms my reporting that she was offered at least $15,000 and that the final offer was for a cameo, despite the claims in a video that went viral last week. Again, where she said to voice the whole game, I was offered a buyout flat rate $4,000.
So she's gonna play every character in the game.
So he's quoting, he's taking a screenshot where she said that offer was for $10,000, right? And then she comes in and says, at least is incorrect. I wasn't offered at least 15,000. It was just 15,000. To which he says, Thanks for getting back to me. Precise number disputes aside, since union gigs pay per session and sessions can be added during a game's production, at least seems to me like the most accurate way to describe the offer. And then I saw this. I had to share this one. The first red flag was when you demanded a boycott. The second red flag is when you said the other VA cannot claim to be Bayonetta. The third is when you quoted scripture. Truth is, you lied to cause outrage.
It's an obvious social ploy when you try to make a point and then you immediately start to tell people, okay, you're not allowed to look into and or do this. That immediately makes anyone with a brain go, let me do exactly what they're saying not to do to figure out what the fuck's going on.
Stan says she does not have accredited job on IMDb or other similar sites for theater, etc. Yeah, socialist much, right? Little Rock says her follower count was 5K before the controversy. Jesus.
Oh, wow.
I think she deserves the sales of the 5K people who follow her. Right? That was it. She deserves that. That's what she should be paid.
But she's telling these people who follow her not to buy it.
Yeah, $4.99 for the 5K people who bought her Steam. Oh, what we got to take the bots out first. Maybe it's like 1K. No. Anyway. So yeah, that's the Hellena Taylor.
Hey, look, with the way the world's going right now, she might be able to make plenty of money making some kind of ASMR thing, pretending that she's pretending to be a Bayonetta. I'm sure there's some weirdo that'll pay her for that.
Do you think she has the rights to dress up as Bayonetta and start an OnlyFans?
Has the rights, or has like nightmare fuel? But either way,
she could make like a cameo.
Yeah, well, the thing I'm saying is that she doesn't even have to get naked. She's just providing the voice. She should VTuber Bayonetta on OnlyFans.
I'm having some kind of flashback. Instead of the grapefruit thing you showed me, it's air.
Maybe that was the actual thing in her contract she had a dispute with. I can't make an OnlyFans with my Bayonetta VTuber.
That's why she started a Fiverr and does JOIs.
Oh gosh. Anyway, so yeah, it's like I said, it's a day that ends in Y, and therefore there's an entitled voice actor making an ass out of themselves.
So that's it.
That's it.
Got to. Okay,
we
so I
wrapped up
actually
this
took
fucking
a couple
sick ass burrito.
You took
2.5 hours. It should have been like 30 minutes.
I took a couple notes. So let's see. First off, the consent, was it the consent to
voice to sign?
This is the Steve Bloom thing about
to take the role. Yeah,
you should reach out to find out like what are the circumstances. Blah, blah. Like imagine I'm replacing Mark Hamill as the Joker or whatever. You think I'm gonna have Mark Hamill as a
well? Not only that, but you think. So I reached out to Hellena Taylor and she told me, it was an insultingly low offer. They only wanted to give me just $4,000 US.
Well,
right? I reached out and they only offered you that. But it's funny because they offered me $20K for a week, so.
Yeah, but that's assuming she knew what the role was to begin with. It's like, oh yeah, we're having you come in, you're doing this voice. Yeah, you're doing this voice. Oh, okay, yeah, sure.
I mean, they would have, once she got there, she would have had to know, due to the fact that like they're telling her, we need you for the audition. We need you to mimic this character,
And in the famous words of Hellena Taylor, she is a lover, not a fighter, a lover of money.
A lover of money.
Lover of money.
But,
all right, moving on.
No. I still have 2 more notes.
2 more. They better be quick.
Yeah, the first one's like, as I've said many times before, voice acting's the side hustle, not the main hustle. So that's why the stupid living wage thing. But the thing we did not cover at all, even if they paid her just $4,000 for the whole thing, and if that's considered low, I would not blame Platinum Games. You know why? Because Platinum Games was screwed over by Square Enix. by releasing a game called Babylon's Fall. It was a live service that has done so poorly that they're literally like giving away copies because they're going to destroy them. So Platinum Games is like on the ropes right now. So Bayonetta 3 probably had a huge budget interference, and they're like, you know what, for the voice acting, maybe we could cut back. But to my surprise, they clearly did not. So full credit to them, honestly.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Well,
I got monetization back.
Woo! Yay!
Hold on. I literally have limited or no ads remain on your video. Save the OCA podcast, Shorts, Trump, Patriot, Your Civil Duty, Tucker Carlson, Deepfake AI Anime.
Is it because
I literally have that email up right now? Is there another email for the exact same video in here that says congratulations? What a happy ending. Go ahead.
I just want to point out that Nintendo is publishing this game, so I would
so Platinum
assume
Games
that
has nothing to do with it.
I would assume that Nintendo is fronting the bill for paying for the voice actors and stuff like that.
Wow,
Okay.
and she had to bring up like 400 and some million or whatever. Man, if Nintendo's fronting it, why didn't she just ask for $1 billion at that point?
I still think that Platinum Games was probably shaken up quite a bit. I don't know.
I mean, even
email from YouTube.
It's even if it was $4,000, that would still be around the minimum for about the work that she put into it. In terms of the union, and it's like I said, it's not a long game. It's not a selling game.
She's not voicing the entire game. She's voicing one character in it.
Yeah, in this game,
Lance, no one's voicing an entire game. Let's not.
Yeah, in this game,
I mean, hold the disc
role
up and
would
make
be
it
a little
talk,
bit
you know.
diminished. So
I don't know. I bet one guy voiced Steve when Minecraft was first launched.
when the news first came out, it was like everyone was in my Discord, in other Discords that I'm in, were saying, oh yeah, like this is shitty, boycott the game. It's like, well, let me figure out how much work they're asking for her to do for $4,000. I'm not buying this.
I would really like to know what I was thinking about that earlier. What was going to constitute her, cameo appearance or her role anyway.
And then for her to come out and fucking say flat out, like, yeah, no, I fucking lied to you. They offered me 10 initially, and I negotiated that up to 15.
She never
admitted to lying.
No,
that would at least
she
be
definitely
partially
did.
honorable.
She admitted by, she implied
She was
the admission.
proven beyond
right?
reasonable doubt
She
to be a liar.
accidentally admitted, I would say. Yeah.
She implied by implication that she came and now is admitting that she got the 10,000 and then an additional 5. So
It's like when they give you the piece of paper and say, how tall are you? And like you're 5'7", but you put 5'10", because who the fuck's gonna pull out a measuring tape? But then you show up at the DMV.
I don't think the DMV. I think they take you at your word, actually.
Yeah, I know, but
because
I
when I
doctor's office, but my brain
when I got my first driver's license, my dad told me to put like 2 inches taller than I was or something, because I would grow into that by the time, and that way I wouldn't have it be inaccurate. Not that I've ever needed to prove it. Never had an incident where they're like, wait a minute, is this a fake ID? You're not 6 foot, kind of thing. Anyway, so are we ready to move on from here? Do you guys want to go into pickup?
Yes, please.
Well, actually, let me address the chat section. I have some start chats here.
Get
fuck you, Green Line.
Sorry. So Suki Dust, by the way, love your
Sigh more, Reese. Jeez.
Says, I'm absolutely so disgusted at how some toxic Kickvic members could even defend Zoe Quinn and blame it on Alex's actions. They have no shame for victims of Sudoku, which is
I want to thank this viewer for reminding me that the term Sudoku exists in this context.
We've been using Minecraft so hard that that we've forgotten all the other options. And you might understand that I'm the only positive and non-toxic KickVic member here in the chat as well. Is anybody else in the chat a toxic KickVic that I missed? Maybe the porn bot. As someone who really cares about actual victims who feel like harming themselves, the way they shame Alec for his behavior is too gross. Yes, what he did is upsetting, but there's one. Good. Zoe and her community pushed him to Sudoku. She even made fun of his death afterwards. Yeah. Amazing how the people on the quote unquote right side of history are disgusting individuals that morally are bankrupt. Funny how that works. Anyway, so don't worry, we're going to talk about that. Mirage Leonardo. Did she phone in her audition? I'm thinking she's living in England. I think she might be in LA. In fact, the whole thing about barge owner, I bet you there's something there. I was thinking about this, like these individuals.
She owns a break-in club. They barge in.
The reason that she's I thought I was going to be on the streets. Like, look, do you know how much it costs to fill up a yacht with gas?
A yacht? No, I do not.
It's like $60K, right? Like, and that's like on a good day, especially like right now. Fuck it, man. You're going to be paying like $100,000, right,
Wow.
to fill up your yacht with gas. Imagine a barge, right?
Yeah.
Every time that comes into port, you're dumping like $100,000 into it minimum, right? Now, if she's in LA, because that's where the union work is. Because the reason I suspect she's in LA, by the way, is because the one place I did find her listed on the sort of IMDb for theater actors was that she did productions for the Long Beach Theater, right? Which is Long Beach is part of LA County. Okay, that's where I grew up. So I live in California right now. I drive past on PCH and I see 100 miles offshore where the government forced them to go, the cargo ships, which they moved them 100 miles offshore so that it wouldn't be upsetting to the individuals who live here, and see the fact that they were just all off in the ocean with clearly, shipping containers just filled with stuff for the supply chain that we are fucking up with our ridiculous COVID restrictions in California. I wonder if she owns one of those barges that is literally 100 miles off the coast and is just sitting there wasting money because she has to pay to employ the people or what. I wonder if that's why she's suicidal. I don't know. That's just what came to mind when I was thinking about it. Anyway, you guys ready to do pickups? Yeah, who would like to go first? I've got pickups. I got a Right Stuff package I wasn't expecting. So I'll get to that in a sec. Well, I'll do it first.
Right Stuff gave you the package?
No, I opened up a Right Stuff package. Like, what the fuck is this? I pre-ordered this on Amazon and it was shipped by Sean Kleckner. So, I got the second season for Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. Right. So we can do that watch club as soon as we figure out what the hell we're doing for.
That's Blu-ray only, so it's thinner than the first season.
Damn it. And then I picked up the Walmart and Best Buy exclusives for the 4K Bullet Train, which I cannot wait to watch again. However, Walmart can eat a dick because they bubble mailered that shit to me. And now I'm going to have to go into a Walmart and grab somebody by the collar and ask them nicely how they will fix my Karening.
You buy another one and go get something to eat and then come back. Oh, I bought this for a friend. He already had it. I'm just returning the one without a slipcover.
Yeah. I will definitely be doing the Patreon exclusive tip. That joke, honestly, like there is no Patreon exclusive tip, so I don't want to be false advertising to people. I'll tell you what it is if you join the Patreon, but we should stop treating it like it's
our rules for what we can and cannot do are really dumb. The giveaway.
It's an open secret on this podcast.
Please. I have a capture for Discord asking me to select which of these.
I think that's its way of saying, get the app, you whore.
I have the app.
Well, it's always logged
Discord
in. If
keeps
you have
giving me a million prompts.
Yeah, I don't know why.
It's
Oh
killing
no,
me.
two-factor.
Now you're locked out. You know, that is an issue that I'm coming. I mentioned on podcasts. I think there was some about. I was talking to Reese about it. How getting the using the Amazon link and everything, but for some reason, trying to do this shit while you have like verification and stuff with Amazon through the app, they are locking me out of my own account anytime I try to use a browser.
Dude, I don't think I'm gonna be able to get in here. Can somebody else screen share the
Discord? Yeah.
the Discord Patreon plugin pickups? Jesus, sorry, I'm gonna have a stroke for a minute. All right. Anybody else have pickups they'd like to show before
Greenline does.
Hold on. Actually, no, I can't do
think.
that. No.
I do.
I
yes.
can screen share if you guys have
Yeah.
pickups.
Go for it, Greenline.
Oh, okay. I didn't know it was. Didn't know it was my turn just yet. All right.
All right. I'm gonna split for a second. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Banana.
So give me 1 second. I gotta go grab something. It's gonna take me 2 seconds. Hang on.
And at that moment, he slowly walked away from the computer. Stepping into the background, he reaches for
Sorry, I lied.
something.
It was 5 seconds.
4, 3, 2.
Deeply and
First thing
wonderfully,
I
you
got,
wonder
let's see if
what
I
the
can-
fuck he's doing.
Position it correctly so we can see it.
If we ever get a visual on this bitch
Indeed.
coming
So I
from me,
got-
that is ironic.
Right.
Hi guys, how you doing, bitches?
If I can angle this correctly, one day I'll just change my
And
setup
you
it'll
know,
just
it's
be
amazing.
significantly better.
Now it's my show. Now I'm all alone.
There you are.
Is that right, Lance? He's all alone.
I'm getting
So,
sued.
He is getting sued. I bought a Dr. Makara cover of, if you can see it, Lance knows
Lucy.
who this
Lucy.
is. Lucy.
Oh, Lucy, hell yeah, dude.
Fairy Tale. I cannot show the whole thing because it's really awkward. To hold this thing up. It wasn't in the package correctly, so I can't exactly showcase.
When you get a
the
chance,
whole-
take a picture of it and put it in the.
I will. I'll put it in the
In one of
Thanks,
the
Bob.
one of the naughty channels, so it doesn't.
Oh,
get
it's not
mixed
that
up
bad.
with-
It's not that bad.
Oh, okay.
I can just show it in pickups.
Keyword that.
Geez. Okay. So next.
Did
up,
you lose
I
a bet
have
too?
No, I did not.
Okay.
He willingly bought it.
Oh wow, nice.
Okay.
He
so
won.
I'm
that bet.
impressed.
for my. Drag these over here. For my physical DVD and Blu-ray pickups for the Open Just Anime podcast are the following: Sailor Moon Volume 12 ADV. So this is the Deke dub of Sailor Moon.
That's a DVD, right?
Yeah.
Hot damn, nice.
DVD.
Yeah, I couldn't. It's me. Continue.
It's me, the blind man.
Yes.
And then I have Yashahime Part 2 of Season 1.
All right.
That's
I
standard
always
or limited.
they
edition?
carry that at my local.
Standard.
They carry that at Walmart all the time, and I always see it there for like $40,
Yeah.
which is still
That's like
amazing.
the normal price.
Yeah, I know, but it's like Walmart and them still carrying anime. I approve.
Speed Racer on Blu-ray.
That looks pretty nice. The slipcover.
Yeah, I was surprised to get a slip case. They don't always give them to me because they're bastards.
Would you
Where'd you
order
get it from?
Right Stuff.
Yeah, they usually do that.
I missed the slipcase for which one was it? Recovery of an MMO Junkie.
Was that the Essentials release or a regular release?
Regular.
The DVD combo pack or the
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be the DVD combo pack because that
yeah
was the original.
And a second appearance of That Time I Got Reincarnated as Slime. Limited edition.
Bravo.
This is I ordered both parts.
So you filled your box.
Sorry, I
Very
filled
nice.
the
Good
box.
You filled that hole.
I filled that hole. And then on the back, 'cause Lance didn't show the back, it was still wrapped. So this is what the back looks like.
Okay.
And the spine is relatively the same.
That's good.
You're not being able to see that because my angle is just fucking terrible. Sorry about that.
No, you're
There is a
There we go.
yeah,
That's
that,
the angle.
that back is amazing because
Yeah,
they
that's
literally
pretty
turned around and
sweet.
made a figure.
they did turn it into a figure.
And then
It's
what you get
so
in the extras, Lance didn't show it. You get a Rimuru pin and some cards.
Yeah, Lance has failed all of you.
Lance
Fuck
is
him.
Is a failure.
Is a failure. And then last but not least is, I'm gonna pull this out because I want to show what they give you as an extra. It's kind of ridiculous. But I
Okay.
picked up the limited edition of how the realist hero rebuilt the kingdom.
Part 1.
Limited edition. Part 1, excuse me. Yes, part 2
For,
is
for
now.
all you Fate fans out there, there is a Saber-ish
I
look
thought
like
there
in this
was-
one.
Sorry.
Not for long.
I thought there was a I didn't realize there were 2 cores. 2 parts, excuse me. Didn't realize
There's
this was
actually a second
25.
season as well.
So there's that.
Yeah,
And
that
then-
that
Wait,
series
second
got
season?
an extension really fast.
Again, there's no second season, just part 1, part 2.
Oh.
Well,
I thought
it's
they
like
announced
it was
second
12
season.
episodes, and they stopped it like it was a first season, and they just immediately continued.
I forgot this was a thing from the show.
Actually,
Until
no,
I
it had
got
like a
in the
6,
extras.
like a 3-month gap or something.
Didn't feel like it.
Just
What
like
is that?
it's a pen.
They give you a pen, and I forgot. I was like, "Oh yeah, this is a part of the show." That's
yeah,
that's kind of cool, but also kind of dumb. Like, all right,
It's like when they give you a notebook. You're like, God, I don't want to write in this.
yeah. It's like cool, but I'm never gonna use it. So,
Why not give us a whiskey flask or the case for a Zippo?
or I mean, the pins are kind of cool. You can technically use the pins, but I mean, I don't imagine. too many
Have
people
you
use
ever
pins.
gotten anything that was worth it out of premium edition?
Yeah, art books. I would argue are the one thing, and that's
Art-
fucking it.
Right.
Art books.
They try to like do stickers and like shit, and it's like I'm never gonna put these anywhere.
I can live without the stickers. I wish
Yeah,
they'd
stickers
stop.
sucks. I don't use them. The one thing that I like that I actually have used
Those
was
are my
the
pictures anyways. You can
Was the what?
D-
Reach?
was the limited edition DVD of Penny and Stocking that gave you a heaven coin.
What?
It gave you- it
That's
gave
a
you a
right
what?
stuff exclusive, isn't it?
Yeah.
The
Screw
the
you.
audio script.
Doesn't
What did you
count.
say they gave you?
A
That wasn't
heaven
me.
coin?
Huh?
So is that the coin you use when you get to heaven if you didn't lose your V card and you need to Angel's brothel? All right. Are we ready for the Patreon? God damn it. The Discord ones?
The
Discord?
You mean that
Go.
place the viewers should join if they haven't?
Yes, it's in the pinned comment.
Where you can be
That's
there to
206.
harass it.
You're on the wrong one.
Where does it start?
The one that says
When he
podcast
says-
Oh, there,
right there.
207.
So Danny got Fist of the North Star Volume 5.
Nice. And also, Seb got Megazone 2-3 and Violet Evergarden, the
Complete
series.
series.
Oh, nice. I'm glad that we are now done with pickups.
Wait, what? No.
Oh, fuck.
Wah, wah.
There was more. I thought I posted mine in the pickup channel.
No, you must have failed and posted them elsewhere. Did you post them in mods?
Aw. You fail with me, Reese. Did you post them in my Discord? Or, well, in Dysfunction?
Fuck.
Okay.
Guess not.
All right, next week.
God
I
damn
can't
it.
wait to see your pickups.
Okay, whatever. I'll find where I posted that to.
All right.
I could have
So,
sworn I posted.
It's like someone's random like sewing Discord that Reese is part of. What are all these hentai anime?
These hentails.
Oh god. Okay, so let me pull up the brand. I've got some.
Your Lego Discord got one hell of an awakening.
So, you guys recall that in July, the creator of Yu-Gi-Oh passed away. I would like to remind you of how we covered this previously. Takahashi was wearing a snorkel, mask, and swim fins when his body was found, suggesting that he met with some sort of fatal mishap while snorkeling, with initial examinations indicating he had been dead for 1 to 2 days. Japanese media outlet TBS reported that Takahashi had bite-like wounds on his abdomen and lower body.
And Nikon Sports says, in addition, that his lower body clothing was missing, indicating he had a sexy death. So some new information has come out that
Nude underwater
furthers
dueling?
or negates my claim of how sexy his death was.
It
depending on how
activates
you
their
look at
counter
it.
trap card?
It was even more sexy because he was a hero.
Because he's a hero, yes. So a U.S. Army officer has stated that Yu-Gi-Oh! Manga creator Kazuki Takahashi died trying to save Riptide victims. So the U.S. military newspaper Stars and Stripes reported on Tuesday that Yu-Gi-Oh! Manga creator Kazuki Takahashi died trying to aid a U.S. Army officer in saving 3 people who were caught in a riptide at Mermaid's Grotto in Onna, Okinawa. U.S. Army Major Robert Bourgeot, a diving instructor, was trying to save an 11-year-old girl, her mother, and a U.S. soldier, no relation, I guess, just, I don't know, whatever, who were trapped in a rip current about 100 meters from shore on July 4th. So 100 meters is like 300 feet, right? Something like that?
More, but yes. We'll go with that.
Bourgeot was unaware that Takahashi tried to aid him in the rescue. So he didn't even fucking know. Now, there's an update here. It says the Japanese Coast Guard confirmed on October 14th that Takahashi had entered the water to rescue the girl and disappeared in what it identifies as an accident at sea. The spokesman for Japan Coast Guard had previously declined to confirm during the Stars and Stripes report that Takahashi indeed participated in the rescue attempt, as the Coast Guard was still investigating. Although the Coast Guard did know of the Riptide incident in July, it had refrained from revealing what happened in consideration of the girl's mental health. So
she's survived.
Crunchyroll said it this way. They were aware of the incident with the family in July, but refrained from publicizing the details of the incident in consideration of the girl's well-being. When I first read this one, I thought, oh yeah, because people would be sending her death threats over the fact that she got the creator of Yu-Gi-Oh! Killed, right? But apparently Anime News Network thought it was right. It was her mental health. They didn't want her to feel bad for killing the creator of Yu-Gi-Oh! Right? So Bourgeot said Takahashi entered the water during the rescue, but he did not see Takahashi during the ordeal. Bourgeot's diving students, whom he had met with just after 2 p.m. that day, caught glimpses of Takahashi until he disappeared beneath the waves. The Japan Coast Guard found Takahashi's body equipped with snorkeling gear 2 days later on July 6th, about 300 meters, about 1,000 feet offshore in Awa Nago City in Okinawa. Several sworn witness statements provided by the Army detailed his actions that day. Takahashi's autopsy also concluded that he had died of drowning and that there were no signs of foul play. Slightly less sexy death, unfortunately. Bourgeot was recognized by the U.S. Army for saving the 3 people. His command nominated him in September for the Soldier's Medal, which recognizes acts of heroism not involving actual conflict with an enemy. Bourgeot said Takahashi is a hero and that he died trying to save someone else. So I don't know if there's any truth to this, but I remember when I was a kid. I've never been in a rip current. Have any of you?
No, but I've talked to a couple people that have been, trained to deal with them. So they always talk about how, how it'll pull you and try to drag you out.
Let me explain it for people. Basically, the idea is you're like, oh, I'm a bit far away from shore. I should start swimming back. And as you swim towards shore, you're getting sucked further
You're getting
and further
stuck
out.
back. And what you're trained to do and what you're told to do
is go sideways.
Is to just kind of go with it, but of course, keep your bearings on where you're going, and then make your way around out of it and back to shore. Like, if you're not going to win against this.
So what I was told.
That's what I was told.
When I was really young, I heard a sermon on it in chapel at school. the pastor had mentioned that the way you get out of the rip current is to swim sideways. If you
parallel the shore.
Yeah, so if you're getting sucked out into the sea, then you should swim. Like if it's pulling you this way, you should swim away from it. You might still be getting pulled out, but if you get far enough away from it, that it won't be able to pull you as hard, and you'll actually be able to start making your way back to shore.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's true. That's just, I remember hearing that as a kid, and it's always stuck with me.
But what I'm trying to understand is he was trying to save them from this. So it was a little girl and someone else, right?
Two other
I
people.
mean, what they don't tell you is that he was actually trying to do like a swim by ass slap, like that one guy from Act Age.
Well, no. The thing is, like, maybe it was like that moment in Bento where the guy's like, did you say his pants were off?
Well,
Yes.
Nikon Sports reported that. Originally.
Now maybe he had seen Bento, and that then, you know, in anime style, his pants were gone, and for some reason his erection acted like a rudder.
Like-
he was just able to be much faster.
That's what I was gonna say. He's actually like he's a tantric sex master, and he's like, I can use my penis to escape the riptide. I don't know why I picture he talks like Yamayuki.
he was doing the helicopter. Is, you know, would probably be, but no, it I'm trying to understand how there were 3 other people involved, one being a child, and he, for some reason, to fix a situation which if he left from shore, why the fuck didn't he get the lifeguard or someone with, you know, a little boat or something to head out there?
I thought he was with like Marines or something.
If he's with Marines,
hold on. So
that's
you're
even
talking
more
about the Yu-Gi-Oh creator.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why didn't he do?
From what I understand, he saw a little girl, 11 years old, getting pulled out to sea, panicking, screaming, and he just dove in to go after her. Okay. So the Marine happened to be there later. Like he happened to show up after this had already started, right? Because he was there to teach diving, because that's what he happens to do, right? Now there's another U.S. soldier who presumably, because in Okinawa we have U.S. bases in Okinawa, so presumably the U.S. soldier had also attempted to go into the water to save the little girl. I read a ton of different articles on this and only shared these short ones here.
Okay,
but
here's,
hold on.
I don't want you to
the mom actually was on the shore and asked people, like she frantically like, please, you got to help me. My daughter, she's getting sucked out to sea. Right. So people entered, the U.S. soldier, I presume, and then Takahashi, and then the Marine, right? The diving instructor. Okay. Now real quick, just to wrap this up. For Sankaku Complex, I have a quote from here. After bringing the women to shore. So actually the woman was not in the water. She was on the shore asking like, please help me, help my daughter. She's, you know, whatever. And then she gets in the water after the Marine goes in to save the daughter. And then he has to save her too, because the dumb bitch couldn't just let him do it. Right. So after bringing the women to shore, the officer then went back for the soldier and directed him out. He wasn't able to actually you know, grab him and pull him away from the riptide, right? He went back out and only was able to direct him out, despite being so exhausted that he risked drowning. He said, quote, that was one of the hardest things I have ever had to do. I let the man go so I could save myself. I didn't think I was going to make it. That's how rough the riptide was.
Oh, they're strong. You're not going to beat this.
The Marine had to let the soldier go and save himself and just say, you're on your own, do what I do, you know, kind of thing. Because actually getting there and trying to carry him back to shore and, you know, kind of pull him out of there would have been so much that they both would have died.
Considering that these two trained, you know, individuals had such a hard time, the instruction that I was given seems nowhere near the prep that you need for this, because if they're struggling to, have any control over the situation, a 15-year-old who has, swim in a small swimming pool their entire life is not going to do very well in this.
Yeah, it's incredibly dangerous. So that's why I say, like, I mean, maybe look up on YouTube or something like how to survive a rip current, because perhaps the advice I have
don't
given
put yourself in
tonight
that
isn't actually,
situation.
I don't know. But if you do end up in a rip current, take off your pants so that you can at least die a sexy death. All right. As usual, totally classy when it comes to somebody's death. All right. So I have a follow-up here. We covered this a couple months ago or whatever, maybe a year ago. The Disney SEC whistleblower, Sandy Kuba, officially settles retaliation lawsuit. Quote, perhaps the judge's pro-whistleblower decision will give others the happy ending that eludes me. So let's see if my highlights are here. Good. So again, this is a little bit of a recap here. According to her, the whistleblower, Disney would record discounted gift card sales and complimentary gift promotions, such as a free game at one of the resort's numerous golf courses, as having been sold for full price. So she saw these accounting mistakes that seemed like they were happening deliberately, and she blew the whistle on it. And Disney's like, "Oh, she's a troubled individual. You shouldn't listen to that bitch," right? So anyway, I think everything after this point is what should be read here. So, as per a breakdown by independent reporter Francine McKenna, Judge Antoon ruled that Disney could be found by a jury to have violated the Sarbanes-Oxley whistleblower, Dodd-Frank whistleblower, and the Florida Private Whistleblower Acts. Conversely, the judge outright dismissed Kuba's claims that the company had similarly run up against the Equal Pay and California False Claims Acts. Interestingly, as noted by McKenna, Judge Antoon found in his judgment that in regard to her California False Claims Act violation allegation, Kuba offers no authority for or explication of this novel legal argument, which the court therefore rejects. Again, I think the court was in Florida as well, if I'm not mistaken. So arguing that they probably also did this stuff in California was probably, I don't know, maybe I'm not sure the details. Moving on. Though this judgment ultimately left room for a further fight, Kuba announced on September 23rd that she and her legal team had instead settled with Disney today. So rather than continuing to go, Disney paid her off, right? Although I would have liked to continue, there was always a risk, she wrote via LinkedIn, sharing a metal engraved portrait of her family. Quote, while I have nothing to lose, the legal decisions of Judge Antoon that helped us prevail in summary judgment were too crucial to lose. Attorney Frank Malatesta, interesting name, is already being approached by other attorneys who are working with whistleblowers and a top whistleblower attorney in the U.S. Sorry, hold on. This is her saying this. He's already been approached by other whistleblowers, and a top whistleblower attorney in the U.S. contacted me one day to tell me he was in awe of the survival of the case through the attempted dismissal and then summary judgment against a large corporation. Once more, never say never, she affirmed. Quote, people told my late husband, who most called Kuba, that you can't beat Disney. But that is not true as seen in this case. We were winning. Quote, I learned at the end of this that even an official in one of the states I was seeking to protect contacted both sides when Disney tried to have the case dismissed in April of 2021. The state official told them they did not know why Disney was saying it was not protected activity because it definitely was, referring to her whistleblowing. Quote, hearing that made me happy, but why the agencies did not help me, I do not know. Stuart Meisner told the SEC in January 2020, I became the poster child of whistleblowers that were not helped by the SEC. However, other companies should view Kuba v. Disney as an example of all the things a company should not do. Another poster child. So, including areas where there is little in the way of previous decisions, Judge Antoon's legal decision on Kuba v. Disney are there. They're strong, and they are in favor of the whistleblower. They can be referenced by future whistleblowers, and I hope they are. And I hope whistleblowers will learn. I hope whistleblowers will learn from the case and use it as a blueprint internally and report to the SEC quickly. Frank had told me to think of the legacy I wanted to leave behind for my kids, but the legacy I need to leave is for future whistleblowers. No matter how far I could take the case and no matter how much I could win, my story would end the same due to the suicide of my husband. A true justice fighter. Wow. I hope that she got that suicide investigated. It turns out the settlement she got from Disney is you don't want to end up like your husband, do you? You know. Perhaps this decision today will leave some rulings that will give other whistleblowers the happy ending that eludes me. I will continue to push for an investigation of Disney and work with any government officials who will listen. I will also provide help to other whistleblowers seeking advice. Drawing her statement to a close, Kuba asserted, quote, I told my son Bobby today, I am still the Disney whistleblower. He told me, and you always will be. Wow. Now Bobby and I find ourselves at a crossroad, she said. We can go in any direction, and I am sure for each there is an adventure waiting for us. But no matter which road we choose, it will never change who I am. I am the code administrator. I am the whistleblower. And I am the widow. I am. Wow. That, got a little theatrical there. Any thoughts? Okay, moving on. Good morning, Danny. Congrats on Fist of the North Star Volume 5. Okay, in Kickstarter and crowdfunding news, we have only 3 days left to go. My offer still stands. If you guys fund it halfway, I will fund the rest for Anime Crossroad Chronicle. Also, I noticed this. There's a Cowboy Bebop role-playing game. Something nobody should give a shit about that has exceeded its goal astronomically. I don't even know, like, why.
Oh, wait a minute. What are the roles you get to play? Because who's Faye?
You get to D&D.
You probably get to choose.
Okay.
Roll your 60-sided die to find out if you stay in the outfit the whole run away from the bad guys.
Oh shit.
Oh, fell out. lose a turn. Put that titty back in. Anyway, so I don't know. I saw it and I thought, okay, well, I guess I'll show you guys. And this is all the crap that it comes with. So yeah, there you go. You can dungeon master or whatever the GM is.
Game master.
Game
They're
master.
probably avoiding copyright.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's the thing. Hey, look, the Wulong symbol. Anyway, all right. I like how it says amusement only on the chip, so you don't take it to an actual casino and try to cash it. So, also, Magic the Gathering has these special cards. You wanna tell us about them?
Yeah, so Magic the Gathering has started a year or two now ago, putting out Secret Layers, which is direct to customer products. They usually distribute their products to local game stores, and that's how you buy them. But they started doing this because they want direct profit, I guess. And each of these are effectively like a month or so period to get these limited run cards. So they're all just reprints of
You'll notice that this one is going to end in 19 days and 11 hours.
Yeah, so you still have time to get this, but so they're limited. How do I put it? So they're going to be full art sometimes, like this one, and it's going to be like brand new exclusive art typically. So that's the appeal of getting them, and a lot of them are also reprints of valuable cards. But what they like to do is give you one valuable card and a bunch of crap, like this one. So you can actually scroll down to see the individual arts, which I'd look at even lower. So you can see the full card. That's what the card's going to look like. So Junji Ito is their latest collaboration.
Yeah. So are these existing cards in the Magic the Gathering universe that they just put new art behind?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So in this one, let's see. The one on the right, Thoughtseize, is worth like $30 or so on its own. However, the appeal of Secret Lair is you can get it in foil and it's full art, so it's going to be worth even more. So that's why you want to get it. That's why you want to get it.
So if I click on foil etched, do I get to see anything? Oh, okay, so they're shinier.
They put a filter on on it. I need to clarify though. Foil etched is different than regular foil. Foil will curl and everything. Foil etched is their recent attempts to make a foiling that doesn't curl, but in my experience, it makes the art way darker, harder to read. Like, it's illegible, like the art. You can't tell what's going on. So I don't know if this is going to way backfire if you try and get the foil etched. But yeah, so you have a 19-day period to get it here. But if you're like me, your local game store is going to order a bunch of these anyway, so you can buy them after the fact, even if you miss out.
At a markup, so the game store can make.
No. It's not even really a markup. Well, I mean, it's their typical whatever ratio, but
shipping
I think
is free on orders over $99 US only.
yeah. So I don't even get that.
Seriously, you could stick this in a regular envelope with 1 5-cent stamp on it, and you're gonna charge me. You're gonna make me go all the way to $99 to get it.
They come in a box that's like an inch thick. But either way, you're right. You could give away.
You definitely wouldn't want them to do that,
right? But seriously. Anyway, so regarding Junji Ito, I just so happened. I don't follow the official SpongeBob Twitter or anything, but the official verified SpongeBob Twitter account tweeted SpongeBob as you've never seen him before with this Junji Ito inspired artwork. And I just had to share it. I had to find a place to sneak it into the podcast.
Do you think Toonami like bribed them to, well, not bribed, but gave them money to promote their new show?
Yes, because kids watching SpongeBob are definitely going to be into midnight horror anime on a different channel.
SpongeBob is on Nickelodeon too. Like,
I don't know.
midnight
SpongeBob's
anime
sending,
on another
subliminal
channel.
messages.
They're totally going to do that. Yeah, no.
Anyway, in another special guest on Secret Lair, we've got the artist behind the Metal Gear artwork.
Yeah. I don't think this one is as appealing to me. I'm talking about the card variety, because the one called Tezzeret the Seeker is supposedly like the one that's the money card, and the other ones are like not worth much. I do kind of want the Skull Clamp, but yeah. So if you like the Metal Gear artist, by all means, that's also available.
So how much do you think these cards will be worth in like a year?
I can tell you how much the ones I already got are worth.
This seems like a speculative nightmare here.
You wouldn't want to use them to play with.
No, you can use them easy. Like,
but
if you sleeve them.
Wouldn't want to.
Yeah,
you wouldn't want to.
No.
Use them.
People play with cards worth like literally $100 all the time, and these might not even reach 100. That's what I mean. Like, I'll pull up my price and get
No,
back
what
to
Reese
you
was
on
trying
how
to say
much.
is to keep them in that grade 10 mint condition. Playing them is a
no.
very
Because
bad
as
idea.
an
Magic?
art piece, as an
No,
art
no.
piece, so
In
you don't-
Magic, the only thing worth PSA grading are the vintage cards like the Black Lotus and all that crap. Anything that is so, like brand new fancy stuff, no one's going to grade that crap.
But 20 years from now, you're gonna wish you graded that card.
One that doesn't have the
when
fingerprints all over it.
Juji Ito eventually dies, it's gonna skyrocket in price.
So, Attack on Titan creator Hajime Izayama is going to make his first U.S. appearance at Anime New York City, which maybe has already passed. No, Friday, November 18th. Okay, good. I was like, it took so long to do the podcast that I was like, oh shit, is it over? No, okay, so there you go. If you're in New York City and you want to see, well, also, I think we need to address the fact that apparently Levi is clearly his self-insert character. And boy, howdy, you weren't kidding about his art. Anyway. So also, I saw this cursed thing I needed to bring you into. See photos from the West End production of My Neighbor Totoro. The real Shakespeare Company production is currently the hottest ticket in London.
So I saw the dad and was like, "Oh, that's not bad." Then I saw, the kids, and I was like, "Oh."
This one, I don't know what the Japanese movie is. I think it's like it's an old vintage, like what is that genre called? Sukeban. Like the Sukeban, delinquent girl, kind of like she looks like she's from like an old super famous one. I can't remember the name of it. We talked about it on the show before. I think Arrow Media is about to release a Blu-ray of it, or 4K Blu-ray. Anyway, but yeah, like the dad looks like you guys remember Dave Chappelle's white guy wig? You remember like Dave Chappelle had like his white guy persona where he looked like he had a wig that was like combed like news reporter hair pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like this is like an Asian guy wearing a white guy wig.
Yeah, it does look like that, yeah.
Anyway, it kind of looks like Justin Long, but like in Asian face. Or like an Asian in Justin Long face, maybe. Anyway. All right. In further news about, corruption or shit, Warner Brothers Discovery is being sued for inflating HBO Max subscriber numbers by 10 million users. So Warner Brothers Discovery, fuck yeah. Warner Brothers Discovery is in hot water again, and this time they are being taken to court over it. The company is being sued for misrepresenting the actual subscriber total for their streaming services, but HBO Max is the main bone of contention. According to a class action complaint filed by the Collinsville, Illinois Police Pension Board, on behalf of their pension fund, Warner Brothers Discovery wasn't honest about real and active HBO Max subscribers, a tally that was off by 10 million. Though this information is out there and was reported before the merger, the plaintiff's filing argues they were misled about the linear subscribers, or the people who were signed up automatically because they already had HBO as a premium on their cable package. Discovery Plus is named as well for a similar tactic employed in 2021. The service had a count of 20 million total subscribers, even though you have to be a paying customer to be one. The complaint alleges Verizon customers signed up for 12 months as a perk were added into the math. So HBO Max had approximately 69.4 million global subscribers as of September 30th, 2021. But that included, quote, receiving access through bundled services with affiliates and, quote, wholesale subscribers that may not have signed in. That was under AT&T's Warner Media regime, which means Discovery and CEO David Zaslav, who is named as a defendant, inherit this mess. But the court filing contends that he knew this information well before the merger was finalized this year. Quote, this adverse information was known or knowable to Discovery and the individual defendants, Zaslav and CFO Gunnar Wheatenfels, prior to the March 11th, 2022 shareholder vote, as they would have, or at a minimum should have, been part of due diligence for the merger, the document says. Quote, for example, defendants acknowledged after the merger that Warner Media's HBO Max streaming business had a high churn rate that made the business not viable unless the churn rate was reversed. Warner Media's profligate spending on content was noted as their churn rate and was deemed unacceptable. Numerous times, the complaint reiterates that the former entity had no consideration for cost or profit. What? Do you mean like making a Batgirl movie and then just scrapping it? That doesn't sound like Warner. The sale to Discovery then came as a sort of ray of hope, at first with the promise of reversal. I'm sorry, hold on. It's a ray of hope at first with the promise of a reversal. On a conference call in February, Zaslav confidently talked up free cash flow projections of $14 billion and $8 billion by 2023, and a, quote, solid footing as a competitor in the streaming market against Netflix and Amazon. Quote, we're going to be generating $8 billion or more in free cash flow, so we have plenty of money to spend. That already assumes that that we're going to spend more money on content, he said. Quote, we're quite confident in the numbers that we've given you. He also had nice things to say about CNN and its resources, although the cost-saving guillotine later fell on the failed CNN Plus venture. The Collinsville Police Pension Board, a Discovery shareholder, believes they were hoodwinked when they were told to trade their Discovery stock for shares of Warner Brother Discovery common stock before any of the above information was disclosed to them. As it came to light, Warner Brothers Discovery was cutting costs, canceling movies, and removing programs from their streaming library over the last few months, while their stock price tumbled to around $11 a share from about $24 after April 11th. Making matters worse, AT&T reported Warner Media's operating income dropped 32.7% year over year to $1.3 billion, and year over year free cash flow fell by $2.6 billion. In an April conference call, after the merger was complete, Gunnar Wiedenfels admitted that quarter one Warner earnings and cash flow were less than he expected, and the profit baseline for that part of the portfolio in 2022 will be around $500 million lower than anticipated. Between that and the CNN, I mean, it seems crazy to me that they're having this much trouble, considering Amazon spent a fucking $1 billion in Lord of the Rings, and they are mopping the floor with that. With House of the Dragon or whatever it's called. So anyway,
you think it's
over a bunch of this?
It's a single one digit. You got your 10 million, and you said they had a number of 69 million and some that were that they claimed to be the subscriber count. Well, one, they might have just wanted the 69, maybe, but also since it's just a one of 10 million.
What you're saying is they thought if they said they only had 59.420 million global subscribers, it just didn't have as good of a ring to it.
It's just saying we got the good old
69.42 million, right?
Yep.
So
69,420, dude. Come on. But and then also, as much as I'd love to, ream about this, it's also possible it's a single one. 10 million. This could be someone who doesn't know how to do math and has just a carry error. Not saying it is.
I think that it's a.
I'm
it's
playing
a round, it's
complete
not an
devil's
exact
advocate.
number. I think it's a rounded number, and they're basically saying that, look, because pension funds are all the time are gambled in the stock market, and then the stock market crashes like it just did recently, right?
Yeah.
So the police are like, oh fuck, we don't have any money. How are we going to pay everybody's pension? It's like, I sure hope there's not a major death coming through here. So anyway, yeah, I think that
Who's got the biggest life insurance policy?
Basically, they're just trying to recoup some of their stock losses, and they are using this as the reason for why they deserve to be paid back for the money they invested not having a good return.
That's a fair way to look at it.
I do think just from a a perspective on streaming in general, it is important to sort of acknowledge that the tactics that are being used and the fact that the streaming bubble is seemingly about to pop if it hasn't already, and that there's gonna be a lot of reshuffling coming because of that, as we're gonna look at some other things here. So
all I have to say is someone better call Colleen Clinkenbeard.
Right, for the clinkflation.
So she'd settle it, no problem.
So I saw this Hey Answer Man on do the animation cuts at HBO Max and Netflix spell trouble for the anime industry.
You mean
skipping past all this?
Answer Woman?
Oh, right. That yeah, I guess it is now. Maybe Kim Morrison is a he him. Anyway, so just acknowledging these parts. Although HBO Max, what we were just talking about, was never big on streaming anime, even some anime titles have recently faced the chopping block. Most notably, Adult Swim's slate of anime originals, including Blade Runner Black Lotus, Fena Pirate Princess, I thought that was a Crunchyroll original, and Shenmue the Animation.
They were partnerships with the Crunchyroll.
Yeah, according to Toonami co-creator Jason DeMarco, Shenmue in particular actually did well enough to warrant a season 2, but that's not going to happen now. I am blown away by this because the purpose of producing content yourself is that it can go on your platform and stay there forever. That's why Netflix is doing what they're doing. Right?
So what I'm curious about is if this was before, if they had greenlit like these titles, these projects beforehand when Crunchyroll wasn't acquired by Sony.
That's probably part of it. Yeah, regarding the Fena Private.
Because they have Housing Complex C, and they're coming out with the Junji Ito series at some point.
Yeah, so these particular ones, Blade Runner Black Lotus, that's come out. Fena Private Princess Season 1 came out. Shenmue the Animation came out, right? So this is just acknowledging that they've been canceled for a possible Season 2. Now, according to Kantar's Entertainment On Demand panel, the proportion of U.S. households who are subscribed to at least one video streaming service has stalled at around 86%. Even if the global demand for anime continues to grow, it's clear that the consumer base in the United States simply doesn't have much more room left to grow at this point. The ensuing downward swing will have a tangible impact on a very important aspect of its bottom line, licensing costs. In 2021, U.S. streaming license costs for popular shows could go as high as hundreds of thousands of dollars per episode. Whew. Already, we are seeing insiders comment on lower licensing fees in the wake of the Crunchyroll Funimation merger. So I just thought I'd share that because I thought that was like kind of mind blowing. Because we always go back to the fact that ADV spent $1 million, I think it was $900,000 to license for distribution Corral Phantom Memory, a show that nobody really cares about. I mean, I watched it, I liked it, but most people have never even heard of it, you know?
Yeah.
And the thought that some of the, major shows that they're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars per episode is just It's pretty
It
mind
seems
blowing.
it's another one of those things to me. It's where the hell is this money going? We're spending all these hundreds of thousands of dollars, but what are they spending the hundreds of thousands on?
Hookers and blow.
Licensing
Yeah,
costs.
licensing. Yeah.
Oh,
That'll
you
be a
mean
good
where
launch.
does it go? Where does it go
But-
in Japan?
Yeah, we're like
It goes to the production committees. So in Japan, the way that anime gets produced is that they what's the word? They disperse. There's another word for it. They put the cost across several entities that come together and form a production committee to produce the show. Right.
Yeah.
So however much you put in, one company might put in $50,000, another company might put in $200,000, right? And then proportionately, sort of like the residuals kind of idea, proportionately, whatever the show makes, they get in the profit, they get back proportionally whatever they put in. So these 100,000s per episode are going back to SoftBank and all sorts of other companies in Japan. In that way. And then because they're making money, they put it back into the next production committee for the next show in hopes that it's going to be a big hit and net them a major profit. Right. So it's kind of interesting. In Japan, the producers are the ones making residuals instead of all the people working on it. Whereas in the US, actors at least and whatnot get through SAG-AFTRA and all that, maybe not AFTRA, but through SAG at least, are getting royalties and whatnot for their roles.
Again, my counterpoint to people doing that is like, okay, if you're going to take the chance of royalties, you're going to take the chance of loss as well. Like, play it fair. But that's
I mean, the thing is that you should be getting, if you're going to get royalties, then you kind of have to hope that it's going to do. It's like when you work on a commission. If you do really well, you make a lot of money. But if you suck at sales, you don't make any. So anyway, furthering this point, Netflix is reportedly changing its anime strategy's main focus. This was shared by Mirage Leonardo. Thank you for that. This was a great read and a great follow-up to what we were just talking about. So Netflix hasn't been shy about its interest in anime since the service invested in the industry several years back. With tons of exclusive licenses and original series, Netflix has become a go-to destination for anime marathons across the globe. But according to a new report, it seems the company is about to shift the main focus of its anime strategy to something we've not seen as of yet. So this sort of goes back to what we had that discussion about Stranger Things, the most recent season, where they split that into two releases. So it was like, how many episodes was it? 8? And so it was like the first 6 episodes came out, and then you had to wait a month before the last 2 of that season, right? And we sort of discussed in our conversation about that, how that is Netflix's way of trying to generate buzz and hype, because when Game of Thrones was coming out week to week on HBO, there was every single week
artificial
there was
hype
content.
from suspense.
What's up?
Artificial hype from literal physical suspense.
Well, when HBO was releasing Game of Thrones, every week I would see, YouTube videos with theories and like details you missed and whatnot. And it kept people interested in talking about things.
And putting more time between it allows the
by putting more time between it actually generates more buzz. You talk like the Battle of the Bastards.
And just keeps going.
So the Battle of the Bastard comes out, and then you just can't help but talk about it at work. You're like, it's the most incredible thing I've ever seen in my life. Oh my God, it was so amazing. And you get people like, oh, maybe I'll finally check it out. So by dragging it on like that, at the end of the day, you end up getting more people invested in watching your show. Whereas what Netflix does is they just drop everything all at once. And honestly, it's a great way to binge something. Like, that's a fun way to experience it. But at the end of God damn it, Randall, you got me like so self-conscious about using the phrase at the end of the day. At the end of the day,
did you like my comment? Did you see it?
It doesn't return the same value that generating hype does. So Netflix is wanting now to nab more anime movies than shows moving forward. They've basically said, nah, binging is our thing, so let's just do movies instead. You know, like not only has the number of projects that go through decreased, but there are also cases where projects that were about to get started suddenly came to a halt. So the impact is serious. This is an executive in an anime production company saying that. Quote, the timing of this change aligns with when membership numbers began to decline. So again, that bubble is bursting. There is a widespread belief that the company is cutting back on anime production to cut costs. Given anime's popularity these days, you might be wondering why the industry is being shafted. According to this new report, the issue comes down to reliability. Anime fans are often big fans of weekly releases, and that prolonged release generates free hype and publicity. However, Netflix's staunch binge release method makes it easy for a show to launch and be forgotten within a day. We have seen this happen at JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and now it seems Netflix is looking to make more movies as opposed to anything else in Japan. So,
well, I've seen the day where I was informed that if I had watched Attack on Titan, you know, binged it, y'all and me had this conversation on here, that I would have enjoyed it more, which is incredibly possible. But I experienced this negative and the whole getting it and it's over. You know, it's like there's no foreplay involved, I guess.
No, you don't understand.
With
the
Seven
difference
Deadly
here,
Sins.
well, the difference here is that binging is better for the viewer.
Yeah.
Not binging is better for the provider.
For the provider. But what I'm saying is as a viewer, Attack on Titan became a drudge for me due to the way it was just being done. But I can kind of, looking back, understand where if I had actually sat down and not had those heavy pauses between it, where I would kind of lose interest in thought process, I probably could have taken the series in more better. I didn't mean to fuck that up. I didn't mean to say mo better.
Well, as someone who deals with this all the time, the solution is waiting and then binging it later. It's like having a soft taco. You can always make it a hard taco if you want, if you toast it, but
you fry it.
You also have the option of soft taco.
But what I'm saying is your fajita troubles aside, I would like to point out that the clusterfuck in my mind is that when I watched the Seven Deadly Sins, I ended up binging the entire thing, and it was finally over. So I had this moment of euphoria and understanding that it's, I got what I got, and then I was done. Like,
well, that's a decision.
I ended up watching things, and I want to go back and I want to rewatch them again.
Well, again, just
it's an experience. Just
to wrap up the point. The idea here is that
Am I being too loud, by the way?
Netflix is recognizing, as Ecchi said, so Netflix is finally understanding the organic marketing power of weekly anime releases. Again, I value the fact that I can sit down and binge as many episodes as I want and then come back the next time I have time and start from where I left off. I really value that. I don't want them to go weekly. When they do go weekly, I will just wait until the whole thing's out before I start watching it.
But I think that's better for you. Like, as someone who wants to binge it, you have that option, and you're not really missing much by doing that.
But that's why it stays on the service for you.
The problems with the binge model, like, sure, it's not terrible. Like having, obviously, I like binging, like Stranger Things. I just like, I want to finish it as quick as possible, get through it. It's a good story, but there are benefits to watching weekly, even for the viewer, because then you get to, obviously you can choose not to, but some people like going online, talking about what happened in the episode, theorizing about what could be happening next week, those kind of things, and take part in that organic marketing. As much as it is organic marketing, it's still kind of like a communal aspect of the show that some people enjoy doing.
And some shows are just really freaking hard to binge. It just depends. But like, I find some shows like Sakamoto, I wouldn't recommend anyone to binge Sakamoto. Like, it's kind of
because of how episodic it is.
Oh,
there's nothing to carry you from one episode to the next.
You're like, I binged it. Yeah, well, gee,
I
yeah.
1,000,000% support your statement there.
Yeah,
I'd also
trying to marathon Lupin, like going through part 2 or something. Like it's hard to do when you want to get through like a full disc in one sitting.
Not for me.
I'd also like to say
Yeah, I know,
that it's interesting to say. I don't know how this is. I'm pretty sure this is like rumors, right, for Netflix. I don't know. It's weird for me to sit here and hear them say, well, they're gonna go focus on movies because they don't want to do the whole binge thing, and that's her. Then why do they have every point that we've made applies to TV as well, just as much as it does to anime. So, are they going to focus just generally on movies and move away from TV in general? I don't think so.
I think what their
Are they going to wait
thoughts
till
are-
each news season's over to play all the news channels bullshit?
I
Yes,
wonder.
this happened
I
back
wonder
in
if they're
December.
if they're looking at it from the perspective of, man, Your Name, Mugen Train, like these movies are doing really well, and they're thinking maybe
Holy shit, yeah,
we
they
can
might
get
be.
people to come into our service and sit down and experience something short. Because the thing about a movie, right, is that
Digestible in a sitting.
well, it's digestible in one sitting, so it's got the binge aspect to it. But then the fandom that gets created from that isn't held on to the fact that week to week you're getting more of the puzzle or more of the story till the final part. Because I think that they're sort of looking at it from the perspective of there are people who won't start watching One Piece now because it's 1,000 episodes in.
Yeah.
And they have to start from the beginning, right? So they're thinking if we do movies, the barrier to entry is very low.
Yeah,
And
especially if it's a standalone movie and not something attached to a series.
Standalone
yeah,
complex.
and if you're spending several $100,000 per episode for a license, maybe the movie might be a couple
Cheaper.
$100,000, but at least you're only having to get just that, right?
Yeah.
Kind of thing. And again, I think this is more about for Netflix. It's more about producing anime movies, which they've recently done. Words bubble up like Soda Pop or whatever, and Bubble, and they've done a couple. A Whisker Away, I think they recently did too. So they've done. That's something that they've been trying out, and I think they've just decided that did better for them than JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and probably Bastard didn't perform as well as they had hoped, or whatever, and therefore they're thinking, well, let's just go ahead and go this other route.
It really has a high chance to go down to the whole low risk, high reward. They could be cutting their
and who knows, maybe they will do the whole Mugen Train thing, and they'll just take something that they've already done that has established, story for the manga, and just do it as a movie instead of a second season.
What they need to do is take One Piece and make
a live
movies out of the entire
series?
thing. Oh God, and make oh God,
because that's happening already.
No,
They're doing that.
don't bring that up. No, take the entire series, the 1,000 episodes, and take every 100 episodes and make a movie of it.
Anyway,
what
I
I'm
think we
surprised about all this, Netflix has Demon Slayer season 1. They could, or theoretically, depending on licensing, of course, just have Mugen Train on there too, and season 2.
I mean, they should totally try to get season.
So again,
2.
this is about the anime that they themselves producing.
Yeah.
So anyway, I think we should try to move on because we've got a lot still to cover. We're still in streaming news, but from here we've also got Tatami Time Machine Blues anime is getting a U.S. Disney Plus premiere date, which is September 14th on Disney Plus.
That's
in select overseas territories, and also features an exclusive 6th episode that began streaming on the service starting October 12th. Okay, so I guess it's already. What is this news then? The fuck is this? Oh, here, U.S. premiere slated for November. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Premiere Wednesday, November 9th is when it's going to come out in the U.S.
On Disney
Now we've also got this to pair with that. Hulu is streaming Black Rock Shooter Dawnfall anime. Previously, this had been reported that Black Rock Shooter, Tatami Time Machine, possibly Bleach, 1,000-Year Blood War, that these were all Summertime Rendering, that these were all licensed by Disney for Disney Plus.
Yeah.
But Disney has chosen to put Bleach and Black Rock Shooter on Hulu instead of Disney Plus.
Yeah.
And perhaps that's because Black Rock Shooter and Bleach are more adult oriented, and they thought that would be a better usage, putting it on Hulu. Whatever it is,
because Tatami Galaxy, you have to be very into the anime because apparently they speak a mile a second, and and they didn't dub the first season, and that's the barrier for entry for this show.
Yeah, I don't think Disney really thought about that all that much. They just thought, oh, we can get this, let's do it.
Yeah.
Well, who knows? What's
Disney
this here?
not thinking
You
of-
talking about this specific one, Tatami Time Machine Blues, or
Yeah,
Tatami Galaxy?
Tatami
So
Galaxy, and this is a sequel to that,
Right.
so I'm
Sorry,
assuming it's going to have the same format.
Right. I was just reading here. It said I thought it was saying which the service is labeling as season 1 of the series. So they're labeling it as season 1, even though it's technically like Dragon Ball Z to Dragon Ball.
Yeah, it's season 1 of Time Machine.
Yeah,
Perhaps.
right. So Anyway, moving on from here so we can make it some time. Cyberpunk Edgerunners was praised by Hideo Kojima. Now, I just want to read his quote here. He said, quote, "I just watched Cyberpunk Edgerunners in one sitting. I binged it." Right. Awesome. Great. Under the recent domestic anime situation, listen here. Under the recent domestic anime situation, there was a feeling that famous Japanese studios were consumed by the overseas market. But not this one. This is a miracle of squeezing the trigger to the world. Yeah. So I just wanted to point out that apparently the Japanese are well aware of the fact that their anime industry is being colonized by the West.
Well, I'd have to imagine it's like how we're aware that like Hollywood is catering to China. Yeah.
It's pretty hard to not see that when fucking what's his name, John Cena, is speaking broken Cantonese to apologize for mistakenly calling Taiwan a country.
His Chinese is perfectly good. Don't make fun of his Chinese. It's better than The Rock's Chinese.
That's ableist, okay?
Anyway, any thoughts on this before I move on?
Yeah, good.
No,
Make note of it.
But I assume
Call
you'll decline this, but I have the follow up to the secret layers. Are they even worth it?
Hold on, before you get into that, just quickly, it's good that Edgerunners released binge model, because then he wouldn't have he could binge it. You know, weekly. I don't think Edgerunners works as good weekly. That's one where I think the binge works better for it.
Good for it.
Anyway, okay,
so,
go ahead. After you.
I've got your things over here. I'm just pulling them in.
So this is one that I technically got. I got it in
That'll
like
fit in an envelope.
Oh yeah. So this was for a quote unquote super drop where I got the bundle of the 5 different ones. So this is just one. So as you can see, right now it's worth $41 and it's foil. So it says you get 1 foil art at the bottom of each of them. So it's typically $30 for non-foil, $40 for foil. And that's 41 Canadian dollars, which is
About
closer
60
to
US.
what?
Give or
No.
take 60 US. What?
No,
the other way.
55?
No.
All right, let's let the Canadians tell us.
It would be like 30, 35.
This is like
Go ahead.
30. This is maybe 30 US dollars. Worth.
Yeah.
All right. So they're selling it for 41. And this one actually came out a good while ago, like last year. But all the new ones they're adding, I think, are similar in price. Sometimes they increase the price because they know they got the sweet card in the drop.
401 games like stuff fucking scalp the shit out of stuff.
Okay.
Well, I don't know, not for the drop so far. So the second tab, the second slide, please. So this is probably one of the most expensive cards I got out of the secret lair that has increased in value or whatever. Well, technically, I think it's actually decreased in value. The contrary of what you're saying, like, oh, it's going to be worth so much. Because they reprint a lot of these cards in newer, specialer versions, more variants. So, near mint foil, $25 US. So, I'm telling you right now, not even remotely worth PSA grading or any of that stuff. You know, in fact, not grading your cards is a good idea because sometimes you can sell for a higher value than if it was graded and it comes back as like an 8 or sorry, a 7.5 because people will be like, oh, well, that's kind of ass.
It's not even in English.
No, that's what makes this one actually more expensive is that it's in the language of this. Like these are like 5 big cards or whatever, and on their plane they speak Phyrexian or whatever, so this is their language. So that's why it's a really cool card. So this
how do you know what the effect is if you can't speak Phyrexian?
Technically it's kind of like really derp English. You can kind of try it, but most people know it's like, oh, that one's +2/2 and -2/2.
Okay, everyone with 2/2s. Gotcha. We know how Phyrexian works. Please continue.
But yeah, so I'm just telling you right now, like it's not even like double sleeving is more than enough for these cards. Even if you have a card that's worth like
every shirt I have has a double sleeve on them.
And then what? Oh yeah, the next 2 are just like a little treat for us. There's your boy Ken from Street Fighter from a secret lair. Followed up by your boy Guile.
Oh.
Well, Guile's theme
And
goes
look,
with everything.
Look how much he cost. $2.50.
Wow.
200 yen.
I'm so glad that I PSA graded my Guile. You know, like
Yeah.
great idea.
Did we?
That's like a Duck Hunt, like the million copies of Duck Hunt that were available.
Oh yeah, by the way, the other thing to consider that even if they, increase the price, from the secret lair page on the local game shop is you got to consider that they have to pay shipping on this, or you have to pay shipping if you want to buy direct, and import fees, God forbid. So honestly, even if they mark it up, it's still probably worth the same, if not less.
I'm going to wait to address this for our next podcast. Thank you, Mirage Leonardo, for sharing it, though. I've got so much to go over. I want to make sure that we give it a fair look.
Did we go over on the podcast that Magic the Gathering is selling that like $1,000 set of like
we can, but I mean, we can, but I mean, we don't really have to.
No, okay, but
he's asking if we did, if we mentioned it previously.
I was going to ask you if you're going to get that.
Oh hell no! Literally, no one wants.
With your donations, anything is possible.
But no, literally, no one wants to get that.
The fuck?
That was me.
All right. Legend of the Galactic Heroes anime films get a 4K remastered screening in Japan. So, My Conquest is the Sea of Stars and Overture to a New War are celebrating their 40th anniversary. And
it's
so,
the OG Legend of the Galactic Heroes films.
Yeah. So, I mean, do you think this is something that Discotech might eventually wrestle away?
You'd hope so. I think these were included on the Sentai Cancer edition, but because we can.
Yeah, but the problem is that the Sentai Cancer editions had the CG remastered footage, and if Discotech,
let's clear that up. You mean our what is it called? DNR, right? No. DNR, not CG.
No, they had updated animation for some of the stuff that was done with like CG battle cruisers or something instead. I forget exactly what it was, but there was updated animation that was put onto the Laserdisc or something edition of it in Japan. So there's like the VHS tapes had the original animation that was all hand drawn, and then they did like for the Laserdisc promotion, they reanimated some of the battles in like crappy CG, and it was like, whoa, it's so amazing and new. And that's what ended up on the Sentai $800 edition.
Well, more than anything, it was just a crappy upscale anyway.
Terrible,
but
fucking
this
a joke.
This opens the door, I think. You said though
that's what I'm
that
saying.
we confirmed though that Sentai lost the license. They're losing the license, right?
I don't know that we confirmed that, but the point was that, and this is again, we talked about this before. ADV, Sentai's progenitor, paid $900,000 for Crow Phantom Memory, a 26 episode show that nobody remembers. Right? The only thing I remember from it is that one of the characters' name is literally Christmas. That's fucking it. Right?
I know I watched it. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah. So, I mean, I enjoyed it when I watched it, but I don't remember anything else other than that. But Legend of the Galactic Heroes, they sold 1,000 sets for $800. Therefore, the maximum profit they could hope to gain from that is $800,000, and that's not even profit. That's gross income. The amount they spent producing the sets and all that stuff eats into that. So they had to have spent more, because this is an extremely sought after show. They had to have spent more than that on the license, and it just doesn't seem plausible that they would have actually made back whatever they could have spent on streaming subscriptions for people actually watching it on High Dive or whatever. Right. So, no, I don't think we've confirmed that they lost the license. Maybe we did at one point. I just forgot.
No, I think it's that High Dive has removed it.
Have they? Well, isn't that something?
Live on the scene. Live update.
That'd be funny. All of those $800 sets that people were trying to scalp are now going to be worth like $800,000.
Yeah.
Link in chat.
And then watch
Link in
Discotheque get it and actually do a fully proper remastered.
Oh damn! It
bundle
says
of sets.
update. It's back.
One of the most epic anime ever just got delisted. That's fucking funny. All right. Anyway, I will have to include that into the doc later. So for us to not
anyway, the most we can hope for is that someone like maybe Discotheque can give us the 4K releases of at least just those movies. I feel like that's plausible. But I hope this
and that would open
the door.
That would open the door, because if the company in Japan sees that it sold extremely well, then they're more likely to let Discotheque have the rest of it. And this is the kind of show that deserves a Discotheque treatment.
Oh yeah.
Right? Discotheque's the only company that is going to frame by frame make sure it looks its best.
Yeah,
Sentai didn't do shit.
But more than
Sentai
that,
actually fucked it up, because in the original release for the show, when it was broadcast in Japan, there are so many characters and star systems and ships and stuff that what they do is when a character shows up on screen, they have his name, title, and rank at the bottom lower thirds of the screen pop up to help condition your brain who it is, what position they are in the military, which side they fight for, and everything. And for the Sentai release, all that shit's missing.
yeah, but what I meant by opens the door, I also meant that it opens the door for it to get a real like actual scanner or something, because they're willing to give a 4K scan to the movies, so we might get a native scan. But yeah, getting licensed by someone else.
I don't know that they have the all the materials to properly do a scan like that. But the thing is, the Discotheque
has Astro Res.
Domesday. Well, they also do the Domesday duplicator with the laser discs. So obviously the ideal situation is we get the masters that were used for the VHS copies. But if those are missing, we could still at least get a much better upscale from the laser disc than Sentai would have given with the overpriced piece of shit set. So anyway, moving on from here, we are now entering series news.
All right, before you start that, I have two things to say. One, I'm going to take off. Sorry. Unless there's something like that you really need me to stick around for.
No, sorry.
The take off.
You're our number one fan of CG anime. I thought you'd want to be here for fucking unloaded images.
More classic. Oh no. Oh no.
So let me cover this before you split. All right.
Okay.
More classic.
Hold on. Before you start that, I want to get this out because it's driving me fucking nuts.
Okay. Go.
Every time you touch your desk, your monitor wiggles and your camera wiggles, and I hear boom, boom,
yep.
Boom.
It's a shame, isn't it?
Yeah.
If only there were donations coming in to pay.
Yeah.
If I had a studio, man, it would just be the greatest thing ever.
Well, we don't need we need donations, sure, but we don't need them for you to not wiggle your desk.
We need them for to buy a new desk.
Yeah, actually, we do because because this is the best I can get here. Anyway, so more classic characters return in new Trigun Stampede trailer. So if you were holding out hope that maybe it was a prequel and that they would only ruin one character,
bitch! We're going for all of them.
I am so sorry to announce that this guy is. I'm sorry. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Is this a 4Kids One Piece censorship happening where he now is not a smoker and instead sucks on lollipops? Is that what I'm seeing here?
It's a lollipop? No.
So, and then we've also got Meryl.
That's got to be like a joke that they do for like one scene.
Well,
like we're not gonna have him smoke anymore, but we're gonna have one scene where he's sucking on a lollipop.
So we've also got Meryl, who looks extremely Chinese for some reason.
Yeah.
Is it me? I don't know what it is. Maybe because it's unusual for the big eyes to have such small irises. Is that what's giving that look? Anyway, so it's quite something. Here, let's look at the images.
Yeah,
I mean, look, I'll just say this: like, yeah, the backgrounds are impressive and all, but are the backgrounds the part of Yasuhiro Naito's original manga that I gave a shit about?
If the creator was backing this, I think he's fallen off.
It's like it is just such a confirmation that what I'm looking at here is my name is Dante. You know, it's like it is literally a direct, like, it's proportional to exactly what happened with DMC.
Go to DMC.
She looks a little bit better there. But, everything just looks.
Yeah.
Oh, look at the model on that guy.
Yeah, well, okay, so he looks like he's not like a main character. So they really didn't invest a lot of effort into making him.
Oof.
So all the characters that only exist for one episode, you can be like, wow, this is some shit.
This also looks like they broke his arm to get that shot. And like not in like the clever way, like in the shitty way.
In the shitty way. It just looks so bad. Like they invested all of their money. I mean, he looks okay here.
No, that guy does, but look at Vash. Look at his arm. He's got like a T-Rex arm.
Yeah, it's like interpenetrating at the elbow.
Yeah, and it's like clipping itself.
Oh God, what a disaster! This is Robert De Niro. I don't know. I don't remember that character. Well, at least we get a shot of Meryl's ass. Which looks like it's in like Minnie Mouse pantaloons too.
If this is a prequel, like how do they explain the fact that in the original?
I think that this is a confirmation that it's not a prequel. That it's just it's
a
just
remake?
DMC. Yeah. And then Oh god.
I think it's so dumb that what is it? They're gonna be like, oh yeah, he had this character trait later, but we're gonna retroactively make him act as if he still has that character trait while changing it to it's a lollipop. He still like has a stick in his mouth. That's just his thing. He always had that. Like retroactively imposing like future characteristics.
Yeah. What's the quote? My disappointment is immeasurable.
My day is ruined.
Yeah.
Hold on. Go back 3.
The
pictures.
mitochondria on their back.
Yeah. Where's the shadow? What's the point of making it CG if you're not gonna have fucking shading? Like that's the whole point of CG. Free shading. Give me a fucking shadow.
It's free real
That looks
estate.
so
Don't
dumb.
you know that mitochondria don't block sunlight?
They're translucent. Apparently.
They're the powerhouse of the cell, dude.
It's just an optical illusion. It's on a VR goggle that the camera's watching.
God.
When I watched this trailer with the idea in mind of this being the land of the Lustrous studio, I kept on thinking, well, that makes a lot of sense now. It does resemble it a lot, but like, man, does it not fit with this? Like,
yeah, like
the
I
emoting?
picture Vash being as clumsy as Voss or whatever her name was. Just like a big old doofusy, clumsy Vash. Instead of, the doofus that he was in the original. It just,
like a lot of the charm comes off a lot more rigid than you'd hope. In CG.
I'll still. Oh yeah, it looks way better in motion. Like I'll give it that. It does look way better in motion, but
this poster,
Wolfwood, why? He looks
Does
like
he have the
Chow Yun
lollipop
Fat
in the poster?
It doesn't look like it.
And as you were going to point out here in 2 seconds, we seem to be missing an important character.
Yeah, somebody said my timeline as of last night. # where's my Millie? Yeah. So there you go. Moving on from here.
Right.
So
I'm gonna head out.
Take your leave. I don't think there's any more things I
Stop
require
rattling
you-
the fucking desk.
All right, so
killing
Heavenly
me with the clips, man. Killing.
The Heavenly
later.
Delusion manga.
Later.
Well, as he leaves, I'll just say, at least one of us cares about the quality of the show, and I do very much. As it might be annoying to the other hosts, I just want to point out that I do very much appreciate your effort to try to make the show better and caring about the quality of it. So thank you for that. Anyway,
thanks. Bye.
Get out. So Heavenly Delusion manga is getting a TV anime adaptation by Production IG. That is a thing. The Office rom-com Story of a Small Senior in My Company is also getting a TV anime. So his senpai is kind of somewhat tiny, but not really. Isn't it like that? My senpai is annoying. Is that what that other one with the girl with the green hair?
Yeah.
I mean, you're playing
Apparently
off the my small senpai. Like you're playing off Chisai senpai here, right? But that was already done like last season, and like they didn't even rely on the fact that she was small to be the thing that they named it. Right?
This is like
or
becoming
she was
a
the
new.
kohai, huh? Was the senpai the bigger the big guy that was annoying?
Yeah. Well, my senpai is annoying, but yeah.
She-
Apparently, this is becoming an archetype now. So
Apparently. Anyway, we'll keep you posted on it. Also, Oshi no Ko is gonna have a 90-minute first episode.
wow.
Like, that's like 4 episodes long.
Yeah.
Does that have you ever seen that before?
Not 4 episodes.
I've seen
no.
double
No.
length, but not
Yeah.
90 minutes.
4 fucking episodes. And I just remind you, Oshi no Ko is the story about the OBGYN whose favorite idol comes into his doctor's office and he has to deliver his favorite idol's baby, who he then reincarnates as.
What?
So that is getting a 4-episode long first episode.
Wow.
Wait, it's getting a 4-episode long first episode? So
Yes,
it's going to be like a 2-hour?
90-minute first episode.
Good Lord. I thought you said the show in total was going to have 4. Holy
No,
shit.
just the first episode is going to be 90 minutes. All right, and then I saw this. PA Works teases a new buddy anime project, and it's like, oh, we're so totally gay for each other. And
It's called Butt Buddy.
It's called Buddy Daddies. I saw this and I'm like, we have to fucking cover this. Because they play it off like it's totally a yaoi, bro. And then it's like this Toshiyuki Toyonaga is going to be playing Kazuki Kurusu, a man running away from love, despite having good communication skills and a penchant for women and gambling. Rei Sua is a man who has never known love, as he was raised to be an incel. I mean, an assassin since childhood. So it's basically 3 men and a baby, but it's like Spy Family, 2 guys, like the 2 straight Will and Grace roommates, like raising a kid on their own that's going to compete with Anya and doesn't even have pink hair. Anyway, that's a thing. Also, Lupin Zero tells the origin story of the legendary thief. So basically, they're doing a prequel to tell Lupin's story as a child.
Middle schooler.
Yeah, middle schooler. So, and it's kind of interesting because they're actually going to put it in the 1960s, whereas Lupin the Third, part 5 and 6, he's got like a smartphone and stuff.
Yeah, but they're basically running off of part 1 was in 72.
Mhm.
So in the 60s, he would have been a kid.
Yeah.
Which I like that because I've been telling Reese and Footnam, like, the fact that the newer Lupins are in current modern day, I'm kind of like...
It's basically make kind of like The Simpsons. It's a timeless kind of franchise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's kind of cool. Looking forward to seeing it.
So and this is gonna stream on High Dive on
It's
December 16th, I think.
Yeah, it's going to
There's
be
6 30-minute episodes.
6 episode ONA, right?
Yep. And
Now,
it's gonna premiere at Anime NYC.
yeah. So I saw
I mean,
these
it's
things.
better
here.
than any other one that we...
If you haven't seen it on your timeline yet, that promo pic for the prequel leans directly into the manga interpretation of young Lupin, down to the shirt sleeves. I'm curious if they'll pull other aspects from the manga. So basically,
I really like how they captured the spirit of like the grown-up Lupin in the child Lupin, like his smirk and all that.
Yeah, I'm not quite feeling the hair. I like. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the hair yet. We'll see.
I don't like change, says AC. How dare they change my boy?
Anyway, there's more stuff in here if you're interested, but I'll just read it. Bits and pieces from the manga have trickled in here and there throughout the series. Sometimes full episodes, including a fair few we've gotten dubbed in English, are pulled directly from the comic. Part 5 had an especially strong manga lean, which the director pointed out. Monkey Punch rewrote Lupin's past constantly, including stuff like a college AU. Don't know what AU means. So it'll be really curious what the anime does with it. So anyway, but it's only a 6 episode thing, so it's probably just going to have one little adventure and it's over. Anyway, also Yuji Ono is not credited as providing the music. Music is by Otomo Yoshihide. So Boycott, I'm calling you all the Boycott.
Oh my god.
Also, me and Roboco Volume 5, for the digital release, they did like a is it just for the digital release that they did the
it's probably
the cover?
No, I think that's just a regular volume.
It is just
cover.
okay. Anyway, so
All right.
ignore the digital release thing. Yeah, the Volume 5 is obviously mimicking
My
My
Hero
Academia.
Damn.
All right, and then Marvel and Pfizer have teamed up for a COVID-19 vaccine advocacy comic starring the Avengers.
Well,
Now,
that's gonna
I
be
think that
well.
that statement pretty much says just about everything that
Dude,
needs
this
to be
is
said.
exactly what I was saying earlier about the let's weaponize Bayonetta, the character, for
Right.
my cause.
Right. It is well, it is the ultimate cringe and sellout. Now, but I did see, like, well, first of all, it plays out exactly as you'd expect. It simultaneously shows the heroes as they fight Ultron and the real heroes, the individuals who got the vax. It says I highlighted it. Okay. The Avengers are doing their part to help keep us safe. Now it's time for us to do our part by getting the vax. Yeah. And then I saw this thing. They said, look at me. Look, I got it. I'm a hero too. So this is actually not the first vaccination advocacy comic for which Marvel has been commissioned. I didn't even know this. Last year, the publisher worked with the New York-based physician network Somos Community Care for Avengers, We Are Resilient. Its message roughly similar to the one found in Pfizer's issue. Wow, they got the B team for this one. Wow, cringe. Anyway, that's mega ultra cringe.
What happened to that comment on it?
What?
That amazing comment that was talking about, like, oh, you know, they have to deal with blah blah blah, but oh no, they have to get vaxxed or whatever. That's the real issue or something. I don't know.
What?
There's an amazing comment on like a Twitter thing, I think.
Well, if you could find it, we'll include it, but I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, so I saw this, and I thought it would be worth covering because, again, this is going back to sort of the theme of Hideo Kojima noticing that the West is colonizing Japanese culture, right? So winners of Manga Magazine Beauty Contest no longer appear in bikinis at award ceremony. So Weekly Shonen Magazine and Weekly Young Magazine are manga anthologies. Their serialized comics aren't the only things people buy them for, though, as each issue also contains at least one gravure model photo shoot. Did you guys know that? Did you know that they have babes in bikinis in your manga?
No.
Okay, thank you. Kodansha is particularly open about the appeal of photos of beautiful women in sexy outfits, annually holding a Miss Magazine contest with the winner selected by a panel of judges and reader votes. However, instead of appearing in white bikinis, as previous year's winners have, the 2022 awardees wore elegant dresses with conservative neck and hemlines. Now, I just want to show you the way it used to look. It's how they used to appear.
Hell yeah.
They look so awkward standing there. Like they're in their actual underwear, hands in front, just like, hello. You know, like they look so much more confident when they're doing like that. It's probably, I don't know, maybe this is just like a bad still frame. I don't know. But anyway, so this is what they had to say about it, though. A PR representative for the event explained the wardrobe shift with, quote, on the occasion of the award's 40th presentation ceremony, we wanted to revise the image that Miss Magazine equals swimsuits. Why on earth would gravure mean swimsuit? Oh, by the way, you can see the underage girls in their swimsuits for these promotional things. So literally, I'm telling you what's happening right now. They decided, look, we put them practically naked in the magazine. We put them practically naked on YouTube and stuff. But for the tweet, let's just not invite that drama. You know, like that's kind of what how I see it. Anyway. And then you can watch all that shit here if you want. It's the same videos and stuff. This is the video of it. They definitely feel less awkward than than that. Anyway, moving on. Let's get out of that. Let's see. Games news. Oh, dear. Okay, I've got a story in 3 parts for you. Spike Chunsoft announces Chaos Head Noah release on Steam canceled. Petition Project Save Chaos Head. Campaigning to reverse Valve's ban of Chaos Head Noah. Valve reverses cancellation of Chaos Head Noah's game Steam release. So that's the short version of it. Okay, I'll give you a little bit more details here. So Spike Chunsoft, regarding it being canceled, has released a statement to press announcing that its long-planned release of Chaos Head Noah on Steam has been canceled due to the insistence of the platform on guideline-related changes being made to the game that the publisher felt would compromise the game itself. So at least the publisher didn't make the changes, and they let the fans have their voices be heard. And Steam's like, fine, we'll get it. So yeah, this Operation Hidden Hand had rebranded. They've changed themselves back to Operation Hidden Hand, but they had been naming themselves because they're a fan movement supporting the release of science adventure visual novels in English, and they changed their name to Save Chaos Head and started the change.org petition that we were just looking at here. And then when Valve reversed the cancellation, Valve gave the following statement that Spike Chunsoft reported in their press release about getting back on Steam. Quote, Valve's content review team, the group that made the original decision, has re-examined Chaos Head Noah and decided to reverse course and allow the game to ship on Steam as is. We've also examined the process that led to the previous decision about Chaos Head Noah and made some changes to avoid situations like this in the future. However, Chaos Head Noah has, quote, the girls get sexy. The costume DLC only applies to Chaos Head Noah and hold on. So this is referring to a double pack. So just real quick, Sarah's costume is not included in the North American and EU version, so that was cut from the game. And also, Chaos Head Noah is boasting baffling and censorious translator notes. So get cucked either way, right? So basically, in the translator notes, for some reason, they felt the need to tell you that they couldn't translate something. I don't know why. They said the in-game tips list for the visual novel had an entry that talked about how the Japanese would use the word God on online forums in a different way back in the 2000s. And that such a thing somehow, quote, doesn't translate into English, a popular excuse from localizers, unless they made the characters speak in 2000s era Leet speak. So that's what they say. Unless we made the characters talk in Leet speak, we couldn't translate it, right? But fucking Daru in Steins Gate, doesn't he talk in Leet speak? There's that other one they did. It's not Chaos Head, it's Robotics Notes, right? That one has
Chaos Head does too, I think.
Yeah. So but in Robotics Notes, I think what's the other? Occultix 9. I think that's what I'm thinking. Occultic 9 has that one character that speaks entirely in Leet, and it's like really fucking annoying. So I mean, we couldn't just do that. But this is the thing. So they said here, it says here, in 2000s era Japanese message boards, i.e. during the time Chaos Head is set, it was common to write the word God in a particularly strange way, with the kanji for God, which is 2 separate kanji written as one, right? Instead being broken into the 2 kanji that make up that kanji, right? So that instead of writing it in the actual kanji, they literally just use 2 separate kanji that are the same stroke patterns, but as 2 symbols instead of 1, right?
Is that the same stroke pattern you have every podcast?
Oh yeah. That's my stroke pattern. I am a god. No. Unfortunately, this idea does not translate in a non-ideogram based language like English, unless you wanted to force Takumi to speak using 2000s era lead speak, or even worse, try to force him to use long forgotten memes, which would just be embarrassing for everyone. So basically, this person points out that like you could literally just spell God lowercase g 0d. Now, I mean, that's all you had to do to localize it, right? So, kind of annoying. Not the end of the world. You should be more pissed that Sarah's costume is not included in the North American one. But other than that, I really don't give a shit about Chaos Head. The only good science adventure project was Steins Gate. They all have sucked. Other than that. So anyway, now I just want to point out. Remember. Valve reversed the cancellation. So Jast comes out and says, there have been some interest in Save Muramasa campaign, right? Like, because Full Metal Damon Muramasa's banned off of Steam, right? So we reached out to Valve in light of the Chaos Head situation, and they assured us, quote, we are not re-reviewing previously banned apps, even though they literally just did for Chaos Head Noah. Now, in addition, Ecchi publisher claims new guideline to ban uncensored breasts on Nintendo Switch. Again, everything is sliding to that puritanical wokeness, right? A publisher of fan service focused games has claimed Nintendo has new guidelines forbidding uncensored breasts on Nintendo Switch. Basically, they had this thread come up regarding a game called... Oh, wait. I've got it right here. Oh, I didn't... fuck, I don't have it. One of the comments was about it. Was it Luigi the Metal 64 earlier? Yes, Hot Tentacles Shooter is a game that Sony would have banned. All right. Nintendo should still allow naked anime characters since Toei Animation can still make Dragon Ball with panties removed and Precure. Yes, except you never see the you never see that part. Anyway, so yeah, so that's the name of the game, is the Hot Tentacle Shooter, and it looks, from what I saw on Sankaku Complex, like a game that I feel like you know, when the internet first started like having flash games and stuff, and they're like, oh, play the puzzle game to unlock the naked lady underneath. It's like, really, people actually play these? Anyway, so it's one of those. So they said, so the bad news first. We received an answer from Nintendo, and now we have a confirmation that they do not allow uncensored boobs on their consoles now. Basically, obscene content could damage the brand and infringe its policies. This means that now all games with boobs nudity should be censored, and that's why our game, Hot Tentacles Shoot, was rejected in the first place. Maybe it's that cringe title, actually. Also, our recently announced game, Elves Christmas Hentai Puzzle, was also rejected due to having nudity. That's all the info we have so far. We'll try to send the games without nudity for approval again and see what they say and update the thread if necessary. It's a shame that now all consoles have restrictions about nudity content. This probably will affect not only our games, but also games from other publishers / devs at least. Other devs. At least we can still release the games censored. Yeah, that's... Oh, looking on the bright side here. You know? Yeah, so anyway, they said
look
all that.
Look at on the bright side. We're only giving him an inch.
Yeah. Look on the bright side. At least you can play the puzzle game to release the girl in the nun outfit underneath. You know,
yeah.
Anyway, so I saw this regarding the original thread. Jazz said, hey, if you're looking for places to sell your game, we'd love to help you out, right? So at least there's that. At least Jazz is like, well, look, you know, they banned it on Steam for our games that we wanted to have there, but you know what? We can still sell it, you know, you can buy the PC version. We can just, we can be the Steam, you know? Anyway, so that's it. I'm going to just move on so we don't have to waste a lot of time. All right. So Toei Tecmo likely to censor Fatal Frame Mask of the Lunar Eclipse remaster across all platforms. So I managed to get these highlights working. When talking about the new costumes the game has, the game's description notes, quote, the original lineup of costumes has been slightly altered and new costumes have been added. Change the characters' costumes to experience the investigation in different ways. Yes, you can experience it normal or turned on. These costumes are likely the fan service focused costumes unlocked as players complete the game under various conditions. Arguably a hallmark of classic Japanese horror games with of the Japanese classic horror games with female protagonists. This also isn't the first time the series has seen censorship. 2015's Fatal Frame Maiden of the Blackwater saw the removal of 2 bikini-style outfits in the Western release, one with a maid motif, the other a woolly sweater and scarf covering hardly anything. Being on Nintendo Wii U, they were replaced with costumes resembling Samus Aran and Zelda. We covered that at that time. Cutscenes were censored in the... even the cutscenes censored the winter wear bikini of one of the protagonists in a flashback sequence, despite her being a gravure model. Her dialogue in both versions still suggests that she is well aware of the extent to which she is being exploited. In the cases of both Fatal Frame Mask of the Lunar Eclipse and Maiden of the Black Water, it is likely it was the protagonist's ages that prompted the censorship. The latter also featured a wetness mechanic that not only made characters deal and take more damage, but also made clothes cling tightly and sometimes translucent. So these 3 characters are all 17 in the original Mask of Lunar Eclipse, along with Miyu Hinasaki in Maiden of Blackwater, the aforementioned gravure idol. But Yuri Kozukata is 19, and her costume, the maid bikini, was still censored. Anyway, moving on from there, wouldn't you know it, you can't even have it in another game. Little Witch Nobeta's content update is under review for Nintendo Switch. So, same thing here. Little Witch Nobeta developer recently held a contest of sorts, and because the swimsuit skin was the winner of the contest, all players would get the skin for free when the game launched. However, an official tweet has revealed that the swimsuit will be delayed for the Nintendo Switch version of the game because Nintendo is reviewing the content update. So, basically, they aren't going to be able to provide it at launch because they're waiting for Nintendo to review the content and determine whether or not it's appropriate. And my guess is probably Nintendo's going to cuck you. So, buy it for PC. And I saw this, and I had to read this article like 5 times, and I still don't quite get it. Yakuza series renamed to Like a Dragon. Okay, basically, in Japan, the game series is called Like a Dragon, so they're now renaming the Western release of it to Like a Dragon, so it kind of matches, whatever. But they're saying it won't come to Switch due to family image. Now, when I read that, it sounded to me like Nintendo's like, no, this game is promoting crime, like Grand Theft Auto. Take it to PlayStation, or something like that. But actually, it's the is it the director, the game studio head, Masayoshi Yokoyama, said the family-friendly image of the Switch clashes with the underground feeling of the Yakuza games as a whole, saying, quote, do we want to put a title like this where we're going around and picking a fight with the world and doing all this Yakuza stuff on a Switch? We still kind of think of ourselves as people of the night world, right? We don't want to be like walking around the day with everybody else. Like for us, it's kind of showing this kind of underground feeling. I think the underground kind of feeling is what we want to do. So basically, he's saying that, that family image of the Nintendo Switch is going to cramp our style. Therefore, we're not going to let Switch have our game. Like, weird. Anyway, then Blue Archive was demanded to implement censorship, but instead raised the game's age rating. So at least one game has decided to say, we're not censoring. So the smartphone game Blue Archive was recently instructed to censor the game by a Korean Game Rating and Administration Committee, and the developer Nexon Games responded by instead raising the game's age rating and censoring the game might, quote, ruin the experience. So there you go. We've gotten through a lot of games news quickly. That's good. Let's.
By the way, I did not locate the Marvel comic comments, but I feel like it was the extent of like, the world's ending and Thanos is about to snap, blah blah. But at least I got my vaccine or something.
Yeah. All right. So let's just open these and skip that one and cover it next podcast for the 15th time. All right, doing this quickly. Also, I'm going to stop doing this thing because it's annoying. There we go. Okay. Nintendo bombarded with criticism over Fire Emblem engages 2 forms. The forms are male and female.
But, what?
Yeah, see, the thing is that they're body type 1 and body type 2. Because they can't, male and female don't exist. We are but one gender. Anyway, also, Marvelous Games has allowed players to create non-binary characters in Story of Seasons Wonderful Life. You can truly be who you want to be. Wow, amazing. It's a remake of Harvest Moon.
Man,
Oh,
I really forgot that they add the mechanic that you show your junk, like, as a main mechanic now. Like, you just show your junk.
So Marvelous Europe says, your story, your way, heart. You will have the option to play as a female, male, or a non-binary protagonist. It's so weird. Like, the concept of non-binary indicates that like, honestly, the only way to truly cater to the non-binary crowd is to literally just have it be a slider, right, between the binary points. All eligible marriage candidates will also be available for romance, regardless of choice. Now, I laughed hysterically when I read that because it sounds like they will be forced to suck your girl dick.
Oh, God.
Doesn't it seem like that? Regardless of choice. Meaning you can truly be who you want to be. A rapist. Anyway. All right, so moving on from there. Square Enix also sings to a new low as Harvestella, seemingly Square Enix's version of Harvest Moon, boasts a non-binary gender option. So in the English one, you can select male, female, or non-binary. And in the Japanese one, you can select male, female, or neutral. So based. Anyway, moving on, because who cares about any of this shit? Koei Tecmo submits to gender politics with Wolong Fallen Dynasty pronouns. Whoa, you can give them your pronouns. Oh, it's amazing. All right, Silent Hill 2 remake revealed along with a new entry from Ryukishi 07. What? So, okay, that's interesting. There's so much news here. So Ryukishi 07 obviously is Higarashi's creator, right? So they're remaking Silent Hill 2, and then they're going to have a new thing titled Silent Hill F that's going to be written by Ryukishi 07. And then unfortunately, Silent Hill 2 remake confirmed, certain things need to be modernized, quote unquote. So that's great. It's good to know that they're committed to ruining it before it even comes out. James looks very strange. Who is this guy? He looks very strange in this one. And here's more things to look at. So the thing is, I don't care what you change, as long as Pyramid Head raping the mannequin is still in it. That's the only thing I care about. If you change anything else, I might let it slide, as long as the rape scene is still included. I'm just saying that. Also, there's a character in this. I think he has a gun. There's a big, like, fat, dopey guy, and boy, is his model fucking trash in the original game. I just can't wait to see what that guy's gonna look like. He looks really silly. I really hope they fix this though. This guy looks fucking horrible. Anyway, and then there's a bunch of this stuff that I didn't know was in here. Also, Silent Hill Remake is attracting criticism due to Bloober Team's involvement. I don't know the history of Bloober Team. No, Bloober Team is behind the remake. Anyway, so I don't know. I don't really game anymore. I really like the Silent Hill franchise back when I did play it in the original format. But the thing that makes the PP biggest, which I realized as I was scrolling through the Crunchyroll article, I could have covered then, is that they're announcing several Silent Hill projects, including a remake of the second game and a new cinematic film. PP got massively big when I read this. The Silent Hill film is still in the storyboarding phase, but what is known is that Christoph Gans, director of the original Silent Hill film, will be returning to direct. Hype. I love the original film. It uses Akira Yamaoka's, what is it? Why do I all of a sudden feel like that's not his name? Akira? Yeah, it is Yamaoka, right? Anyway, it uses the original music from the game, and it's a fucking great movie. Second movie has Jon Snow in it, and it's not as good, but it's still worth watching. And I'm very much looking forward to this because it seems that the return to Silent Hill is going to be telling the story of Silent Hill 2, also known as the best Silent Hill. And interestingly, we just covered recently the short done by Colton Dietz that had Vic Mignogna going to my favorite pie place in Arizona as James Sunderland. Anyway, moving on. Resident Evil 4 remake still overflowing with action despite being royally cucked in taking out the ballistics line. And also the guy who delivers the ballistics line is a different kind of creep now, apparently. The creep who just looks creepy.
He doesn't look like the fun kind of creep.
He's not the fun kind of creep. He's the kind of creep that if this guy started flirting with a woman, she would ask for the bouncer. So anyway, a quick look at the game. Ow.
I miss the David Bowie. Leon.
Is this Hunnigan?
Did they change her hair?
Was she always black? I mean, look, I just want to be clear. She's beautiful. She looks great. But I don't know. I'm just curious if they did change her. When I first played this game, probably the most satisfying like feeling, like when you do something that's like super fucking cool in a game, is in the like literally the game starts and you go in the house and then you fucking front flip out the fucking window. It's like something about that is just so goddamn cool. Sounds really cringe when you say it out loud, but when you actually experience it, it's fucking awesome. So anyway, I don't know. It doesn't seem like that much of an improvement other than graphically, right? And honestly, I legitimately think that Leon looks like he's wearing a wig. Like his hair actually looks more real with the way it was animated and moved in the original game. This looks like they're trying too hard to like have the individual strands kind of thing going on almost.
In this shot, it looks pretty bad in the lighting.
It looks real jank.
The other one seemed okay. But like the reason it looked good before in the non-remake is because everything looked equally as ass. So it looked like canon.
This case is enormous. Is this how big it is in the game? This feels way bigger. Look at how much fucking room you get now. What the fuck?
What are you buying?
Apparently, I'm going to buy a knife because I'm going to run out of knife ammo. Isn't that
No, a buddy of mine just plays this game way too fucking much, so I know that the line from the dude who tells you.
No,
that.
but don't you have the knife in the game from the beginning?
I'm pretty
Are they
sure.
gonna do that thing that they did in the other games remakes
Where they
like
added
the knife
durability.
breaks? Oh, I will.
It says right
I will
there,
gladly-
durability.
No,
Right there.
no.
Power,
I will
durability,
gladly just
repair.
continue to play the
Oh no,
old,
it's wait. It says a
GameCube
repair unnecessary, but that could be he just repaired it. So maybe that's what.
Oh my god. Anyway, there's a omakes in here. I'm just trying to get. To them.
That was the
Oh,
only
and also-
saving grace. Is the knife was infinite, so when you're low, you have to manage your ammo in all these
Yeah.
Resident Evil games hard
Yes.
anyway.
Especially in the original Resident Evil, there are legitimately moments in the game where if you used up a shotgun blast and then saved, like you could fuck your whole game. Like if you didn't conserve your ammunition for the boss, you cannot beat him. So not Resident Evil 4 is not like that. I don't think. I feel like they that was too harsh of a mechanic. So they kind of designed the game around like
It's more balanced, but
Yeah.
you did have infinite knives before.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is that in Resident Evil 4, they made it so that it was harder to fuck yourself by saving at a point where you couldn't get to it. Like they made it so that your save points and whatnot were placed more appropriately so that you at least had a chance to get the ammo you needed if you had to, you know? Anyway, so you get to see fucking I cannot believe how many images are in here. Finally, Ashley, who is way prettier now. She looked real jank before. But you know what? So they had to remove the bit about her asking Leon to come back to the White House for some extra overtime.
How do we know all this? The game isn't out yet, is it?
No, I'm saying they had to remove it because now it's just not believable he'd say no because she's so pretty now. He just has like the most punchable face.
I mean, that's probably the intent. They're like, we have to show this toxic male, his toxic masculinity.
Wow, that looks fucking incredible.
Oh yeah, and they're probably going to get rid of the look up her skirt achievement, the toxic achievement.
Wow. What a face.
It's like the lower neck.
He looks like he looks like his face. You remember in Mission Impossible how they have that like thing they do where they like pull off the mask, right? But like in the original show, it would be the normal actor and then it would cut at a certain point he'd reach and then it would cut to the other actor pulling off a rubber mask. It looks like he's like the next frame is that mask coming off because the fucking mouth looks like a rubber mask.
He looks like he got clinkflated at the bottom of his chin.
Oh.
Is this a spoiler?
We made it to the Omake. Anyway, all right. So, I would like to introduce you to the Street Fighter 6 character creator. This is actually a character in the game, though, believe it or not.
Oh, even better.
So real quick. So this YouTuber, Johnny Massacre, I'm quoting his words here. They mentioned, along with a myriad of face shaping parameters, allowing players to make a masculine or feminine face no matter what they pick, the 16 different voice option means players can pick a male or female sounding voice. Even under body number 2, which is always wearing a sports bra rather than being topless. Imagine what that's supposed to be.
I can't
Body
make my body number 2 type topless. This game is not letting me express myself.
Right. players can give their character chest hair or a beard. When switching between bodies 1 and 2, the face remains the same.
I guess with body type number 2, it would be breast hair you can add.
So, yeah, male and female is selected not under sex, but under what you identify as. Identity. Male, female, human. What about the two-spirit animal people? Anyway, so yeah, he complains about this, and then apparently Street Fighter 6 features an NPC host called Eternity, appearing to be a very camp acting man. Some players have made some assumptions on they've compared him to the flamboyant presenter. They have compared the flamboyant presenter to Ruby Road, Chris Tucker's character in The Fifth Element.
Ruby Rod, thank you very much.
Honestly, I can't get through the beginning of that movie. I've never sat through it. Anyway, so yeah, they compared to that, and then they also acknowledged that look, he's the trans flag. Oh, anyway, so you might think to yourself, wow, I can't believe you made me sit through that. That wasn't even interesting. Boom! Street Fighter 6 custom characters, the epitome of gruesome.
Well, now I want to get it. No. Dude, this is what games are missing.
Have your neck in game.
This is what games are missing nowadays.
Yeah. So, did you guys ever play The Sims?
No.
Yeah.
Kind of. But
So, when I first started dating my wife, she was playing the pet expansion for The Sims.
Yeah.
And we found a glitch in the game where you can crank one of the parameters all the way to the end. And then I forget exactly how we did it, but there's a way to reset it. Like basically you set one of the preset features for something other than the thing you're cranking, and it actually sets your thing you're cranking back to center or something like that, which allows you to crank it all the way to the end again. So we made like a cat that we called Twitchy Von Bumtickles that had the eyes were all the way off the head like a snail, right? and it was exactly like this. Like you could go crazy with it because it didn't quite reset properly, and so you could make an abomination. And then once you started playing, the first thing that happens in the game is that you show up to your house and the animal runs down the street and jumps into your arms. But it looks like a freaking alien monster is mauling you when the bones are separated so far away from where they're supposed to go in the body. So anyway, let's take a quick look.
Christ. No, that's the hero we need, Dildo Man.
How many custom characters can you make? Because if it's only you have a custom character, then that's not enough for me.
Oh God.
Fit at any size.
If you can have a good amount of these custom characters, that sounds like it could be worth it. Because back in the day, I had this WWE game, and I maxed out how many characters you can make. They were all retarded like this.
And so you can make Titans apparently.
So what you do back in the day is you'd make a Royal Rumble with all your characters, and then you have this.
I don't know. Go back to that one. How do you half skip leg day?
I just can't even imagine the animations actually work.
Oh God!
Wow.
Whoa, this is heart-shaped chest hair. What the fuck? I'm talking about go back to
eggs.
Go back two more. Oh, yeah, the red heart. No, one forward one. The red chest hair. Just like what the.
Oh
Like,
boy.
wow. They definitely had an image of mine, I guess.
Oh,
There was one that had like a different
this one
like
is
arm
chrome.
too.
It's got a ball. It's a Balchinian from Men in Black.
What the fuck? This reminds me of when we made that VTuber. Oh my gosh.
We still have to figure out how to get that running.
That's a One Piece character right there.
Yeah, I feel like there's probably another article I could have found that was like people made actual characters from things.
Dude, this one is literally the haircut that Noctis
Sasuke?
has. No, Noctis from Final Fantasy 15.
Oh.
Like, did they actually add that as a canon hair you can just strip out?
Is that an Oompa Loompa?
That's peak physical form right there.
Wait, is that thing to the left the space dandy Dancinian thing?
This?
Yeah. Don't you remember that episode?
I'm seeing a lot of custom characters. All right, that's the last one. Anyway, moving on from here. Tell me about these multiple new Digimon games.
So, it's half clickbait, but so Digimon World Next Order is a game that already came out on PS4, but it's
Change
finally
that
coming
new
to
order so Hitler Agumon can be canon.
So
I'm sorry, Reese. Pardon. Yes. Hitler Agumon, believe it or not, already is canon.
Well, they can bring it back again.
They can recanonize him. They can double down on their stance. But so Next Order is coming to Switch and PC. I want to say that yay, I'm excited about that, which I am, but it's like that's the game that's like the original Digimon World, which is just a Tamagotchi. Right? So your Digimon dies.
Whoa.
Over
it's
and
like
over.
I love the original Digimon World. That's like the only Digimon game I actually like.
Well now your wife can buy it for PC and then you can play it. But yeah, so that's what the game is. I'm just saying for like people who haven't played it, yeah, it's a great thing. But I've already played like a good portion of it on PS4 and then kind of like paused playing it because it got to the point where it's like I'm close to being able to get to the next part, but dude dies. Gotta start for all over. But it does sound like they have really
honest,
general.
The thing I really liked about Digimon World was actually like the overworld that you ran around on. I don't know that I'm gonna give a shit about this. This looks like shit.
That's one area.
No, I liked the RPG like pre-rendered backgrounds and stuff, and I just liked the way it was laid out, where you like go to that one like desert, and there's like the mansion with like the graveyard and shit in it. I thought it was cool.
Well, they have like a dojo and all that stuff in the starting area that's in a more like a lush forest area, I think, from what I remember. But then at the end of the article, it will say something. It's like a really general announcement.
Yeah, they're really barely anything here.
No, go to the end. Please look forward to Digimon World Next Door and other upcoming Digimon games.
Maybe he's just saying that in the future there will be more, because like the franchise isn't dead yet. Maybe they don't actually have anything planned yet. They're just saying, and the other ones that we're gonna make.
It's like saying look forward to Pokemon. What's the Violet and whatever,
Scarlet
and other Pokemon
Please enjoy
games.
all of our Pokemon.
Yeah, so that's what I mean by like this is kind of clickbait, but at least we do have more availability now.
I reminded myself about when I brought up the new Captain America movie that's coming out in whatever 24.
The one that has the Israeli superhero that's titled New World Order.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to bring out. I was reminded of that. That's when I was laughing about. I was like, I forgot about that.
Damn, is Kanye West on to something? No, I'm just kidding. So Mirage 84 says they better keep the regenerators in the RE4 remake. I honestly, they just need to just take the sound effect that they make, that like breathing sound, straight from the old game and just don't update it. I'll stick it back in so I can shit my pants again.
So you
All right.
like shitting your pants then?
If it's due to fear.
So
these are the fighters I want to play.
Oh yeah.
Oh god. Okay.
I
All
won't
right.
make that check.
Moving on. Okay, so this is for Greenline, because I know Greenline likes Callan, and I know Greenline likes bunny girls. So, Callan Battle Bunny skin arrives in time for Halloween in Code Geass Genesic Recode.
How did they get Karen out of Callan?
Because in Japanese, it's
Yeah.
Karen.
And she's voiced by Karen Strassman, so that's weird.
Wow.
And Sankaku Complex is
Wow.
really into using only the Japanese terms. Greenline is muted because he is busy nutting.
What does that say? Oh, it said trick or treat. I thought that was a different word.
Trick or treat on her grenade launcher. Is this a fucking like? What is this?
An alien?
It's like it's got the tongue instead of the inner mouth, just so it's different. Anyway,
I think that's actually just capturing Greenline.
Yeah, that's Greenline. Like the reason he's not talking is because he's in the picture trying to get her.
Oh god.
Yeah, so I'll be real. Like this is a great outfit with like the little belt arms with the wings and stuff. I hope they make a figure of this so that Greenline can showcase it.
How much money did we make during?
And I don't know who this character is, but
I don't recognize her.
but lollies are okay by me.
I don't recognize that character either.
All right. Anyway, moving on from here, let us go into release news.
I've got all the right stuff links, so don't worry about that one.
Okay, I'll skip that. So, Seven Seas adds 3 more manga titles for their Wonderful Wednesdays. They've got A Story of 7 Lives. Oh, the cat must have lost the first 2. Am I right? Literally, that's probably the story. Yes. The Great Snake's Bride. Whoa. And Last Game.
Man, you know, a cat isekai wouldn't be very good. That time I got reincarnated as myself, and I'm on my 8th life now.
By the time I got reincarnated as a pussy.
J Novel Club announces latest slate of acquisitions as well. So, Lady
White hair.
Rose just wants to be a commoner. Haibara's Teenage New Game Plus. Oh, I read this one.
That's borrowing from New Game.
Yeah, hold on. Self-proclaimed ultimate introvert Natsuki Haibara has more high school regrets than he can count. However, he suddenly travels back to a time before those disastrous days. Witness Haibara's determination to make the most of his second shot at his teenage years. So, so he basically gets the New Game Plus from RPGs, where you get to go back in time with your
previous knowledge and experience.
Exactly.
Didn't they do an anime like that before, like recently?
I don't know, because at first I thought he was going back in time, but this time I'm going to be a crossdresser.
Don't you mean redo of a healer?
Yeah. Not redo a healer. No, that's a different one.
We talked about that one where the guy goes back in time and decides to. He didn't cut it as a game developer, so he goes back in time to do some like animation instead, or something. I don't know, something like that.
I can't remember.
The Coppersmith's Bride. Young Lady Albert is courting disaster. Hashtag trans rights colors. These legs don't lie. Harumi-san's legacy as the strongest mimic. Yeah, so creepy. Harumi awakens to discover that she's been reborn as a mimic. Clueless about her past, much less her present, she's dumped into a labyrinth and told she must survive. Fortunately, she's got a little help on her side, a truly legendary pair of legs.
Well, I'd want to be a kick.
All right. When Marnie was there, limited edition steelbook replacement program. We are offering a replacement steelbook correcting a printing error resulting in the omission of the title on the spine. So it is a thing that you learned about on our show, and now you can get it replaced. Also, Ultraman Kids 3000, the complete series, was released by Mill Creek. So is this Japanese
up
only?
on, probably.
Yeah, bummer it is.
Still hasn't shown up on Right Stuff.
Good thing I had it on Amazon. All right, you guys want to talk about Discotheque? I've included this in the doc for you guys to follow along, but we're gonna go ahead and use our slides.
Or slimes.
Do your best Mike Toole impression.
So the 8th Kamen Rider series roars on to Blu-ray.
You did pretty good. Keep at it. Go.
51 episodes in glorious HD across 5 discs.
I'm sorry, it's Universal. Universal HD.
Yes, that was amazing. For real though, was it? Kamen Rider Black is now coming to Blu-ray. Mirage Leonardo probably really liked that. So we can go to the next one. Aim for the... Is this... Hold up. Why does this seem familiar? Like in recent memory, something happened. Did WTK like announce the Japanese Blu-ray box? Is that what happened?
I'm pretty sure I talked about it recently. This is Ace no Saware. I think I podcast magicked this into existence.
What? Yeah, it was either that or it was like a Kinoko Video, like maybe got a single reel or something. I don't know.
Complete TV series in 1080p high definition.
It's,
so it's not an
native
obscure.
HD. Yeah, so it's going to be a nice, ancient classic in crispy 1080p. So that's nice. We then have Ultimate Muscle.
This is the best. This was the highlight of the whole thing, right? Like we're all in agreement. It was
I'm not.
I don't care about any of these that were announced whatsoever.
I kind of care about this one, but like that's.
So this has the English dub for all 77 episodes. So that's fucking wonderful because this has one of the cheesiest, funny, like creative, punny, like writing I've ever seen. And previously, only I think 2 DVDs actually got released. So there's only like 4 episodes or maybe 8 episodes total.
Yeah, I definitely think this is a great addition. That it's like, we can preserve that Saturday morning anime legacy.
I don't much like the cover. It says artwork not final, but I don't know.
It looks pretty final to me, in my opinion.
Yeah, I had no association with this before. Well, actually, Aiko's 100% at this point. The Blu-rays, every single one has changed. What do you mean no?
Oh, okay. Well, we'll get there. We'll get there.
And then, I think this was kind of my highlight because this is something that, well, technically, I mixed this up with a different show I found out, which I thought was incompletely released, but turns out it was just like, out of print and expensive, pricey.
So did the DVD release of this get the whole thing? Because I already have this on DVD.
It did, but what happened was it was like volume 1, 2, 3 up till like episode 20 or something, and then they must have been like, well, this isn't selling, so let's just put out the second half in a complete set. Okay. That's what they did apparently. But now you can get that 90s animation magic in 1080p, and they even
I swear, if
dub.
this is actually the cover, the final cover, I'm gonna write it. It looks fucking terrible. I just like the idea, like because when you present to be an image here with like the nun, like looking all moe, and it's titled Saint Tail. It just sounds like a porn parody.
Oh, God.
Dude, look, I've paid way more for Aniplex tiles that had way less on the fucking box. I don't know. I would accept this at a certain point.
Okay.
But it also includes the dub that, like, for the episodes that were dubbed. So that's good too. So yeah, that's kind of cool. It makes it a lot more accessible now. Oh, and we got Ghost Stories going to Blu-ray.
So you guys were talking over the. You guys were talking over the thing, so I guess it's just the commentary track from Stephen Foster. Yes, that's how it's spelled now.
Yeah. This includes like the previews and stuff as well that they apparently didn't include from the ADV, but they fixed it, and the not subtitles, the closed captioning that was apparently a lot of Easter eggs too.
Yeah.
So this is an upscale because it was made digital, so this is all they could do anyway. But it probably looks reasonably good. It's going to be an upgrade, so I'm happy because I didn't buy the DVD yet. And this gives me more of a reason to go out and get it now.
Yeah, I actually want this.
So I should acknowledge, because I've been talking about it without acknowledging it. When Discotech did the live stream for this, I wasn't there, but the other guys actually restreamed that in a private, unlisted video. That if you were a member of the Discord, you got to come watch. So,
but nobody showed up.
Yeah.
Oh,
wait. I think we got one person, right? We got like.
I think it was Mirage Leonardo or something.
Hey, someone showed up.
Well, Mirage would have had to come to the
YouTube as heart of the cards.
Twitch.
Yeah, he came in as heart of the cards.
Well, cool, man. All right, yeah. So anyway, continuing.
And then the stuff that. Oh wait, this is Fist of the North Star.
Is this is a movie then?
Yes,
it's
movie.
2 movies, 3
it
movies.
It looks like new Fist of the North Star.
It is. By the trailer, it clearly.
I mean, there is a series called New Fist of the North Star that was released by ADV.
Yeah,
and it looks like that art style.
I think Sentai has released that.
No, you're thinking of Dark King, Fist of the North Star.
Yeah, you're thinking of Dark King
or DD
High School of the North Star DD.
Which, by the way, Dark King Legend of North Star, that's out of print as balls. So I've been trying to get that for years now.
Well, I have it on DVD. I should have bought the Blu-ray.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So we're gonna get a new dub with our favorite Chris Sabat in one of the roles.
Oh God, yeah.
Chris Sabat is now the villain. I think is what it was.
Good thing Ralph barely talks.
But as for Kenshiro, I was kind of displeased that they're like, yeah, we went through one of the Kenshiros. We got one of the Kenshiros back, and I'm like, oh, cool. And I assumed that Lex Lang was like the definitive one. Turns out they're like, yeah, let's go with Robbie Damon, the modern in every Bang Zoom dub nowadays one, which, don't get me wrong, I think Robbie Damon is a good voice actor. I generally like what he does, but I'm just sitting here like, I feel like Lex Lang is more of a Kenshiro.
When I watched, like, I was listening to the stream you guys did when I was driving to my kid's school, and when he said, "You're already dead," I was like, "Boo!" The delivery sucked so hard.
Oh my god.
That's what I mean. Lex Lang he's got like this more deeper, burlier voice. He was Greymon. Come on, he is a more "you're already dead" voice than this. And they even said they're giving him the Mario treatment, where it's like he's in the movie, just not as Kenshiro.
Yeah, we got as many Kenshiros as we could into the movie.
What good is that if they're not playing Kenshiro?
But what if what they meant is that they're gonna have, what's his name, Robbie Damon? What if Robbie Damon is Kenshiro in this movie? Oh wait, first of 3 movies. So then what if Lex Lang comes in the second movie?
I mean, I'd like that, obviously, but I wouldn't like how they're just kind of flip-flopping.
So you want to know how I have already dealt with this and resolved it? Is that I watched Fist of the North Star in Japanese.
Yeah.
Because omae wa mo shinderu. It sounds way better than the way it sounds in English.
Yeah, unless they made a dub with like each Kenshiro as an alternate track, that would be that would be epic. But
that would be epic. But I'm
You
sure
know,
they won't
it
do
amazes me that some of the things they didn't try to go. Yeah, we're just gonna.
well, maybe
one-to-one.
Kenshiro literally has 5 lines, and they can easily do it.
he has 5. He has a one line. It's 5 words, and so what we did is we got Lex. Lex gets to say "dead," but Robbie gets to say "you are," right.
That was my next guess. Is they're musical chairing it like throughout the whole movie? We got all the Kenshiros. For this scene, we got Lex. This scene, we got Robbie. Anyway, so yeah, 3 movies and 2 short films. I think it's got kind of a cool cover. I think it would be nice to add it to my Fist of the North Stars, except for the fact it's gonna have goddamn rounded corners because they reprinted the SD Blu-ray with those. But anyway, yeah, I think it would be a nice addition. Now on to some bad good news. Our favorite Mononoke has gotten relicensed.
Okay. Now look, I just want to say, I will buy this.
Yeah,
because the one thing that could have saved this show was a goddamn dub.
And guess what it has now? A goddamn dub.
I can't wait till the tweets are going to be, does anybody recognize this voice? Because what did they say in the thing? They're like, yeah, so they gave us a dub with no information as to who's in it or where it came from.
Yeah.
Oh, great. It's
that
a
was
surprise.
pretty hilarious.
So yeah, it probably is like a Singaporean dub or something like that.
It could be. I mean, they almost made it sound like they're just being cheeky with it and like, oh,
Did it
actually,
say English dub?
It was
Yes.
Soundcase again.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say it could be dubbed in anything at this point.
I bet it's going to be the Singapore dub.
Well, yeah.
Whoa.
What?
Oh, I found an article for next week.
Oh, okay.
I'm on Anime News Network real quick to look up her. Somebody was arrested.
Anyway, I was thinking that could have been a way they were artificially hyping up. Surprise! It's Sound Cadence again. I don't think that is though. That seems way too elaborate. But I mean that's cool. That it's finally going to be dubbed. That's actually going to be more consistent with the rest of the series because Samurai Horror Tales was dubbed, right?
Yeah, but that was dubbed by Genion.
I know, but it will be dubbed is what I'm getting at.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it's not going to be dubbed, then subbed, then dubbed.
And
So the new movie.
the character of the Mononoke guy, he was dubbed in Samurai Horror Tales by what is his name? Medicine Seller, Andrew Francis. Whoever the fuck that is.
But and then the new movie coming out. They're probably going to dub that, and G Kids is going to get that or something. So, like as a completion perspective, I think this is actually fantastic because like I can put that in my collection, and then it will match. It will both be Blu-ray in format and height and all that, and it will have the dub, and it's HD, so that's an upgrade. So,
but it'll probably have rounded slipcover.
Well, that's an inevitability at this point.
Yeah.
But like, I will end up buying this, but not because I think it's fantastic or anything. But I will probably give it another shot because I fell asleep halfway through.
So I just got to point out here that in the ANN listing for Mononoke, apparently Anime News Network is bowing to that Chinese one because they have Taiwan, the Taiwan company, but it's actually China. Make sure that China knows. They put Taiwan in parentheses, but it's Chinese company.
Wow.
That's fucked up. Anyway, so the only dubs I see here are the Spanish cast and the Japanese cast. So, but obviously Savakis has all the connections. Like that would have been the first thing he checked. Yeah. So anyway.
But yeah, so then we're on to Tetsujin 28 FX, which apparently they couldn't find good masters of it. Like
I loved that in the stream. You guys are pointing out how good of a salesman they are. Like,
yeah,
they're like now you might have noticed it looked kind of like ass, you know.
But buy it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the thing. You can add it to your Tetsujin collection to expand it. I think that's nice. They still have Gigantor to like.
It looks like a much more
re-release.
awesome version of Tetsujin than the other Tetsujins. Like, look at him like fucking superhero Tetsujin 28 over there with the big old beefy arms doing a, you know, flexing pose. And the kid has a gun now. Yeah, dude. Like, oh no, wait, no, I'm sorry. Tetsujin, I see him now. He's in the lower left corner above the T in Tetsujin.
Yeah, no. This is how it works. The one on the left's Tetsujin. The one on the right's 28. You can see it on his shoulder. That's how it works. So yeah, there you go. You can expand your collection with rough but I guess passable masters in SD. Oh, here's the live action stuff I don't really care about. We got Another's live action.
It'd be great if they rescued the anime.
Yeah. And then Sudoku Club, as we shall now call it. And
why?
I mean, they that.
Why is that C leaking?
Didn't make it to the bathroom in time
because it's got this.
I have a feeling that's gonna come back in a lot of
during
designs.
that stream. What did he say? Coming next month or whatever. And you emphasized coming, and it made me think of I want to sell a calendar on our website with Cometober and Nutvember, like just because we could. What is the other? May is now spray, right?
Oh wow.
Was it Cocktober, Dicksember?
June.
And then we have Golgo 13 live action from 1973. We then have
no,
Treasure
go back
Island.
Go back to that. I just want a nut on it real quick. No,
okay, nut.
It looks great. I would love to own this. How many episodes is it?
This is a movie.
It's a movie, isn't
damn it.
I
hope they
don't want to own it.
I hope they get the Kowloon assignment too, so I can have a Blu-ray of that instead of what looks like a VHS rip put on a DVD.
We then have Treasure Island, which had its trailer looked way less appealing than the cover, which already doesn't look the most appealing.
The opening, I believe.
I know. I just feel like that was a bad way to market it if the show doesn't look that horrifically bad.
I'll watch it. I hope they don't dub it later after I bother to watch it.
I doubt it. Oh, this is another Dazaki, which I thought it was funny how Mike Toole, who pronounces it anime, pronounces it Dezaki or something.
Yeah,
I'm like, wow, okay, anime man. But yeah, so 26 episodes, native 1080p, subbed and all that. So the cover definitely looks better. This is an ancient show, right? Though, so that's why I forgive like this art. But that opening just looked weird. Oh, now we got the Digimon Adventure sub collection. What?
Now, I'm kind of baffled at how this cover choice because they're choosing the discs as each eye of the Digimon. So they're going to carry on with the other four for this set. Why didn't they have Matt on the cover like they have Ty on the dub version? Like Matt.
You mean just Matt and Gabumon?
Yeah, Matt and Gabumon instead of a.
I'm surprised they didn't just have an arrangement of every character on both. I like this cover more just because you actually see the whole.
Who's on the other one?
Just
Ty and Agumon.
No. Well, this says art not final. You don't know. Yeah. So I just got Luigi's the Middle 64 says HD DVD should return since SD Blu-rays are stupid.
I think that's a funny comment because HD DVD is literally just Blu-ray.
Well, the funny thing about it is that from the concept of SD BD being stupid, HD DVD is literally
The
like,
inverse.
It's literally the opposite, and it doesn't make any sense because if you were to
HD
use it in place of SDBD, it's
It would be
literally
an
it's literally
SDBD
a lie.
Well, yeah, because it's HD, like it's 1080p. That's what I mean by it's the same as Blu-ray. But yeah, I feel like the style they went for with the English dubbed collection would have worked well if it was like in volumes of like, oh, here's season 1, part 1, part 2, and all that. But to represent the whole thing, I like having the cast kind of like the new video covers. I thought the new video covers were completely good, fine.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Are you telling us that Nun is a cute looking boy?
I think he means the guy with the green hair.
No one questions that.
I can't put my finger on it. It feels like almost like a Takahashi, like a Rumiko Takahashi style design, or I don't know who the original creator of Saint Tail is, but it's maybe not Arina Tanamura.
Yeah, Daki's the green hair guy.
Yeah, anyway.
Yeah.
It's Daiki. His name is Daiki.
Daiki. He's very Daiki.
He's a Daiki.
Daiki.
But maybe he's just commenting on, oh, that's a cute looking boy.
I mean, everyone has a taste, I guess.
So yeah, coming out later in 2023, the footage looks better. It's an improvement from the dub collection. Yeah. So that's something you can look forward to. If
makes us wonder, why did they just take that footage and
chop it up? Like
I
did.
Splice in the dub footage when it needs to be in there.
Like I did before it was cool.
I agree that that's what they should have done. But I also happen to just so happen to have, as I move it over to this other window, this tweet from Brady, which says, somebody was asking, there was a post ages ago explaining how Digimon was edited by machine for TV. Do you know about it? He said, no. It's not that it was edited by machine completely. After a show was edited for Fox Kids, meaning they cut out stuff that was inappropriate or changed to have lollipops instead of cigarettes or whatever. In general, it was run through a machine that would go through and cut down repeated frames and extra black video. The goal was to squeeze out more commercial time. So,
kill me.
So there are frames missing when a character stops talking or whatever, and there's a still frame, which happens a lot in anime. Just cost saving matters, where they would hold on a still frame, right, for a while, and so they would cut out some of those still frames in order to, as he said, squeeze out more time for commercials, right?
So in the process, they have sabotaged our childhood anime.
Yeah. So it's like what, 18 minutes per episode or something?
Yeah. So that means that it's not as easy as taking the footage and
it would be a huge undertaking.
The hardest part is
an undertaking that we would still pay top dollar if they did.
No.
But
I would pay $100 for Digimon if they would have done that. Like, would you?
Oh yeah,
easy
but
$100, right?
But
complete redo, uncut, revamped and everything. I mean that.
No, just giving us the higher quality footage.
Yeah.
Well, no,
as
what I mean
much
is
as much as possible.
Yeah, I'm talking about. I was still correcting what I said. Done correctly, where there's no cutout frames or anything. Yeah. Just redo.
Well, it already is doing that with the remaster they did.
What obviously what we'd want is for them to just fill in the gaps. Give us. Imagine you offered people Digimon Adventure, the show from your childhood, uncut for the first time, right?
With a dub.
That's pretty sexy.
A dub. Discotheque would be printing money on Blu-ray. Are you fucking kidding me?
Discotheque printing money on Blu-ray. How does that feel?
I mean, the stuff we looked at with AstroRes last podcast was a disaster.
No.
And it's really sad that this particular show has gotten such shit treatment by the.
It's like we said during the last podcast. Like, this series was the start for so many anime fans.
I think that it's a mistake for them to release it this way. I think at conventions, people are going to pick this up and buy it and not realize it says original Japanese version at the bottom.
Yeah.
It should have Digimon Adventure with the original Japanese katakana and then written small underneath it, like like how it is right now, where it says Digimon Adventure in English, and then it has the katakana.
Just swap them.
Or even better yet, do a release like freaking Sherlock Hound, where they're both in the same set.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see. That's the thing. Why the hell are they releasing it without the dub?
I think that the reason they're doing them separate for this
is because they can't do a hybrid.
No, I think it's you couldn't do it for Sherlock Hound either, right?
No, what Sherlock Hound does, I sent you that video. They have 6 episodes of the English dub, and then the 6 episodes of the subtitled version.
Yeah,
and on the same, so 12 episodes on a disc. But they're not the same video.
They're not the same video. Yeah. So the reason they couldn't do that here is because it required so much work to clean up the video that they need to sell them separate to recoup some of those losses.
And it's also 54 episodes.
And it's probably going to be cheaper, and they'll sell more because most people are only going to really care about the English one.
One or the other.
Which is why I say charge $100 for it.
I agree.
Not very many people would buy. I don't know how many people are going to buy the subversion.
Yeah, I agree. Especially if you went to the trouble.
But if all the people who would only want the subversion or only want the dub version, they're both getting the best of both worlds in one set. For a third more of the price or whatever.
Yeah, I agree. I think that they could have done much better with it.
It would have to be 12 discs though.
8.
8? It's only 4 discs for 54 episodes?
Yeah.
Wow.
Blu-rays are huge, dude.
Dude,
anyway,
I don't know, Lance?
If they capitalize on it, they could put fuck tons on
Lance,
Blu-ray.
You're talking to the Blu-ray guy. They typically only can fit 50 episodes on 6 discs, Hayate and all that stuff.
On DVD.
But no, I'm talking about Blu-ray.
Dude, Blu-rays are fucking huge. You can fit more.
Lance, you're talking to the wrong guy.
And then we talked about Project Echo.
At the end, Kikaichi, 52 episodes.
I'm getting to that, Reese.
4 discs.
Discotheque has some weird magic where they can fit 12 episodes per disc, but every industry standard Funimation Sentai is 9 episodes per disc maximum.
Well, Funimation did 10 for Yu Hakusho.
It's 4x3, so they could save a bit there. I can see how but they never do that typically everywhere else.
Are you thinking that because that they don't do it and take advantage of the fact that they can, call it a 2-disc set and charge a little extra would never be something they do?
I don't know. I think because Funimation ones have a bunch of extras sometimes.
Well, here we go.
Does have a bunch of extras.
9 episodes times 6 discs is 54 exactly.
Yeah.
You can do math.
Yeah, and I'm saying that 4 isn't what you'd expect typically. So that's why.
So if you're not putting a lot of extras and stuff
and
on
also,
it only has one audio track.
Yeah, I was just going to say 1 audio track versus 2 or 3.
Not that the audio track's going to take up a lot, but hey.
I got to take my kids to school in a few hours. So Project Echo 4 final? No, it's the final one.
Artwork final. Not going to be final.
Yeah, definitely. Because
this will be the cover sheet version.
Yeah, so it's finally over. All right, is it too much to ask that you sell them bundled in an art box?
That's what I'm saying.
That's what
hopefully, if they get Project 8 Code, the Versus or Unholy Wars or whatever it is,
Mm-hmm.
the 2-episode like spin-off one. If they get that and then sometime down the road release all of them in one ultimate collection, I'd consider picking that up.
Yeah. So, is there anything else we want to say about this? It's actually remastered, high definition, looks great, all that stuff.
I think they just want a good return on their investment because they probably expected the first one to be in 4K because they got a 4K scan, and then they realized, this is kind of a big process. Let's not.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, no, it's just straight up because they put so much on the upscaling and crap. So that's
Yeah.
what
Tried to Astro Res it, and well, that was a waste of time. We found the film.
The one on
But
screen
the thing is, it's actually
playable.
not a waste of time because in the process of doing that, they learned the ins and outs of AstroRes. They got a good relationship with the company that's developing it. And so they actually have been using the knowledge they gained on other projects for Discotech. So while it might seem like, a major loss of effort, at least it's not, it's experience that is given. Other projects now are better because of the effort they put into this one. All right, and then Sonic X, woo, in Japanese. This is the Japanese version?
Yeah, just like Digimon, it's the Japanese version that nobody really.
They are not doing enough to make it's like the afterthought at the very bottom. Like
yeah.
And then,
also, Sonic X is SDBD, contrary to the cover art that's on there.
Oh. So then we've also got King of Braves Gal Geiger, the complete TV series.
Yep. And also, footnote, Final is coming to Blu-ray too, but it's going to be another release.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it is? I thought that was to include.
It's on the
All
list.
right.
It's literally the last bullet point.
We made it. All right. So Glasgow-based Anime Limited confirms acquisition by Plyon Pictures. And I'm realizing I should have let you do Right Stuff before I did this. I don't have anything to say about this. I don't care. It's just news. All the anime has been acquired by the Plyon Group.
Well,
Anyway,
that's
who gives a
acquired by
Is it a
Germany's
two-Plyon?
Plyon.
So then you've got Right Stuff ready, so I'm going to let you do it.
So we got Night Hunters Eternity on Blu-ray. This is from Media Blasters. Yep. Next. And they're also releasing hair extensions, whatever. So, yeah. And we've got Funimation's releasing Sabikui Bisco on Blu-ray only. I get the feeling this is going to be a foil cover art or foil slipcover.
I could see it.
And we've got this insert.
That looks terrible.
You can guess who Best Girl is.
Is
crab?
that a Stolfo?
Yeah. Is it a Stalfo? I can't tell.
He's pointing. There's like a giant crab that one of the characters was riding in the thing. He's saying that's Best Girl.
Yeah, it's a fun show. I recommend it.
Okay.
I'm not buying it, but it's a fun show.
Well,
it's fun. It's cool, but I'm not buying it.
You're doing a discotheque right now.
I
It's so
enjoyed my
good.
time. I
I
enjoyed
will
my
buy
time watching it. I'll give it that. Sasaki and Miyano. This is it's a series. Okay.
Gayaki and Not Straight Ano.
Wow, you really tried for that one.
You really tried for that one.
Let me explain that last night. So the new puppy has been absolute hell. My wife has to sleep in the downstairs, like in the kitchen area, like the little mini living room area, because she has to let the dog out of the kennel every 4 hours or so to do his business and then put him back in there. And she's getting like no sleep and stuff. So last night, well, first of all, yesterday, I was trying to prepare the dock, and I left to, what did I leave for? Is it pick up my wife from work, or yeah, I guess I left to get my wife, and then you guys did the stream, and my fucking computer died, even though I closed it. Like occasionally, depending on what program is up, it doesn't let it go to sleep. So my computer died, and I lost everything I had done to the dock yesterday. So I talked to my wife, because she's, ever since Thursday when she first brought the dog home, she's been, getting shit sleep, and she's very tired. So I told her, like, hey, how about I'll stay up and take care of the dog while I'm finishing up the dock. And then tomorrow, after I take the kids to school and her to work, I'll just take a nap, right? I get a nice nap in before the show, and then I will go pick up my kids, and I'll finish finalizing the last little bits of the dock, and it'll be fine, right? And so she's like, oh, that would be wonderful. Please do that. So I start doing that, and then midnight rolls around, and I let the dog out, and I think my kids are going to be at school, but this stupid bitch is still going to be here. All right. Actually, it's not a bitch. It's a male dog. But I'm like, this stupid dog is going to be here. So I'm like, motherfucker, I can't sleep. I can't take the nap. Right. So, yeah, I'm pretty fucking tired. And it's 1 a.m. already. So, it's been brutal. Let's go back to Right Stuff. And now you can do it with haste.
oh, Baby, season 1. Okay. Next. Platinum End.
Sorry.
Whoa.
I went to my screen share instead of yours.
Wow, thanks a lot.
Control Shift T.
Is that like a yaoi
baby.
harem?
Oh, Baby, season
Is
1.
that a yaoi harem?
I think it's not a yaoi. I think it's like
Reverse
a
harem?
reverse harem.
I don't know. It looks to me like
Bend the fuck over, because I like anal.
It's an Otome game, so yes, it's a revert, like female harem version.
Okay.
Or male harem, whatever,
That's called a gangbang.
That too. All right, so we got Platinum End from the creators of Death Note.
I watched the series. I did not enjoy it.
It
Not
kind of
much.
sucks.
That seems to be the consensus.
I could see this being a
You serious?
foils.
I won't be buying this. I didn't like it.
Next up, we got Black Clover Season 3 Complete Collection.
Took them long enough. Now I can cheat the system and get that instead of all 5 parts.
Good job. One Piece Season 12 Part 2. Yep. The Genius Prince's Guide to Raising a Nation Out of Debt.
Does this
I
have
barely
an
remember
LE?
that the series exists.
That's
Again?
not just realist.
Yeah, this is a different one.
That's
Does this have an LE?
No, it does not.
All right. I'll wait for it to go down in price then.
I also enjoyed this one, but I'm not buying it.
Dragon
You
did not-
enjoyed this one?
I did not watch this one.
Which
Stranger
is
by the Shore Limited Edition Blu-ray.
From what company?
Funimation.
Oh my god, with your
You should be watching.
Hour
Ways.
long.
Fucking sideways limited editions.
It's their first yaoi limited edition, so that's why I'm like, no. I'm gonna have to buy a yaoi.
Well, no. Go back. It's not even
I'm not
sideways. It's worse. That does not look like it. No, that's not even. That's a fucking
God.
art book. Oh no, this is worse.
I think it takes
Yuki's
it takes the
puking.
case and goes in sideways into the art box.
Oh, so it's a
Because-
Gundam Seed.
No. Because if you turn that sideways, go back. The height of the case matches the height of the sideways art box. So it's going to stick out of your shelf a goddamn mile.
Yeah, like the NIS America.
Oh, well, good luck with that one.
And it has no end label.
This is just the perfect combination. Like,
yeah, so we're not buying this.
So it's yaoi, it's NIS style. There's no end label. It's like, how hard can we cuck you?
Yeah.
How hard can we
and
convince
it's
you not
only
to buy it?
$59, 59 minutes for $45.
Age rating
shit, there's a
14
deal
plus.
breaker.
That means they're not even gonna bang.
almost $1 a minute.
It's only 50 minutes.
Anyway, A Sentence of a Bookworm, Season 3.
Wait,
It's gonna look real awkward
Whoa.
next to seasons 1 and 2.
Yeah, is this Crunchy, Funimation Crunchy?
Yeah.
Crunchimation.
When Sentai had the first two, I guess.
Oh, that's right. Fuck me, it's gonna look even worse.
No,
because I
because
have
the
it
dub was
organized by
produced by
company.
Crunchyroll, so
I know, but that doesn't change the fact that Sentai's physical cases aren't slipcovered.
yeah. So I'm betting they'll also get was Science Fell in Love Season 2.
You fuckers.
So good luck with that.
The only way that
you better
Funimation could
watch
salvage this is if they did a put part 1 in this box.
Yes, exactly.
They didn't do that, so there's no limited
All right.
edition.
Well, guess who's not buying?
Bend over.
Yeah.
All right. So
Guess
this
who's not buying this either?
Me,
Fuck 'em.
Reese,
I
and-
hate you. I
and
hate you.
HD.
Look,
Right
I'll be
at the
real.
bottom
I
of the
prefer
steelbook.
to have the steelbooks over this.
I mean,
I've already
yeah,
bought Yu Hakusho enough.
the OVAs are kind of They're, I mean, I want them for the completionist's sake.
Yeah,
but
I also will buy this despite my. No, it's okay. Seriously, that art had definitely better not be final, because if I have to see the same goddamn thing on the front and side of the box, I'm gonna kill someone.
That's just like that's laziness.
Well,
There's
probably
Again, it's art not final. So here's the thing. Here's the thing that I hate. Can you guess what I hate most about this box?
That's 5 cases wide.
The fact that it says 30th anniversary on
Oh
it.
yeah, 35th anniversary. Yeah.
No, it says 30th.
Oh, 30th.
That says 20th.
It says 30th. Look at the
I was
freaking
gonna
listing.
say, how the hell is it 35?
Oh, the listing.
Yeah, it says it right here on the spine.
It says it on the spine, 30th anniversary.
Yeah, that's what I was looking on.
So 10 years later, when I get the stupid 40th anniversary version, you know, like
It might have the
hate it
movie.
I hate it when companies do this. Like I literally like the Sweet 16 fruits basket. Like you have figured out the one way to make me not get it.
Yeah.
Like everything about this is a win except for that.
Not really, because they could have easily had it be like 3 cases wide, or even 1, or even like 2 cases.
They could have
wide.
put more episodes on a disc, and you know.
I don't know. I bet you there's going to be like an
No,
article.
no. Lance, they can't do that because of the discs are already.
Let me
full.
run with the joke.
Okay, great. Haha. So
You're very funny.
So literally 12 discs for the series, and they have the 4 discs from the steelbooks, and then the 1 disc for the OVAs. They could literally put all the 5 discs from the steelbooks and the OVA onto 1 disc, 13 discs, and so they could have exactly 2 cases. Oh, actually, it'd be like 3 cases wide.
I see what you mean. Well, to be fair, they're not final. Like even some of their final art box previews look way thicker than they actually end up being. Like the Akira, for example.
Yeah, but I don't think they do this because of it would.
I think
this
it'll
would
at
not-
least be 4.
No, it's gonna be 5. I guarantee it. I guarantee they're gonna do 5.
Well, so
do you think it's literally just going to have the steel books in the side?
Does it say
And then
Steelbook
they're going to
editions?
do that thing we said where they have the 5th steel book that has the OVAs?
I wish that would happen,
but
only if they
allegedly-
include all the old OVAs and both movies and the second movie dubbed by Funimation.
Oh, please.
I would
but,
kill for that to happen.
But there's 2 details. So one, people speculate that because in Japan the OVA was a special that was only exclusive to the art box, box set, that's the stipulation they made for Funimation is that you can only have it if you put it on a fancy box set, like the Overlord. Like, that light novel bonus thing was only intended for the people who bought all the volumes.
Yeah.
And the second thing is that like, what was it? Land of Obscusion was talking about how the one Anime Works movie or whatever is in some weird different legal licensing hell, and that's why they haven't been able to get it. Rip.
So I only included this one because
This doesn't look like right stuff.
of course it doesn't, jackass. Twitter. There we go. So the disc break, this is from Amazon. They also have the special features listed on the Crunchyroll listing. So confirming 17 discs. We got all the discs from the steelbooks, and and the last disc is just the 2 OVAs.
Can you send me that link? God damn it! Why would you close it?
Bye.
Is that
so fucking tired?
Is that Reese's coom noise?
No, I do it quietly, so I don't let anybody else.
Love, direction, and chocolate. Can you masturbate for us briefly?
Wait, does this have a dub now? Does it? Probably not. Oh, surprise! I think that's even the same cover.
Yeah, this is like the 3rd or 4th time this has been released.
Jesus.
Or is it this one? Waiting in the Summer that's got like 4.
Oh, that has definitely had at least 2 other releases.
Yeah, this also has a dub.
Yeah, but it was dubbed in the previous release.
So why bother re-releasing it?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Why just keep re-releasing the fucking sub version?
Okay, so we got No Game in the Life Complete Collection. This is basically the standard edition of the Steelbook. So it's got the movie as well.
Cool.
They're really
shooting
shooting themselves in the foot by saying complete collection a second time. So
Dude,
now there's
imagine like anime companies are looking at these licensing costs and like, fuck, can we just release that thing we already released before again? Do you think anybody will still buy it? Like, well, we still have a license for No Game No Life for another 2 years. Maybe we'll just release it again.
How long did it take them for them to release this? I feel like the second season came out like
quick release
5 years ago.
This is like 2018, I think.
What the
like
fuck,
5 years
Spencer?
almost.
Oh,
It
we
took
didn't
so
talk
long.
about Gunbuster at all.
Oh,
No, they did.
Tech thing.
They did. It was early on.
We didn't.
I mean, maybe that's because it wasn't a new announcement.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I thought it was really cool what they talked about. So
Well, no one cares what you think.
Let's move on.
I care. No, let's not move on, you whore. There's more details. So, remember that limited edition that we loved so dearly of season 1? Well, I thought maybe we're in the clear. No, they have planned a limited edition on their Twitter. It said limited edition coming soon. So the question is, are they going to make a giant purple Umaru?
For anyone
It's gonna be the same thing except with a different facial expression.
This is your own fucking fault for buying the Garfield set to begin with.
Which is why I only buy.
It is because you paid for it.
I did not.
Sentai's
For the
thinking,
record.
wow, people really like it. You
No,
and fucking
dude.
Augie.
It's probably still in stock on their site, the limited edition. I'm gonna check. But it was in stock for so long. It was not selling.
No, you didn't realize that it was selling so well that they just kept making it.
Not right stuff.
They do not have it on their site.
All right, so I'm quitting heroin.
Oh, hold up. How long is the second season for Umaru-chan?
Probably the same length as this first one.
Because the first season is more expensive.
Really?
Oh wow. Well, the thing you gotta remember is that So you're screwed
Yeah,
either way.
$10 more. Holy shit! Wow.
Reese, your inner witch laugh just came out.
So this is 300 minutes. Yeah, they're the same.
300. Yeah.
12 episodes.
They're
Wow.
putting a
Yeah,
premium
why is
on
it
it because
10?
you
Why
can't
is
get
it
the cheap limited edition.
Oh.
Now you gotta realize you're screwed either way because either you get a second Garfield that's like purple or something, or you get one that's a real like correct size art box. That
The only thing they could possibly do to uncuck us is do a
part
regular
one.
size one that has a slot for part one
For the
For
part
part
one.
one.
for
Standard.
season one. Yeah, because this show is over, right?
Yeah, as far as we know,
For
there's no
now.
season 3 coming.
Wait till next year.
Could you imagine Could you imagine walking through a Fi or a Barnes and Noble and finding this collector's edition, but having the idea of, man, I'm looking for this series, but goddamn, you're like, what the fuck is this?
All right, so I'm Quitting Heroing is coming out. I'm
Why don't you put the
surprised-
right thing on the screen?
Leave him alone. I took care of it, bitch.
So I'm Quitting Heroing is coming out. I'm surprised this is coming out as fast as it is because this
Dude,
aired in-
right?
Huh?
I said I'm agreeing with
He's
you.
agreeing.
This just aired not that long ago.
It started. It was in June or spring,
Mhm.
like a summer or spring release of
Mhm.
this year, and they just put out the OVAs.
I haven't
So-
even had time to finish it, so yeah.
I'm surprised this is coming out so fast. Also surprised that we're getting Lupin the Third Part 6 coming out so fast.
Oh, pee big.
And
The most
also,
mysterious boner.
I don't see a bold text line saying limited edition coming
Okay,
soon.
can you scroll up for a minute? Because pee small already. There's no slipcover.
Is there some cover on Sentai's website? Maybe like
Nope. Also, they're
Sentai
using,
exclusive.
also they're using the numeral 6 instead of the Roman numerals that Discotheque has used for 1
God,
through
I just
5.
had like a terrifying thought. What if that becomes like a war? You have two companies, Sentai and Crunchymation or whatever, releasing it, but you have to decide whether or not
Akagi-san.
you want to buy from one with the if you want the slip cover or one who doesn't get the slip cover license.
They're not going to both release the same thing. At
I
the
know,
same
but
time.
I was just
That's not
thinking,
going to be a thing,
terrifying.
Lance. That sounds retarded.
Are you kidding? There's been cross release
So-
shows before.
No,
What
there
if-
hasn't.
What if Sentai had buy on our website for
Something's gonna be
fucking like $10 more? Or no, I guess it's like $4.50 more on Sentai, but it has the Roman numeral 6.
I just wish they would have gotten in contact with Brady and had him design this thing for him.
Yeah,
So
shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Boruto set 14.
Which you'll notice it's no longer like the trials of insert character here. It's just Kawaki. And look
Kawaki.
how goddamn big the goddamn spine is. Like it takes up the whole thing for so little text. It's bigger than the logo.
Boruto is literally smaller than this thing.
So we're gonna
Just
we're gonna
number the
buy
goddamn sets
Boruto
again.
when the sets get bigger, when they're like collection.
It is 21
one.
episodes.
Is there
just
any
me?
fandom more cucked than ours? Like,
Is okay. Well, I mean, Boruto's fan was pretty cucked. Is it just me, or the front covers on the Boruto sets generally, seem dumb?
like a band album art?
Yeah, in a way, like
They're
like
just
a
copying the ones from the Japanese box sets, so I don't know what you can do about it.
Yeah, but it looks like album art with like the trippy style, like the ink blots and stuff.
When you're doing a new set for every like 13 episodes, typically for like what is it,
You're saying
200
they're
plus
running out of
episodes
ideas?
now, you're gonna run out of things to put on the cover. So
How about
they're
some
just like,
awesome, like actual like a good piece of art?
Okay,
Like,
I mean,
That's what I'm
they
saying.
probably
They're running out of good pieces of art, so they've
I mean,
got to
it is
use the
Boruto, so-
Japanese stuff.
you can only get so ambitious for so long.
Yeah. Unless you want the freaking movie trilogy, freaking steelbook artwork.
With Will Sportaccio.
Yeah,
So I
careful what
was
you wish for,
wondering-
Lance.
I was wondering, how much do you think Will Sportaccio would charge us if I had him do a rendition of your terrible logo with us in the chest?
Oh, OCA Podcast.
Yeah.
Oh, Reese, you know how there's Demon Slayer, how it was released? by
Yeah, the
Aniplex,
exception,
and also
not the rule.
Funimation. Ha.
Yeah,
What?
but that's like a parallel release.
Okay.
No.
Do you
no.
not
I said-
realize, Lance,
I just said that there
that
was a
Aniplex
multiple.
and Funimation are both owned by Sony?
I don't. That's not the point. They're two different releases. I'm
So,
still right.
So
Ha.
if you wanted to
Crunchyroll
be
used
right, you could have
Funimation
just brought
for-
up Gunbuster simultaneously being released by Sentai and Discotek.
Wow,
I mean-
did it for me.
One's the movie, though.
Yeah. I mean,
No, the real one is the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 1, except that was just being transferred over to Viz because Warner Brothers was doing such an ass
Oh,
job.
I actually didn't know about that.
Yeah, but it
Anyway.
was transferred over.
Machia
Okay, cool.
Record Puella Magi Madoka Magica Side Story Volume 2 Blu-ray. Wow, that's a mouthful.
It's weird to me how it says episodes
much
1
is
to
this?
12.
130.
$130. Jeez.
Good old
I didn't-
Aniplex, right?
Uh,
But
At least
Lance, Crunchyroll had used the promo art, which is typical for Funimation releases. Aniplex used the DVD or Blu-ray art, box art, for their core release.
can we fight about this once I go to bed?
Mobile Suit Gundam Seed CE73 Stargazer Blu-ray.
Wow.
Is this something that's in the collector's edition? And they're just giving the standalone?
I have given up on Gundam.
It's only 50 minutes long,
Wow.
so I don't know.
Created in 2006, definitely an upscale.
You're catching on.
I pay attention.
Beep, beep.
All right.
Stop stream.
Okay.
I'm sending you that WTK tweet
Thank
in
you.
private
I was
chat.
just about to ask. If you would like to support us, once again, you can shop on Stealth Weeb. There's so much shit here. I forgot I made all this. Truth be told, I don't know when I'm going to get back to working on Stealth Weeb stuff because although it is the only thing that makes us money, time is just impossible to come by these days.
Yeah,
There's
now that
also-
you have your new tablet to make shirts with.
Yeah, well,
Good luck with that.
well, the thing is that producing the show just takes it's
Impossible.
the amount of days that I have off are the days devoted to producing the show, and it's like simultaneously I also need a day off to fix
Actually,
up.
have a day off.
Well, not only have a day off, but fix up the last podcast doc. You know, with the new things that need to be added to it. I'm behind on that from last show. And then I need to be able to produce our amazing Trump endorsement, you know.
Which you brought upon yourself, by the way.
Your pet
I hope it
project
was
that
worth
raped
it.
you. Honest,
It
dude,
currently
I
is
will give you
sitting
your
at
props.
2
That was
views on TikTok.
that was beautiful from start to finish. Why don't did you upload that? Are you going to upload that to the
Sex
other
Fine
other one?
Biz.
Am I going to
Ooh.
upload it to what?
To the other, you have the clips channel.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna upload it to the Clips channel as an unlisted video, and then use it as the channel trailer. So when you go to the Clips channel, it'll be the video that plays automatically at the top.
Okay, so it can be watched in and of itself as a video.
Yeah,
Got
and
it.
I've got a I've here.
'Cause I will be sharing that.
All right, I'm gonna send it to you right now. I have a 16 by 9. I haven't made it public yet. Only
16 by 9.
a 16 by 9 version of it. The one that we watched on the show is the 16 by 9 version. I also have the 9 by 16 version, which is the one that's going up on the TikToks and stuff. So I'll post it in the link right now. The only reason I haven't published it is that I don't have a thumbnail for it yet. Oh, sexfind.biz was blocked. I missed the sexy.
Oh,
there you go.
We're like magnets for the porn site.
Yeah. I mean, the title of the podcast is "His Sexual Knowledge Surpasses the Level of a Teenager." So, so yeah, you can buy this too. Anyway, moving on. All right, so Secret Lab Naruto Shippuden Collection fashions the perfect pro gaming throne. So this is where Naruto is. This is where we're at this point. I mean, if I had donations, I would totally get this, just simply due to the fact that I need a new chair desperately. By the way, the reason that there's all that shit with, you know, the random level was complaining about is because I can't stand forever when I'm this fucking tired. Also, luxury brand Mont Blanc comes out of the Hidden Leaf Village with Naruto merch. So wow, that's what I need. A real leather designer bag that reps my fandom of Naruto.
Some chick really
and
needs that
also a picture of what's this guy's name again? Jiraiya and Naruto running, with Naruto carrying a purse with an embroidered image of Jiraiya and Naruto on it.
Wow.
At some point, I would like to sell some merch that just has a JPEG of me running on it. I just find it the stupidest thing ever. Anyway, Chainsaw Man's Denji and Power goes small in adorable palm-sized figures. So there you go.
So they're not
Moving
Funko
on.
Pops and they're not the other
Oh,
kind.
wait a second. These are the
Ninja.
same one. Why is this so cheap?
It is the down payment.
Oh, okay. So I accidentally.
It's the deposit, and then if you click on full payment, there you go.
Oh, I got you. Okay. So I will take that out of the doc. I thought this was a different one. Anyway, 1/8 scale licensed Daisuke Jigen and Fujiko Mine Loop on the Third resin statue. So just I forgot who shared this. Was it you who shared this, Greenline, in the?
I
in
did,
the doc,
yeah,
in the
because
Discord?
there was I believe there was an article that had sold out or whatever that Reese was going over, and I was like, well, it's not out of stock.
No,
where I
but
order
the
stuff
original
from.
person. This happens to be the one I already had in the doc.
Oh, okay.
I didn't realize I've got two different versions in the doc now.
Oh,
I
I'm
put
sorry. I
your
didn't realize
version
you
in
had
the-
it in a doc already. No, I shared.
No.
it 'cause
I thought I
Reese-
didn't know. I had it. I thought that the one that I had in the doc was the sold out one.
Ah.
You thought wrong, I guess.
Yeah, this is the one that sold out, the Figurama one. Anyway, let's look at the images here instead. So yeah,
I remember thinking this thing was pretty
the images
badass.
there are better.
It's fucking incredible. It's only $600.
There is so well. I mean, look.
If I got
that's
those donations,
insane. Yeah. If we could
Where would
get
you
like
put it,
30
though?
people donating $5 million.
I don't know
the
where
thing
I
is-
would put it.
The thing is that there's so much fucking detail in this figure, and I can't. It's hard to tell from the pictures, but it looks like there's like ways to look down into the car, so it's not just plain in there. So
it's literally just the image from the. Okay.
Yeah.
like
They added all this extra stuff here with like the where's the picture? They're like running through a fruit stand and stuff. You can't. Why don't they have the fucking image of it? Jesus. Yeah. So like the wine bottle breaking, like ricochet bullets and shit on the car. The like swirly smoke coming out from the wheels and stuff. It's fucking incredible. The fucking chicken.
Fuck that chicken.
I think it's awesome.
Yeah, I do too.
It's.
I mean, if I had the place to put it, I would.
The only problem is that there's no Goemon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was you, and I was like, oh, where's Goemon?
Like he'd be sitting in the backseat chilling.
There's
He's in the
also an
trunk.
interview with the ZBrush artist who put it together. If you're interested.
Oh, cool.
No pictures of like the in progress or anything, so that's kind of stupid. But anyway, it's amazing, right? Anyway, so but it sold out in 11 hours and 52 minutes on that website. But this website, the Favor GK, has it still available apparently. So you've got 14 minutes for your early bird discount to end. Let me guess if I oh no, I guess it's not bullshit. It's really for realsies.
What does the early bird discount take it down to?
Oh, I guess I guess I've only got those 14 minutes. It goes from $663.99 to $566.99.
Wow.
So almost $100 down.
Yeah.
It's really cool, but I just can't. Anyway. All right.
Because you don't have the room or don't have the funds?
I don't have the funds right now. Like, I just like fucking.
I mean, even if I had the funds, I would definitely spend it on something else.
Yeah, I mean, I really like it, but
I
don't have. I just can't. I can't justify it right now. I would totally I would legitimately buy one of those glass cases and show it off and everything, but nah, I just can't. So a fried chicken. Wait, no, hold on. We got to cover this first. Legendary Godzilla gets chonky blue variant. This is the Godzilla or Godlizzo.
He be thick.
The Godrilla.
The God healthy at any sides. Anyway, all right. Fried chicken sleeping bags are being awarded to 500 lucky Mossberg customers. So yeah, they're just like, it's a thing.
So when Godzilla eats you, you now look like a chicken nugget for him.
That's a thing. Anyway, Burger King Japan tries to get Spy Family's Anya's attention by putting up posters around Tokyo. Now, the thing that's funny about this, so they're doing this to promote the company's new peanut butter burger. And what they're doing is they're putting up these posters, but they're putting them up at Anya height.
Reese, you can read them now.
It's all to promote the peanut butter burger.
Is it just me, or does that sound disgusting?
It sure does.
I've done a lot of weird things to a burger, but putting peanut butter on it never crossed my mind. I love how you sighed to that.
That sentence could have gone the wrong way really quickly.
Have you been a part? How long? You've been a part of this podcast longer than I have, and you were so shocked by that.
So then there's also this. They opened a real world Spy Family Berlin branch. And I understand that reference. Oh, get out of here, Katie Porter. I understand that reference because I watched the first 3 episodes. That it was. No, I guess that was last night with my wife while you guys were doing the stream. So anyway. So Burger King's going all out for this.
It's a fun show. I like it a lot.
It's very different from what I was actually expecting. But I think the one thing I wasn't expecting that I really like is the character interactions between the 3.
Well, you guys had a stream last night?
Yeah, there was. Well, they just rebroadcasted the discotheque stream, so there was a chill hangout.
I'm so glad I was invited.
It was an unlisted video that we posted to the Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, you didn't check your Discord.
Apparently, all these direct messages and Facebook chats that I'm in with you guys don't do anyone any good. The message me.
Well, considering what you send us,
There's not much we can say about it.
No. All right. Yeah. Last time I checked that messenger, I had to hear about a woman shitting in her panties and sending them to some simp through her OnlyFans. So
And I didn't really want to.
You've said just as disturbing, and also that made me want to puke too.
We didn't
Just
want to
shared it with
encourage you
Alright.
sending any more of that by interacting with us.
So Hatsune Miku Colorful Stage Western version cancels the event due to quote inappropriate content.
Oh, good.
So it's known as Project Sekai Colorful Stage, featuring Hatsune Miku in Japan. It's been canceled for the upcoming event in the West due to inappropriate expressions, which many suspect is once again a matter of Western developers removing content they personally deem offensive. The official English Twitter account for the Hatsune Miku Colorful Stage released a statement saying they believed a part of the Revival My Dream event was inappropriate, and because they were unable to change the content to satisfy everyone, the event is just being canceled altogether. Imagine that. Due to the wording, some people might theorize that the Western developer might have asked the Japanese developer for permission to alter the content, but were denied, and thus chose to simply not have the event at all. So I'm guessing they just thought she looked too young?
Typical.
Well, here, hold on. What exactly was deemed inappropriate in the event wasn't mentioned, but players have suggested that the art on some of the cards and elements of the story were offensive. The cards do have problems, but sure they have the Princess Mononoke feel to it. Okay. But the story itself paired with the art is some very harmful stereotypes and do need to be changed.
What?
They're based on Princess Mononoke. I don't what people see bad about the cards.
Don't know.
Oh, are you fucking for real? It's because it's kind of, sort of, somewhat, a little bit, tiny, little bit like Native American culture, and therefore you can't have it.
Why? Okay, here's a question. And this is sarcastic. So,
Don't ask.
If Indians and our heritage is offensive, then why do we have it in our school books?
Why do we have Nazis in our school books?
Dude, it's like if they're going to take offense,
Nazis in your school books?
they talk about them. I mean, take any like.
I don't know how you could make World War II without them.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
What
they literally?
What if they changed the art to just her in Nazi?
No, dude. There's no telling. But
Amazing.
there was probably the truth would probably, if it would come out, would probably be something really stupid. They're like, we just don't like this. We don't like this stuff. We're not gonna let it.
Can't wait for that election this next month. All right, I want to just power through these.
Power away, my friend.
Fuck. This one doesn't make sense now because somebody went to bed. All right. So I'm not going to read this. I think I briefly showed this. I might be doing the exact same spiel before, but a Buddhist metaverse called the Terraverse is in development at Kyoto University. It includes an AI Buddha. I guess you could call it a metaverse. So I just find it hilarious.
So like, powered on, do you boot up your Buddha?
So basically, we talked about how they sent a Buddha to space. They wanted to have a temple out in outer space. Now they want like the VR Buddha. So I don't understand this like beaming your spirit into. I have no fucking idea. It's just really weird, and I thought I would showcase it. All right, moving on.
There's really bad mic clipping right now.
What?
I've been hearing it for a minute, but there's like some really bad mic clipping going on.
All right, well, I'm gonna pretend like I can get through this, and then we can do our watch club, and then I can go to bed. Dentist recorded female employees undressing with secret camera, and there's Random 11. Turns out he's bald. there from that one story from the podcast with the Radio Shack. I was like, I'm trying to remember what it was. I'm like, oh yeah, that one. Except in that one, it's happening to Green Line.
No.
A male dentist has been inspecting more than just teeth, as he has been arrested for recording his female employees undressing by way of a hidden pen camera, which likely proved lucrative as all 5 employees at his clinic were female. The 47-year-old pervert was caught taking tosatsu, or non-consensual photography, of a female employee at the clinic he operates in Hyogo Prefecture's Itami City, and has since been arrested for violating the anti-nuisance ordinance. Police say the female employee spotted something stuck between a wall and the refrigerator in the break room while she was undressing, and after realizing it was a pen camera, she brought it home and found footage of herself undressing on it, along with a video of the dentist installing the device.
Wow.
The employee's relatives then reported the incident to the authorities, and the dentist has admitted to the charges against him, saying he planted the cameras for the sake of recording the female employees undressing. Whoa, you couldn't have lied?
No, they never lie.
I just wanted to make sure there was no sexual harassment going on in the women's only dressing room.
Do you think he got this from the same mini camera shop that the guy who got it for his coworker? You know, the mirror.
Oh yeah.
He gave her the mirror, the dressing mirror. And he's like,
yeah. I think that was. I don't think that was in Japan when that one happened.
Maybe.
So probably not. But it does seem like this happens a lot. I think that one was in China, but I can't remember. And I remember her being. We'll have to rewatch, but whatever. The employee's relatives then reported the incident to the authorities, and the dentist has admitted to the charges against him, saying he wanted to see some titties. Admitting to installing the camera this spring, the suspect is being investigated by the police to see if there are further offenses. All right. Well, I really only shared this to out Random 11 for being bald in this picture.
Okay.
Anyway, that's
Rejection.
So the bomb squad in Japan was summoned to take care of an abandoned briefcase full of sex toys.
Were they used?
Discharge happened long before investigators were on the scene.
This briefcase is mysteriously vibrating.
Well, most modern bombs do vibrate instead of beep. So you can't blame them. That might actually be in the story as to why they called the bomb squad. So on Wednesday morning, the Shizuoka Prefectural Police received a phone call from a resident of the town of Kakegawa. The caller had spotted a silver attaché case by the side of the road in the Shimomata. Sorry, I'm just picturing the case we were looking at from Resident Evil 4.
Oh.
And you have to arrange your sex toys in it.
You know, they on the side of the box it says included but not limited to Pocket Rocket, and they're like, oh shit.
Oh my god. So the caller had spotted a silver attaché case by the side of a road in the Shimomata neighborhood, but its owner was nowhere to be found. That's weird enough on its own, but the case was also partially obscured in the roadside bushes, suggesting that whoever had placed it there may have been trying to hide it. Unattended and concealed packages raise all sorts of suspicions, and so the police decided to dispatch the bomb squad to deal with it. Traffic was shut down within a 300-meter or 984-foot area, within a 300-foot meter of the 300-foot meter area of the case, while a team of experts set up an on-site command post to diagnose the threat and, if necessary, disarm the case. I just love that.
Okay.
I want to see footage of the guy finally open it and just being like
dumbfounded and like, oh,
Bakuhatsu. They're talking about explosions. I love it when I just covered exploding milk porn with my new dad, Tucker Carlson. and I hear the word immediately on the next podcast. Like,
Well,
or I
in
guess that
that
was the
case, I
podcast
guess
before last.
Ash is grandfather's now Tucker.
Yeah. However, when the investigators finally opened up the case, they found that that they wouldn't need wire cutters or other anti-incendiary equipment to resolve the situation. They likely wanted some hand sanitizer and disinfectant wipes, though, because the case didn't contain a bomb, but a bunch of sex toys. In total, traffic was shut down for about 3.5 hours, but thankfully and obviously no injuries occurred, except perhaps strained muscles from the intense laughing from online commenters, such as the one below. Not a bomb, but still discharge related. I'm sure whoever forgot their attaché case there is really hard up right now. Hard up. Hopefully they can return the case to its rightful owner. Yeah, it's probably like some dominatrix.
Yeah, as cynical as I can be about this, I wonder if there's someone in the police department was like, God, we really need something to do. Guys, get every sex toy you've got in some random case. We're going to place it here, and we're going to have like 12 hours of everyone getting together.
That sounds like a YouTuber ploy to go viral. We placed an attaché full of sex toys in a busy intersection in Kanagawa.
It really does.
Oh, they should track the guy down and make him pay for the wasted expenses of having to send the bomb squad out. I mean, they should have enough residual DNA evidence to figure out who the owner is.
What if they were all brand new and never used?
My friend just texted me to say, hey, dude, they found your case. When I was a kid, I left a porno magazine in the woods, but this guy is on a whole nother level. Another peaceful day in Shizuoka. So why? While police haven't publicly speculated on the motive, it's possible that Japan's trash regulations are involved. Japan has a thorough classification system for different types of garbage, with things such as plastic bottles, metal cans, paper, fabric, and batteries often all having to be put out for pickup on different days. Put something out on the wrong day and it won't get picked up. But what category do sex toys fall under? It's something you'd probably have to ask your local city hall for the answer to. Add in that most Japanese trash bags are clear or at least translucent, and it's not hard to imagine that the owner either didn't know which day to put them out or didn't want any of his neighbors to see him setting a bag of used sex toys out on the curb for pickup.
I mean, we're assuming it's a guy here.
Yeah, you're really going to need to show me what was in the case and the level of like use it had before I can buy that excuse. Honestly, they're probably going to find a body like 100 feet away. And they're going to oh shit. Now, if that didn't tickle your pickle enough, let me tell you about a man who donated his mother's body to an Arizona Center for Alzheimer's Research and then discovered it was sold on to the U.S. military for $6,000 and strapped to a chair and blown up in a blast test.
Holy fuck. Please tell me she was already dead.
No, she was alive. She was definitely alive.
I just love this. He donates the body, and then the Alzheimer's research people are like, yeah, we've seen enough Alzheimer brains. Let's get a profit on this. Give it to the military.
Exploding grannies.
An Arizona man has spoken out about the heartbreak he endured when learning that the body of his mother, which he donated to a medical research center, was sold off to the military and blown up in a blast testing experiment. Doris Stoffer, 73.
This is the most amazing cremation I've ever heard of.
Right.
God,
died
do this to me, please. When I go, just boom.
Did you say missed me?
Hey, there'll be a little bit here, a little bit there.
Can you scatter my ashes among the gunpowder?
Look, you want to talk about blowing your load? This is how to do it.
So Doris Stoffer, 73, died 5 years ago in hospice care following a several-year battle with Alzheimer's. Perhaps I don't quite know what Alzheimer's is, but I picture it like dementia.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's where you start losing your ability to remember anything.
Okay, so
And
does
you
your
have, like,
body
the world's
also
worst short-term
lose its
memory,
ability to remember to pump blood through your heart? How does she die? The way they phrase it, it sounds like she died from the Alzheimer's.
See, that was the thing, and when you read it the way it is, the way you said it, I don't know why. It's just my brain was like, I wasn't 100% sure she was dead. And I was like, she got donated to this, and then all of a sudden, hey, you turned around one day, they blew her up.
She died in hospice care following a several-year battle with Alzheimer's. I mean, do you really battle Alzheimer's though?
You don't. Your body doesn't shut down, but
despite doctors saying she didn't even carry the gene for the disease. You can't have Alzheimer's, Doris. Stop pretending.
Maybe they just wanted to really blow her up, so they gaslit her into saying, "Oh, you have Alzheimer's." Oh, I guess I do.
Medical officials feared the condition may have mutated and hoped to study. Pardon. Medical officials feared the condition may have mutated and hoped to study her brain after her death to further investigate. However, when she died in 2014, her neurologist was unable to accept her remains, so her son, Jim, reached out to a number of donation facilities who he hoped would continue the investigation. Finally, he settled on the Biological Resource Center in Maricopa County, following a recommendation from a nurse under the agreement that the company, led by Stephen Gore, his name is Gore!
Al Gore! Okay.
No, like exploding grandma's Gore. Would send her brain to a neurological research group. I lost it here. Scroll down for video. Oh my God. Sadly, it's just an interview with the Sun. I thought they had video.
Okay.
Blown up.
What person who like loves their like mother, or like, okay, what person who loves their mother is going to be like, yes, I'm going to donate your body to science, and I'm going to do everything I can to do this, and then just
She got blown up for science. What do you want?
My favorite thing about this is how the picture that they have provided here is literally the fucking one he's holding in the next picture.
Serious?
I feel foolish, Jim Stafford told Fox 6, learning the true fate of his mother's remains, because I am not a trusting person. But in this situation, you have no idea this is going on. You trust. I think that trust is what they fed on. Jim recalled how an official from BRC came to pick up his mother's remains within 45 minutes of her death. What?
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 Dude, hold on. Wait a minute. 45 minutes. And also, he actively seeked these people out. Was he doing this before she died?
I am dumbfounded. I can't even get a pizza delivered that fast where I live.
Exploding grandmas.
I mean,
Less than an hour.
the remains pickup should have taken at
When
least
she
twice
died-
as long.
Dude, hospice doesn't usually even... Hospice can be later than that.
Dude, when she died in 2014, her neurologist was unable to accept her remains. So her son, Jim, reached out to a number of donation facilities. Who he hoped would continue the investigation. Finally, after hours, no, less than 45 minutes, finally, he settled on Biological Resource Center in Maricopa County, following a recommendation from a nurse,
Like this guy acts like, oh, I loved my mother so dearly, and this is such a tragedy. But literally, he's like, yeah, what do I do with the body? You could donate it. And it's like, well, where could I donate? Biological Resource Center's one place I know of. All right, get him on the phone. I need him down here before she gets cold. Like.
You gotta get her down before she gets cold so we can put her on ice.
Like he is literally this guy right here. Okay, let me just be clear. I think trust is what they fed on. It's so shameful. I'm ashamed that this happened. I can't believe it. My mom, I loved her, right? And it's like you put her in a fucking home, like she was in hospice care.
Yeah.
She didn't even have a funeral,
and
apparently.
sold her body for profit.
No, he didn't sell her body.
Oh.
He donated her body, and then the place he donated it to sold it to the military.
Right.
What the fuck is the U.S. military doing buying a grandma's corpse?
BRC came to pick up his mother's remains within 45 minutes of her death. There, he said he signed an agreement with the official in which it was detailed what would and would not happen to Doris's remains. Several days later, he received a wooden box that contained the majority of his mother's ashes. However, no information was provided about how Doris's body was used or where the rest of her remains were.
It's
When
just
I
a
opened
modern
it up-
cremation.
When I opened it up and found bullet casings, I grew suspicious.
And they were still smoking.
Yeah.
With gunpowder.
Yeah, I recognize that smell anywhere. They napalmed my grandmama. Another
They used a
3 years
plastic
would pass.
explosive.
Another 3 years would pass before he learned what really happened to his mother when a reporter
fuck?
from Reuters sent him a series of documents. The record showed that BRC workers detached one of Doris Stoffer's hands for cremation.
That's all they gave him.
Yeah, that's what he got in the box. Grandmama's ring was in the box. After sending those ashes back to her son, the company sold and shipped the rest of Stoffer's body, including her brain, to a taxpayer-funded research blast testing project for the U.S. Army. Doris's cadaver was then strapped into a chair on some sort of apparatus, and an explosive device was detonated beneath her.
What the actual fuck?
I wish they had a YouTube channel.
I like to think their process was okay. We need to test how lethal this is on humans. It's like she's dead. Conclusion.
Do you guys remember when we covered the bounce house that got dislodged from the ground and flew like 60 feet in the air?
You talking about one getting picked up by a tornado?
Yeah, where the kids were like falling out of it or whatever.
I actually do remember that.
I think my mental image of this is actually funnier.
All right, guys, we got Grandma strapped and loaded. Hold the pins.
Oh, God.
Fire in the hole.
Salute, Granny. So, do you think the person who was tasked with, taking her hand off was, on his like affidavit? Not affidavit. What would it be? Never mind. I was gonna make a hand job joke, but I'm too tired.
Well,
So
it's quite an easy joke. Like the guy who took her hand off, like that's quite the hand job.
Oh yeah, sexchat69.site is back.
They're
to
back,
lure
yes.
our viewers away. I'm gonna go ahead and put you back on timeout, you naughty bot. Oh, you're back. Oh, you got in there just in time with your lips. Best adult dating site. Best. nobody uses fucking what's it called, Tinder anymore. we use
God.
sexchat69.site. Anyway, so the idea of the experiment was to, quote, get an idea of what the human body goes through when a vehicle is hit by an IED. The documents detailed.
How can they
She
tell
was
if she survived?
elderly. How are they going to get a legitimate? I don't even want to go there.
There was actually wording on this paperwork about performing this stuff, Jim said, performing these medical tests that may involve explosions. And we said no. We checked the no box on all of that. BRC and military records show that at least 20 other bodies were also used in the blast experiments without permission.
Were they
of
all
the donors
grandmas?
or their relatives?
It's easy to say this in hindsight, but it's like the moment you see that option even available is when I'd call sus.
So one of the things you can do is donate your mom's body to be blown up by the military. It's like, oh no, I couldn't do that.
Yeah, I hated her
And
anyway,
it's
so
like,
go for it. Like,
look, man.
The
issue is, after 20 years in this business, not a single person has checked the box to let us do that. So honestly, let's just not tell them.
Okay. Have you seen? Okay, I don't know if you skimmed anything, but have you seen anything verifying the fact that 45 minutes after this old woman died, he spent hours on the phone, by the way, getting this set up. So he was doing this before she died.
No, I suggested that it was hours because it's the way they phrased it.
Oh, okay.
Finally, he settled on it. It just sounds like when you use the term finally, it
It's
indicates
like maybe like 2 or 3 days later.
it
at
indicates it took a long time to come to make this difficult decision. But then it's like it's like literally biological resource center. This is how it must have gone down. Okay, I've got it. All right. It says here, however, when she died in 2014, her neurologist was unable to accept her remains, so her son Jim reached out to a number of donation facilities who he hoped would continue the investigation. Finally, he settled on the Biological Resource Center in Maricopa County following a recommendation from a nurse. I guarantee you this is what happened. He's like, I just don't know which research facility I should give her to. And the nurse says, well, this gentleman right here is from the Biological Resource Center, and he could take her off your hands right now.
Well, she's still kicking.
But wasn't there terminology saying after 45 minutes after she died, they picked her up?
Yeah, they said that BRC came to pick up his mother's remains within 45 minutes of her death.
Okay, so if her doctor couldn't take the remains, and then at that point he started looking.
Yeah, it seems to me it's unbelievable, right?
Okay,
it's like,
okay. I
Jim,
don't want to dwell on.
I'm sorry to tell you that your mother has passed. Oh no, I can't hold on to her remains. Oh God, you're killing me. It's like you're gonna need to decide who you want to have the remains. You can come get them yourself, or you can donate
have a
them.
funeral.
And he gets out the yellow pages and he goes through the first 10, and then he gets to the B's. Biological Resource Center. Oh, you can get her today? Great. It's like you're already there.
Well, if you think about it,
they're already picking up somebody else's uncle.
Well, yeah, if you think about it,
the homeless shelter
hospital
down the road
already
has got like
has
a plethora of people being picked up tomorrow.
the hospital already has plenty of people like that get picked up for dying and all that stuff already. So it kind of it would
turns out it's been the nurse the whole time.
It would kind of make sense that they'd have people there that quickly.
Nurse Betty, we need another
Bouncing Betty.
We need another, what do you call it?
We need another body over here.
We need another blast tester. I mean, brain.
just pinch that oxygen tube for a little bit too long.
That's gonna be a great ending to the story. Turns out they're actually killing the patients to blow them up later.
No, you know what? Considering considering the world we live in, I would not be surprised.
So BRC and military records showed that at least 20 other bodies were also used in the blast experiments without permission of the donors or their relatives.
So she definitely blew her hip out this time.
The donated bodies were all sold to the military for $5,893 each.
And he didn't even get a cut of that?
Yeah, officials of the project said they never received the consent forms from the donors or their families that what? That's I don't know what word they meant to put here. It says officials of the project said that they never received the consent forms from the donors or their families along with the cadavers.
So they went along with it anyway, I guess.
Yeah. Instead, they were forced to rely on the assurances of BRC that the families or donors had all agreed to be used in this specific type of research.
Yeah, Pookie, we're going to drop off these bodies to you on the weekend. Don't worry about the paperwork. We got it covered.
I love this. Jim's, let me rephrase that. This is horrifying. I'm so sorry for this poor individual. Jim says he still struggles with the reality of the grisly end of his mother's Jim says he still struggles with the Jim says he still struggles with the reality of the grisly end his mother's remains met, adding that his memories of her are regularly plagued by visions of the experiment. I don't see a pathway of ever getting past this, he said. The emotional damages are in the tens of millions of dollars. Every time there's a memory, every time there's a photograph, every time there's a photograph you look at, there's this ugly thing that happened just right there staring at you.
Every time he hears a Polaroid go off, all he can hear is them clicking the switch for the bomb.
Jim is one of 33 plaintiffs named against in a lawsuit. Wait. Okay. Is that fucking proofread dailymail.co.uk. Jim is one of 33 plaintiffs named in a lawsuit against BRC and its owner, Stephen Gore. I can't get over his name is fucking Gore. In which the gruesome details of how the center misused loved ones' bodies is compared to the horror novel Frankenstein. I mean, you could have brought up the Holocaust or something. Gore, 52, was found guilty of operating an illegal business in 2015 after it was discovered that he had been selling off body parts.
Oh, boy.
More than 1,755 human body parts were found at the facility, which took 142 body bags to move. And weighed 10 tons. Oh my God.
You knew this was going to turn around to a fucking murder story, didn't you?
It weighed 10 tons, according to Reuters. In a declaration for the new lawsuit, former FBI Special Agent Mark Quinar, what a name, described various unsettling scenes at the site in Phoenix. Quinar told of a small woman's head sewn onto a large male torso. Oh my God, Frankenstein is a good one. Oh, there's... Oh my God.
We'll be right back after.
I didn't know there were so many pictures.
Guys, what the fuck? But this is the military doing this.
Shit.
No, it's not the military. It's the in-between.
It's the Underdark?
It's the in-between guy.
Biological Research Center or whatever
Quote
it's called.
unquote.
Quinar told of a small woman's head sewn onto a large male torso that was hanging from the wall in a Frankenstein manner. Its placement was described as an apparent morbid joke. He also spoke of a cooler filled with male genitalia.
This is where all them cocks came from in that one article in Africa.
The Nigerian penis.
2,000 dicks on the black market.
Infected heads in a bucket of heads, arms, and legs without any identification tags.
I don't even want to think about the smell.
There were also blood and bodily fluids on the floor of the freezer. Oh my god!
That mean, wait. If they're a bottle, oh my god! Wait, like feces and piss? Like these people died there?
Oh, maybe somebody's in there jerking off. You don't know.
I mean, you
you assume it came from the corpses.
This is probably somebody's secret body stash factory.
Yeah,
and
like,
now they-
look, man, when you're so far gone as a psychopath that you need to blow people up to get your rocks off, I mean, you're gonna come up with the business necessary to meet those needs. You know?
Talking necrophilia here?
Oh, the initial 2014 rates. Oh, please, dear Lord, if I have to buy it with Bitcoin on the dark web, let there be film of this raid. I need to see that. Oh my God. FBI, open up, kick in the door. There's just like blood stains everywhere.
Dude,
body parts hanging out of drawers.
Okay, now hold on. Never mind. I don't want to touch that. Continue.
Okay.
Let's get through this. I gotta go to bed.
I can't believe how fucking long the article is. It's been the most rewarding thing I've ever read. The initial 2014 raids occurred as part of a multi-state investigation into the illegal trafficking and sale of human body parts. The BRC picked up the bodies of deceased loved ones from family homes, and from there, they sold the parts to the middlemen for profit. I guarantee you that nurse that recommended BRC is taking a cut of them. I swear to God.
She's their street person.
Yeah, she probably gets a commission. Bodies were cut up using chainsaws and band saws.
Nice.
Tools that are not supposed to be used when medically dismembering cadavers.
It
says right on the
circular
chainsaw.
saw.
Yeah, it says right on the chainsaw, do not use on cadavers. There was even a price list for body parts, which included a whole upper torso for $4,000, an intact torso for $2,900. I'm sorry. What's an intact torso versus a whole upper torso?
Yeah, what's it supposed to mean? Does that include like the arms and shoulders?
Upper torso, including like the head.
It says intact torso, so they mean like this is just the neck down to the waist
Without the arms,
and the whole upper torso must be from the waist up, including arms and head.
Probably.
A spine for $1,900, a leg from mid femur to toe tip for only $600. What a steal! A head for $500 and a knee for $375.
How much were they selling the dicks for? I mean,
A full intact body could cost anywhere between $5,000 and $10,000. After the investigations, business owner Gore pleaded guilty in October 2015 to federal charges of conducting an illegal enterprise. He admitted that the bodies were not used in a way that donors had permitted, and that he was overwhelmed working in an industry without regulation.
What the fuck?
I just love it. It's like, look, you don't understand. It's okay. I didn't put a checkbox about the chainsaw stuff. That was just supposed to be implied. His wife, children, and siblings pleaded for a lenient sentence, describing him as a family man. Wow.
he brought in the big bucks.
That's what they said about the Trinity Killer.
Right. Oh my God. A screenshot from a 2013 training video by the BRC. Give me this footage. Shows a construction saw used by technicians to remove a man's spine.
Dear God.
Oh my gosh. Gore does not have more than a high school diploma, nor any licenses or certifications applicable to body donation program operations. Wow.
He ran this company for how many years? This so-called company?
God, I don't fucking know. Gore was sentenced in 2015 to 1 year deferred jail time, 4 years probation, and was forced to pay $121,000 in restitution. Quote,
That sounds pretty low to me.
It does sound very low.
I could have been more open about the process of donation on the brochure we put in public view, Gore said, according to AZ Central. Like, yeah, I guess I could have been more open about the exploding.
Okay, hold on. He had to. Okay, he was making money, so he had to be filing taxes, or he's committed tax fraud. What the fuck did he put on his damn tax form if this wasn't legit?
I don't even know.
He's
military,
those
resource consultant and procurer of
those break rooms where you pay like 45 minutes to bust
to break everything.
Yeah. So he's been running like a mutilation room where people could just cut up dead bodies.
Oh my god. His highest level of education is high school, and he allegedly did not receive any licenses or certification applicable to Biogeneration program operations. DailyMail.com could only find a license Gore received as an insurance agent in the state of Florida for Gore and Associates Insurance Services, LLC.
Yeah.
Gore has been contacted by DailyMail.com for comment, but has not responded. Damn. Wonder what he was... Wow, blown to kingdom come. That's appalling. Donating a body because you think it will help scientists find answers to questions such as how to cure Alzheimer's is very different to finding out your mom's body was sold and then bombed without your knowledge and consent. You must be traumatized. Hey, excuse you. That's clearly a sock puppet trying to get people on his side for the lawsuit. Oh my god. Oh, wonderful. I'm so sorry that this happened to this individual. At least she was dead when it happened. Unless the nurse killed her for the commission. That's another conspiracy angle they need to
this rabbit hole is deep. All right, so I'm guessing next is the Watch Club, or we got one more? We got more.
Club. Let's talk about Haven't You Heard I Am Sakamoto?
Hell yeah.
I don't have anything to say to it about
Haven't you heard? I did not really like this show. I'll be real. There are some very funny bits. Hold on, wait. This reminds me of Golden Kamuy in so many ways. But dear Lord, every revelation is making this worse and worse. He's a family man. Oh my god, that is not an appropriate defense. His excuses are so insane. All right. So for the Watch Club, I just say I did not like this show. The concept was good, but the execution was terrible because everything that you want out of it, like they kind of like don't give you, except for like once or twice an episode, and some of it was too over the top and ridiculous to the point where it wasn't like it just like it was too much even for itself, and it felt like I had already seen this sort of trope with Psyche K, which I had also watched pretty recently, and I was disappointed. I wanted it to be better. I very much did not like any of the characters in it other than Sakamoto.
Which is a shame because I think it's more centered around them than it is him. But
yes, exactly.
I kind of liked Greg Ayres' character a little bit, not overly so, but like
I hated that guy because Greg Ayres' voice is annoying.
The sucker always gets typecasted as the fucking weirdo nerd character.
The fat outcast virgin character.
Yeah, it was because it's a combination of Greg Ayres and also the fact that it's like you had to be way too sympathetic at every turn with that guy, and then it's like, okay, here he's got a really weird ass haircut and all that.
Yeah, I'll
turns
give him
the trash
this.
bag into it.
I'll
You
give
get the
him
trash
this.
bag hair.
So first of all, I was turned off to the show immediately because the very first thing that happens is the CG characters throwing the ball to each other, and that was lazy, and I hated it. Right, and then there were
I liked
some
it when
bits.
they were talking about like, hey, dude, you're not that bad looking. You're kind of handsome, man. She was like, oh, thanks.
Well, there were some bits, like, for example,
Yeah, they have their whole depression.
I didn't like Greg Ayer's character, right? But
Coda,
where they went with that, the fact that he looked just like his mom, and then his mom had a major crush on Sakamoto, because Sakamoto happened to look exactly like some Korean drama star or whatever. But like, and all of that was like, this is all like really stupid. I'm not really enjoying this. But then the part where he gets sick, so his mom goes to school in his uniform to try to be close to Sakamoto was just, I'm like, all right, this was an extremely elaborate setup, but I'm ready for this episode.
It's almost as bad as Hey Arnold.
Dude, I fucking love Hey Arnold.
Do you remember that episode where his grandpa literally goes to school and is like flirting with 14-year-olds?
I think yes, but that was the episode. That wasn't for the same reason.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying it was
I think that was the episode where
lines.
he gets like amnesia, or he thinks he's gonna die at 89 or whatever.
He can like bitch 300 pounds. He's in the greatest shape of his life.
Yeah. Anyway, so the one episode I loved more than any other one, just because sometimes you see the plot going somewhere and it's just so retarded and you're like, please do it. Please do it. Oh, they're going to do it. Where was the one where he helped the one bully guy with his dad's dinner. And he's like, get an extra large coat. And I was like, oh, please do that thing where you're hiding behind the coat. And that's exactly what they did. And that was so fucking great.
Yeah.
I loved that. That was so stupid, but funny. And then, of course, the episode where he's in Book Off trying to get the porn. There were some good bits there, but there were also just like, it was kind of a cop out, like the way he gets away is just by putting them back in the shelf and the girls are too stupid to notice.
It's Sakamoto.
And I don't know. And then of course the guys, they get like this, like, year-long supply of porn or whatever you want to say. And then they just return it.
They get it all.
No, it was only like a 1-day rental.
They had to watch it all in one night.
Yeah, but the point is that they didn't watch any of it.
Yeah. They just
dumped it in there. Like,
yeah, I would have liked if they had watched it all. Just like,
I mean, how much funnier would it have been if they had like tastefully had to animate them overdoing it? It would have just been so fucking funny for them to try to figure out how to animate everything to the point where you just see like the negative effects of them trying to binge all of it. It's like the way I was thinking it was going to be is like when they catch the kids smoking, so then they force them to smoke the whole pack kind of thing. I thought that could have been really fucking funny. And they just had them like, on second thought, let's go study. And they like return it. I'm like, come on.
Yeah. No, I didn't like that either. The thing that I will say that I said earlier is that this is a show that I will recommend to people, but you can't binge it. Like it does murder if you binge it. It's one of those shows. The same thing with the Kashi, the candy one. You can't like binge the fucking.
It benefits from the weekly watch.
Here's the thing, though. Dagashi Kashi has Hotaru, who's hot, and Sakamoto doesn't carry this show. unless
why
you
season 2 of Dagashi sucked because I hated the.
What? Season 2 is so much better.
I hate to leave Sakamoto real quick, but no, I disagree. I did not like season 2 of Takashi Kashi. I love season 1.
I gotta go to bed. I can't stay up anymore.
Reese, do you have any thoughts you want to share?
I have nothing to share about it. I just thought it was a mediocre watch. I mean, I watched it. It was a thing.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I cannot believe that this got a premium edition. And I can't believe that led me to believe it was going to be amazing, and I can't believe how disappointed I am.
I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, take it easy.
It's what World God only knows. What's his name? Keima. He said it's reverse box size logic. The bigger the box, the worse the game.
Yeah, pretty much.
Go ahead, Green.
Oh, I also kind of enjoy. Well, this is more biased towards Lucy Christian, but Lucy Christian's character,
she was really good.
The popular girl. Our first title for the last podcast for Sakamoto is My Man Bible. I got a kick out of that line.
That was actually not last podcast. That was the one before.
Oh, the one before. Excuse me, the one before.
But you
and I enjoyed that line.
Yeah,
where they used the Ouija board. The episode where they do the Ouija board was funny.
Yeah,
and Sakamoto, there's he has a line where he's like, "People are fickle things," and he says it like he's not human. I guess it's still going into the line of him going through the whole making them build the tower. I thought that was funny as shit because he committed to the whole act of being. But the thing was, like, he just started talking normally. Which to me I was just like, okay.
And it was animated by Studio Dean.
Yep.
Dean.
What about the episode where they good?
Oh, the hair we mentioned Koda's hair. I liked how Sakamoto wouldn't confront these dudes. He's like, it's not worth it. But
Kubota, that was his name. Yeah.
It's like, okay, you guys need to.
Oh, and then what the fuck with Chris Patton's character, the fat blonde guy who was
just
naked
stopped wearing clothes?
Yeah, I didn't realize how fat he was, and then he wears his underwear the entire time. I'm like, what?
Oh
how is that allowed?
God.
First of all, and why are you doing it?
Yeah. Okay. And then there were okay. Let me show you this. There were a bunch of weird characters, right? Sarah, the Chris Patton's character. Then there was this girl, right? That was like basically a man in a dress, right? This very much, and then the teacher with the perfectly flat topped head, right?
He was like trying to nail Sakamoto for something.
Yeah, it was like here.
Yeah,
so
he's trying to nail him for being a pervert,
so
but he ends up going out and trying to feed a bird.
Yeah, this seemed like let's see, where's a good example? Cromartie High School, I would say, right? Where it's like, look how quirky we are, but it's like you're not that quirky. Oh, you have a character who's a model, but he's fat. Oh, fucking Cromartie High School has a robot and Freddie Mercury and a gorilla, right? Like, I mean, come on, you can't live up to that.
Yeah.
And of course, The Disastrous Life of Psyche K. I guess Honda-kun has more votes.
Dude,
somehow.
I can guarantee you Honda-kun's better.
But I mean, it's like these are votes for if you like Sakamoto, you probably like Honda-kun.
Yeah, it's the quote unquote weird guy show genre.
So, anyway, I gotta be honest, I'm really disappointed because for the longest time my wife and I were gonna watch the show. We just never got around to it. The fucking limited edition came with socks. Just because in that one episode he drew shoes onto his socks. Oh yeah,
I don't even remember that.
They come with stupid shit. Like it's just
and it's like stuff like when they first kind of establish him is he's basically like, I can't really think of the trope, like what to call it, but he's like that character that you can never get one over on kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
Like he's always prepared, he's always a step ahead. Like when they throw the water over the bathroom stall,
he's got an umbrella.
In the stall he's got the umbrella, right?
Yeah.
So we established that like this character is ungettable. He is always a step ahead, right? He's the badass, right? But then immediately he's getting beat up in the part where they accidentally start the fire.
Oh yeah. where he comes up to the door,
and it's like he's getting his ass kicked, right? And it's like, what are you like doing this for?
And then they take a photo of his ass though. This is like, he's too pretty. Like maybe we should keep the photo. Like,
yeah, I wasn't simping for the main character as hard as every other member of the cast was.
I think
so I just couldn't.
that fire scene in particular highlighted something kind of like I don't remember a lot of this happening, but that specific scene, it's like, oh, he actually wanted us to stomp to get to notify the teachers. It's like, what? Why didn't you just say that?
God, that was fucking dumb.
Why did he have to be cryptic? Like, it doesn't make any sense. It was just like, I don't know, give the illusion of like, oh, he's
It's
doing
just
a
the
clever
roundabout way
thing.
it's the roundabout way they make him handle each and every situation. It's never
He doesn't though.
straightforward on the nose.
He usually does the other things really dumbly, but I'm just saying in this situation, he could have easily just communicated. There's no reason that he had to be cryptic.
Dude, like he just got
it's
beat
forced
up.
perspective.
He just got beat up and is in a room full of a bunch of people.
And he doesn't want to save his own life along with the
it's first of all, it's an anime, so the fact that the main character
and
has
the thing that they were setting up, like he was going to put out the fire by creating a whirlwind or whatever, was way cooler than, oh, it turns out he was just alerting the teachers.
Yeah,
the teachers
that
came
whole
and saved
letdown
us.
after that.
Yeah, it was dumb.
The moment at the end where they have
the recap,
the guy come in and he's giving the speech for the Sakamoto's giving the speech to the upperclassmen who are graduating.
The graduation,
and and the guy comes in with the bat, and they have the whole moment of, and he starts playing it off like it's a part of it. And you've got I call him Coda,
Kubota,
but I've called him Coda ever since I first watched it. He has him and Lucy Christian's character have that moment. She's like, I got to get up there. And he's like, no, just trust Sakamoto. And you have this whole moment of it. He ends up over there playing the piano, and they have it timed out perfectly to where the slam across the keys with the bat fits into what he's doing. I don't know. I thought it was well played.
I thought there were some good moments, but
I thought it was nuts.
But like I said, like, you know, that episode was one of the better episodes for like watching everything go his way, you know, kind of thing, during like some people trying super hard to get one over on him, but he's always a step ahead kind of thing. But there were so many episodes where I'm focused on these other characters that were completely uninteresting. You know,
there were some stinkers, but I still,
dude, there was like nothing but stinkers.
Yeah, but I mean, Lucy's Christian character was fun. Coda was at least laughable. His mom was disturbing, and that was honestly entertaining.
Juliet,
Coda more than anything, just like when he was on screen, he was just sad. Like,
I mean, yeah, but
and pathetic.
And then you have the episode where, the bully, where he spends the entire episode trying to hunt down Sakamoto because he thinks he fell through the earth.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. Yeah,
oh yeah, yeah, this guy. So
the guy who
apparently,
came in with the bat,
Juliet Simmons and her sister Genevieve Simmons were in this dub. I guess that makes sense because Sentai, they're in all the Sentai dubs.
Yeah.
So regarding that last episode with the bat and stuff, I feel like that also highlights a thing that I noticed in the show where it's like, I don't like all the moments where they're trying to get quote unquote serious. Like it kind of conflicts too much with the goofiness.
They're trying to get quote unquote what? Serious? Is that what you said?
Serious, yeah.
Okay.
Serious.
I
that
didn't
balloon,
like
that balloon thing where it's like, oh, we sabotaged the balloons, and then it comes out this like, oh, he's here.
God,
Like,
that was so fucking horrible.
This weird melodrama between the whole thing, and then at the end,
And
it's
the
building up to this.
karaoke. Ugh.
And then at the end, it's building up to this melodrama of like, oh, actually, Sakamoto, I gotta like whatever, kill him or whatever, because there's this bad guy that's able to convince us somehow like to do bad things. He hasn't graduated. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff like that.
Yeah,
it's basically a clip show of you occasionally get a clip that's funny, but then half the other clips, well, more than half the other clips are just.
Let me put it this way: every single time in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure that they do the like the next thing you're going to say is, like all of that stuff that they do in JoJo, like every time it hits, right? Like every time it turns out that like, oh, you thought this was happening, but actually Jotaro was a step ahead. Every time it hits. But with having heard I'm Sakamoto, it's like they just weren't always clever, or they were completely unbelievable.
A lot of it was just straight up cheese.
Yeah, it just wasn't. It
tried to be
really,
slapstick and would fall short. I'm not going to fight you on that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we're just kind of beating the dead horse here, but
Yeah,
it just
pretty
really
much.
wasn't. It really wasn't what I was expecting.
All in all, I enjoyed it. It's still better than a lot of what's coming out now.
I don't know.
I'd love to get you to watch Girlfriend and see what you think of that.
The cuck, the reverse cuck one.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that show is terrible.
Reverse cuck.
It's a show about
he's in a perfectly fine relationship already, and then some other chick asks him out, and then he's such a cuck that he's like, well, I guess I don't love my girlfriend enough. I can't say no to her, and then goes to his girlfriend and says, hey, would you be like okay if I like date you both? It's so stupid. Yeah. It's the reverse.
Getting worse.
I can picture what it is now. I remember the characters and stuff.
It's the opposite of what a harem is. Like the harem, they at least try to come together at the same point rather than I already have a successful thing going.
Yeah.
But
it's far worse than what you're leading on. But yeah, we'll go with that for now.
Well, that's the first episode that.
I mean, if it's Rem and Ram, I can understand.
No, it goes on to break down It goes on to an episode where there's a YouTuber girl, and she's going all out, trying to like survive in this guy's yard, and it just goes into all of this fucking modern day call out bullshit that just is cringe on every level. To the point, it's just like, yes, I'm showing them my tits, so they like watch me on YouTube and shit, and I'm like, what?
But that's
true. She wasn't on YouPorn?
Who knows?
So the final episode. Let's also bring this up. What do you think of the retarded ending?
Where he's going off to space?
He's just suddenly like, yeah, I'm going off to space, and I thought, they're just gonna be like psych, and he's gonna come back or whatever. No,
fucking dumb.
That was just the ending, and then
the one thing I did think was kind of funny is that they had the people were telling, like, it was for the movie or whatever they were gonna make about his life, and they had the one person talking about him in America, and like all the Japanese characters we'd seen up to that point were there as Americans.
Yeah.
That'll get like an almost chuckle. It wasn't funny, but it was like, well, at least you're trying something that's less than the cringe crap you've been giving me where the characters
I did like how their sabotages were like completely lethal, like haha, let's put them on that space thing that like rotates or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's like, whoops, well, I have control. But like, so it's like, oh yeah, he's off, he's gonna be an astronaut, whatever. And then that is the final episode, and then it's the OVA that's just a recap, and they literally address, we've covered the entire manga up to this point, so what are we gonna do now? Which blows my mind, because I'm like, wait, so they got this shallow, and there isn't even like more manga to like fill out some other things. Now, so when it comes to comedy, I don't think a story is like essential, but I do think it provides a strength to a comedy that makes it even better. So, for example, Baka and Test, it has this loose idea of, okay, we want to get the A rank or whatever classroom, like all their stuff. That's our goal. We don't want to be F class anymore. So that gives them something to work towards, a goal toward an end goal. Whereas this is just nothing. So that
Sakamoto is more slapstick comedy villain of the week, and I enjoyed it, but I can see
you can have that with like a
story
end goal.
It falls short.
I'm just saying that it's aimless as a consequence of not having some particularly
that's why I said villain of the week.
You can JoJo was villain of the week, but it had like an end goal. So
yeah, but it wasn't supposed to be slapstick comedy either. It was insanity. Shoujo anime bullshit.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that doesn't negate like the point.
But... I didn't say it did.
But anyway, so like, yeah. So with this was my rewatch. The first time I've rewatched this. The only episode I remember like loving was the one where that you mentioned before, where it's like, oh, he's helping out the thug guy on with his father's new potential mate or whatever. And this time when I rewatched it, I didn't even laugh, which is sad because I really enjoyed that episode before. And I don't know if it's because I already saw everything coming, so it wasn't like a surprise. But when even the high point was like diminished to that, it was kind of just I don't know, sad, I guess.
What about when he's helping the other like guy who's trying to be like a mob yakuza boss? The other like school bully thug.
Oh yeah,
and
the guy ends up running away from him because he's
Yep.
so upset.
He helps him.
Yeah, I
like
enjoyed
and
that
it
one.
just- yeah, that's one of my
Where his
most.
help actually like he overwhelmed the dude. He's like, get the fuck away from me.
Oh, you're
yeah,
talking
yeah,
about that guy.
The fat guy. He was such a good like servant too.
Yeah. And he's like gaining a lot of weight.
Your
and-
shoes are toasty now.
and
or
he's
whatever.
cooking his shoes to warm them up.
Yeah, I thought that was fine too, but I think they really severely miscast that guy. He sounded so like incel beta energy. Like they had like the blonde guy had a way better voice for being the bigwig, the boss. And this guy's just like, "Hey Sakamoto, get me a potato chip, would you?" or something like that. He didn't have any
I thought
mob
the
boss
blandness,
energy at all.
I thought the kind of bland stupidness kind of fit the character.
No,
due to
he
the
didn't
fact
even
he's-
sound like a great voice actor at all.
No,
But he was also just greatly miscast. He didn't have this like mob energy, commanding mob energy. Like,
Yeah, but that's the
"Hey,
point. He's not supposed to be. He's a poser, Footnum.
It's a facade, but
It's a
the peop-
poser.
Yeah, but the
He's a
posers-
loser poser, and you're looking at it from the standpoint that he should have like sounded like some awesome mob boss. That would have taken away from the
No.
theme.
He's like dressing the part and making the expressions. I'm saying the voice actor's letting it down.
Yeah, no, I'm saying the voice actor, I liked it, him not being a mob boss, like actually sounding good because this guy was a complete and total loser poser, and all he could do was dress the part. That's
I just
all he
found it
had.
distracting.
I found it fitting because again, like, you know, the lack of that essence and quality made it more and more present that this guy
They could
was
have
not
at
what
least
he was moving on to
gotten
be.
someone that sounded like he wasn't this mob boss confident, but could act better.
Hmm.
Like
The
they
whole
lost it
idea
on
was he
both
wasn't
fronts.
supposed to be good to begin with, so it fits.
So, not that this really matters, but I'm just letting you guys know I'm re-uploading the TikTok on TikTok, the actual place where we use that terminology, because it only had 2 views, and for some reason, I think. Well, so what I think happened is that I uploaded it yesterday, but I uploaded it as a private video and then made it public, and I think that stunted its opportunity to go somewhere, which sucks because the whole point of doing this was to get people to come while the show was live. Oh well.
I mean, this isn't OnlyFans, but not going to get done with that joke. But all in all, I enjoyed Sakamoto. I'm not going to say it's the greatest thing since sliced bread, but it was still a good chuckle.
I think I was more bored than I was entertained with my rewatch.
I think I would rather watch sliced bread.
I mean, the show, as far as like lacked any type of like fan service for anyone who would want that. Like, it didn't really have anything in that
You don't
regard.
need fan service. You just
I'm
need
not. Hold
comedy.
on. My comment is still going. It lacked that, which, you know, people are going to hold against it, but it didn't really need it. It was just supposed to be stupid comedy. But the way this show, and I agree with, you know, you guys on the fact that it didn't have enough coherence for 12 episodes to be, you know, you want to go episode to episode, because you could literally pick up anywhere in the show and not really feel lost. But, you know, the insanity from Sakamoto is what I enjoyed. And again, that's one of my favorite things about anime. It just goes out there because somehow he's clinging to the ceiling like Spider-Man. And you guys have that moment plastered on the back of this fucking podcast.
or the time where he's at the water fountain and it's gonna splash all on his face, and it's this stereotypical like just it makes him look hotter, and it's like son of a bitch. But like I said, there are also half episodes, I believe, so it's just like it feels like you've watched like a lot more than you have with the show. When you watch like a couple episodes, it feels like you've watched, at least for me, significantly more than you.
Well, that also means that like any of these, like I wouldn't call them story arcs necessarily, but they're like contained within episode context, get split even further, so you have even less time to really like get into something. So like even if you don't have a story or anything, it's like these characters, you establish who they are, their personalities and all that. You get way less time to really absorb
the
that.
thing is that, like you said, you know, there are like half episodes, so therefore the amount of time that I felt like I was following unimportant characters, unimportant storylines, you know, nothing was happening, like for it to be a half episode, like that's just unforgivable, you know?
Yeah.
Trying to upload this shit again.
But I think we've covered everything. We're beating a dead horse at this point.
Well, I'm just gonna get this stupid.
You know, it's mostly mid from a
it's
objective standpoint, and then from a subjective standpoint, it can go either from decent to terrible. It depends if you've seen other shows like it that are better.
It also depends if you can, you know, enjoy just random slapstick bullshit comedy. I mean, there are people who like sit through full episodes of Saturday Night Live and laugh their ass off. So, I mean, there are people that'll enjoy this.
Yeah. Well, thank you guys for joining us.
Right on.
I am very tired, and I gotta get up in a few hours to get my kids to bed.
Are you gonna play the promo to end us?
Yeah, I will end it with the promo. If anybody is still watching, you fucking donate, bitch. No, okay. Your Lord and Master Donald Trump has commanded it. No, so thank you guys again for spending time with us. This has been an interesting show tonight. Couple of good topics, one or two bad topics, but it is what it is. Hopefully we can get back onto our weekly thing soon. By the way, I should mention the busy season at my current job is coming to an end. So we should have, like we sort of did when we did the In Touch podcast coverage, you know, better shows, you know, week to week should start to improve for a couple months. So look forward to that. Next podcast watch club is Pump on the Cinephile. So we'll see you guys then.
And they
Good evening, America, and all the other lesser nations. It's your boy Donnie, former president of the United States, and really the best president, quite frankly. I'm here tonight to tell you not to be like China and instead donate to the OCA Podcast. But don't just take it from me, the greatest and most loved president of all time. Listen to these other satisfied customers.
I think of the host of the OCA Podcast as my 5.5 additional children. And like a good American father, I support them by donating to their OnlyFans.
If only I had started donating earlier, Uncle Ben might still be alive.
I've never met my real dad, but that's okay. Because after donating all my savings, the host agreed to be my new dads.
I punched the change out of his coin purse who donate to the podcast.
No, not my coins!
Yes, your coins. It's time to donate to the Patreon.
All right! The OCA Podcast needs my money more than my sister Serenity.
Donate today